no match for the 20-year-old Patrick Swayze, even in his blousy clothes.
And he has
his sweatpants.
And he has that crazy scene where he's just driving in his caddy, singing along to what's he listening to? Like Frank Sinatra,
yeah, like Tony Bennett.
And it's so like 80s Richie Rich excess.
Yes,
like I'm so rich, I'm not.
I use the whole road. That's how rich I am.
That's how much money I have.
And that's like
I put a dog on top of the car and I use the whole road.
The way that they show that he's a bad guy in the beginning is that he takes over the whole road. He also has late night parties, like swim parties.
Oh, and he rides in a helicopter.
He rides in a helicopter.
He commutes in a helicopter.
Yeah, by the way, commutes to where? To town?
Who knows?
Town is like
because his business appears to be his business appears to be extorting money from the townspeople.
From only this town. Only Jasper, which
it is like a tiny town
maybe,
in Texas.
Yeah, exactly.
And he appears to be a multi-millionaire by extorting them for protection money. He is like a one-man mafia for a ghost town in Texas.
Seriously, how much money could those places really be bringing in?
Because he only takes 10% of he only takes 10% of the auto shop. Like, what? That's like what? Like maybe 15, 20 bucks?
Maybe 6 people a week come in for wipers and oil. Like nothing.
I showed June this. If you watch that scene, I didn't put it here because it doesn't really fit for the podcast, but if you watch a scene where he's getting wipers for Patrick Swayze's character, you can see a prop master handing the wipers through.
That's awesome.
It's like literally handing it through the corner of the screen. Go back and watch that scene. It's
my favorite Ben Gazzara line that establishes he has like a whole speech to Patrick Swayze about how powerful he is, and he goes, "J.C. Penney is coming here because of me." What? That's your brag?
We're getting a Walgreens. That's
how
called
powerful
power.
I am. You get the max for the minimum at TJ Maxx because of me.
KB Toys is rumored to be developing in our town square.
Need I bring up Build-A-Bear? We're getting 2 of them.
I'm talking to the people at Orange Julius. They're not ready to commit yet. The other thing about this small town, besides the fact that he's extorting them and is a rich millionaire, is the fact that there's no cops. In this movie, there's no penalties for serious crimes.
Such as murder.
Yeah.
Swayze straight up murders a dude. Nothing happens.
Nothing.
He gets flowers.
He rips a dude's throat out. 0 happens.
Let me just give you an idea of what the bar fights in this town look like. Obviously, Patrick Swayze is recruited to come to this town because this guy has big plans for his bar.
Wait, can I just for 1 second? That guy, it's Kevin Tugg, right? Is his name? Okay. He's trying to recruit Patrick Swayze, and this is what he says about his bar. It used to be a pretty sweet deal. Now it's the kind of place where they sweep up. Now it's the kind of place where they sweep up eyeballs after closing.
Yeah. Sweep up the eyeballs, man.
Plural, eyeballs. Oh, I guess well, we locked the doors. Let's sweep up the eyeballs.
Why don't they just have the eyeball club meet somewhere else?
Guys, stop bringing these eyeballs into the bar. Come on. Your bottles break all the time.
JK, it's just peeled grapes.
They're really good. It's scary for Halloween. All right, so this is a fight that breaks out after a man, a very rich, or a man that has a woman with very nice bosoms. He's like, "Hey, you want to feel my girlfriend's breasts for $20?"
Kiss him. He says you can kiss him for $20.
Guy goes over, gropes her for a little bit of time, and then he's like, "I don't have $20." And then all hell breaks loose.
By the way, though, before you play this, Paul, she seems totally fine with what's happening.
And
she's totally, yeah.
The guy that is offering it is disgusting.
Yeah.
Is
gross.
covered in sweat and looks like a monster.
Also, there's a great line in here, too. I'll play this first. Here we go. This is a normal night. That's a woman.
You shot him!
This is a normal night That is a normal night for that bar. The most insane fight scene ever. That makes that. Just because one man didn't have $20, that broke out. One person.
Immediately.
It escalates so quickly, too. It is like as if everybody is ready to fight, and it's just that one guy pushes the other guy, and then it's like, rah!
Yeah, we all have permission.
Let's go down to the double deuce and wait for fighting.
By the way, who's that waitress?
Girls, too,
who did
man.
She? Yeah, who was she?
She's
was
Luke's
she
sister in
planning on
Gilmore Girls.
aiming? But was she planning on aiming the bottle at the guy she hit?
Yeah.
Apparently not.
Apparently not. Who was she going for?
I accidentally hit the guy they cut to 2 times prior to set up that something's going to happen to this dude.
Who appears to be, this is maybe rude, but appears to be retarded.
He's mentally
He's
handicapped.
not all there.
I would say
He's not all there.
He appears to be a retarded patron. And that's why I think she feels bad. She's like, oh no, I hit retarded Randy.
I would argue that every patron at the Double Deuce in these first few scenes are on the scale of being slightly retarded.
They are. They're on the spectrum.
Yeah.
Half of them definitely have Asperger's.
Well, there's two little great lines throughout this whole movie. There's a lot of ADR where they record the lines after the movie's shot, and one during a fight scene, guy's like, "God damn it, you're ripping my best shirt." That's like during a scene where he's getting like pummeled on the ground.
Did anyone else notice that the music the band's playing is so low?
Yes.
In this movie, like while the band's playing, you hear people on the dance floor scream out, "Yeah!" way louder than the music
other thing
itself.
they have is they clearly were like, when you guys are talking, like the woman that's the waitress, what's her name?
Baby Joan Cusack?
Yes, who plays Luke's sister on Gilmore Girls, who is like she's his pal.
Kathleen Wilhoit.
What's that?
Nobody.
They were clearly in one scene, they were like, well, we're going to have music and stuff, so talk loud. So she is literally screaming at Patrick Swayze in one scene, even though there is barely no music in the scene at all.
There's barely music, yeah. She's
like, what's your name? Oh, I heard about you.
I thought you'd be bigger. And clearly, that was
What did you say?
Oh, there's so many great bad insult lines. And I wrote this down too. It says, girl comes over, she says, vodka rocks. Then one of the guys on the spectrum goes, how about nipple to nipple? And then
I wrote that line down too.
And then she replies, I can do that myself. What?
Nope.
What are these comments?
Nope,
Nipple to
you
nipple.
She
You
was
can't do
pushing her
that.
boobs
Don't
together.
understand.
Yeah.
Boom, nipple to nipple.
I would like to see that. You do see her tits later. She definitely can't do it.
Well, you see her having sex with the bartender who's on break. And
No, that's a different girl.
Oh, it's a different girl.
No, this is
Sorry.
Ben. That's Ben Gazzara's girl, isn't it? Who orders vodka rocks? Isn't it?
Oh, you're right.
But
Yeah,
that
yeah.
scene's crazy though when Patrick Swayze catches them having sex in the inventory closet because he opens the door. They're in darkness. They are flooded with light.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a spotlight hit them. They keep on fucking for a while.
Yeah.
But there's nothing more sexy in that scene than the guy pulling up his tidy whities.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, oh, get these on, and it's so uncomfortable. But when he's having sex with her, he does say, you're going to be my regular Saturday night thing. That's like a sexy thing to say in the
Girls
middle
like
of
being
on my
called a
break.
thing, right?
He
When
also
you're-
says, though, I think to her earlier in that scene when he's at a table with her, man, you're so well put together.
Yeah.
What?
He goes, I get off at 2, and I'm going to get you off. That guy has a million great lines in this movie.
I gotta say, I think I do like Ben Gazzara because Ben Gazzara to me, he's rich in this town, but he kind of feels like Richie Rich, because there is a scene where he longingly looks at Patrick Swayze and he's riding an RV. You ever remember that scene where he's just riding an RV on his own property?
Oh, you mean when Patrick Swayze is shirtless in sweatpants doing Tai Chi?
Oh yeah, that happens for a long time.
A bunch. It happens a bunch.
Patrick Swayze is a guy who will read philosophy, do Tai Chi, smoke cigarettes. That Tai Chi sequence.
Bareback fuck Kelly Lynch because it's the 80s, so we don't need condoms, right?
Oh, no.
Wrong. AIDS just happened.
This may be the reason why AIDS broke out this town.
Everybody.
Jasper.
This movie.
There was no AIDS monkey. It was Jasper.
This movie is all raw dogging. Like, everybody's raw dogging everybody. It is filthy. Jasper, I'm assuming it's Texas. It is like chlamydia herpes capital of the world.
It starts here, goes there. They're ground zero.
She's a doctor.
Yeah.
She's a doctor. Anything's happening.
I don't
She's
trust.
1989, yeah.
She's like, you're a bouncer at a bar. I'm sure you're safe. Put it in me raw. Who cares?
Well, she knows that he's safe because he carries his own medical files with him. And when she looks through it, she's like, oh, you went to NYU. Why would that be in a medical file? He went to NYU for philosophy. She's like, well, great. I'm going to go seduce you wearing my picnic dress, which is basically like a tablecloth of a picnic.
A smock.
A smock.
Oh, no.
No
In that
problem.
one, it's the picnic dress. Later, she shows up at his house to fuck, and she is wearing a smock. She's wearing a lacy, weird smock and no underwear.
And no bra.
And no bra.
Do you want to play the
It's called easy access for raw dogging.
That's
Yeah.
right.
And Swayze, by the way, not wearing underwear. And later you see Sam Elliott's pubes also not wearing underwear. Nobody wears underwear in this movie.
They can't. They got to be ready to raw dog at any moment.
Guys,
They're raw dogging
it is not
commandos.
hygienic.
It should have been called Raw Dog House. Here is a sex scene. There's no nudity, so kids, don't worry about it.
Don't worry, kids.
No,
Don't worry, kids.
You do see her tits for a minute. I looked.
Oh, at the end. I think at the end. This is the sex scene. Here we go.
What's he doing with his shoulders? He does so much shoulder work in this.
She goes for
This
it.
doesn't.
Ah! Look at his shoulders. No underwear. And I'm in. No conversation about safe sex? Nope, nothing.
Nothing.
This is the real dirty dancing.
Oh, yeah. Now look here at the perspective of their body sizes in a minute.
She's not.
She's
standing
giant,
up.
he's tiny. She's giant and he's tiny.
Yeah. And that fireplace cannot feel good against her back.
No. The worst place to have sex is up against hard brick. Uneven, jagged brick.
He is barely as tall as her neck.
Why is she laughing?
He just told her a good one about
Oh,
his
he does
dick
so
being
much
in her.
tongue work too. Oh yeah. Look at how big her body is. Her torso is as big as him from butt to head.
He's like, this is like a dance sequence. He's like just.
It's fuck
They do
dancing.
dance, right? They do dance, yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
All of his fight moves are dance moves as well.
Well, the big fight scene looks like a choreographed ballet between two guys who are not fighters. I mean, Patrick Swayze is fighting a guy who looks like a bizarro, like Patrick Duffy, you know? And they just like, there's a lot of dancing, a lot of spins.
Somewhere right now, Patrick Duffy's like, someone's talking about me. I know it, I can feel it. Someone is talking about me. Hooray.
All right, did we talk about the monster truck?
Did we talk about his mock turtleneck?
Oh no, what mock turtleneck?
He's wearing like the black mock turtleneck. He looks like Steve Jobs in one scene. He's like, he's Swayze. It's when he's telling them the 3 rules: be nice, blah blah blah. He's wearing like a Steve Jobs mock turtleneck. I half expect him to be like, but there's one more thing. That's a Steve Jobs line, guys. He is.
R.I.P. Steve Jobs. Did you notice that Keith David was in this movie? Keith David has one line, which is, whiskey's running low. That's it. Main build in the credits.
Yep.
4th build person in this movie.
Does he ever even help out in a fight? 'Cause
Nope.
he's a huge guy.
Nope, he just is a bartender. Clearly, his subplot was cut out because it would break the rule of having a black person in this movie.
Yep.
They did not, like, there's only white people here. And yeah, but I don't know what happened. I hope someone has some Roadhouse trivia. What happened with Keith David's great character?
Keith David is here, I think, and he's ready. I'm just kidding.
Thank you very much.
There's an ADR line in there as well during the first kind of big fight where somebody goes, "That's Dalton. He's our new cooler." As if somebody is saying to someone else, like, no duh, obviously we've got a cooler, and he's the new one.
But wait, what about the whole fact that the coolers have some sort of network in which they communicate? At one point, Patrick Swayze calls up Sam Elliott, and he goes, oh, yeah, heard you're working in Jasper. How? Are they on like an internet message board? Like they're getting on Prodigy posting like I'll be here. All right, what's going on here? There's no they're like yeah, I heard about you. Oh yeah, I heard about that guy. Like
that's a crazy scene too though, because after Swayze says like, I'm having a really hard time, there's a lot going on in this town, Sam Elliott just says, gotta go. And hangs up the phone.
Like Swayze in that kind of macho code is clearly calling to ask for help,
yeah.
but can't say I need help. And Sam Elliott doesn't pick up on it and just hangs
Not
up
at
on
all.
it. Sam Elliott appears to be working at a bar that is having not a wet t-shirt contest, a wet G-string contest. Because the ladies are already topless. So they're just spraying down their vaginas.
But
so that everybody can get a yeast infection.
Oh.
Too gross? Like a really gross one, like with discharge.
Okay.
Like fettuccine Alfredo, guys. Oh, I'm gonna do this. We're going there. It's only getting worse.
I have a clip of some yeast infections right now.
We have a bunch of clips of yeast infections now. We're gonna show them.
This is a protective service.
Ladies, clean it up.
This is a small moment, but the owner, that guy Kevin Tide, the owner of the Double Deuce, at one point, the bar is in great disrepair before Patrick Swayze shows up, and he walks by the phone, and on the wall it says, "For a great fuck, call," and there's a number, and he's like, oh boy. Takes out a pen.
First he looks around to be like, is anybody looking at what I'm gonna do?
By the way, it's his bar. He can do whatever he wants. And then he looks around, pulls out a pen,
is there
and
a baby?
Yeah, it is.
Is there a literal baby in this show?
This baby is learning everything he needs to do about life right now.
Wait a second. Is there a teeny tiny baby that I just said vaginal discharge in front of?
We showed that teeny tiny baby a sex scene, and we've talked about vaginal discharge.
How old is the baby? Oh yeah, now you're keeping your secrets.
Must be a pretty young baby if he refuses to answer.
1.5.
1.5.
1.5. Okay, that's too old. If it was a tiny baby, I would like to hold the baby.
That baby doesn't even know how old it is.
If you brought a tiny baby, please bring it up here. I would like to hold it for the rest of the show. Because I'm only going to say more horrible things, and it's only going to be funnier if I'm holding a baby.
Bring us your baby.
Because here's the thing. It's kind of weird if I said something, but then if I'm holding an infant and I say cunt punch,
it's fine.
It's going to be pretty fucking funny.
Andrew Dice Clay held the baby for the last 6 years of his act, during those nursery rhymes. So he sees this thing for a great fuck call, looks around and changes it to Buick. Like he makes the F into a B, adds an I, and then changes the K into an H. Or no. Yeah, well, I don't know how you spell Buick. No, doesn't.
Hey,
sorry, guys.
Sorry.
Sorry. For a second, no, he doesn't change the K. Buick is right.
I don't know why. I don't know why there isn't a hilarious scene where one of those, dirt bags that works at the bar that probably wrote that answers his phone and goes, "For the 40th time, I don't have a Buick," and slams down his phone.
That would be amazing.
It's Keith David's home phone number. That was his whole plot line. No,
that's the excised story.
Oh man, I have a couple clips. I didn't know if just so you guys get a sense of the villain that Patrick Swayze has to fight. I
want that baby.
Do you like this baby?
Give me your baby. You brought it. Offer it as a sacrifice.
This is how tough Ben Gazzara is beating up his gang. All right, so here we go.
Sorry. You disgust me, O'Connor. You want to know why you disgust me?
No, why, boss?
Because you're a bleeder. You bleed too much. You are a messy bleeder.
Lots of dick punches in this movie.
You got no endurance for pain.
Your balls in the back of your neck bleed too much.
Come on.
Check out that monster truck in the back.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Come on.
Look at his boots.
Well, help him up.
Watch this.
You're gonna be fine. And you know why? Because I like you.
By the way, they're casually driving that
shit,
monster
coward,
truck
outta
in
here.
that scene. Like they just pull up to the house in a monster truck.
There is a scene later in the movie where Patrick Swayze finishes work for the night, comes out to the parking lot. There's no cars there, but Kelly Lynch is standing there provocatively next to her Jeep. And they get in her Jeep and they drive away. And the two dudes have been spying on them in the parking lot in a monster truck.
That's correct.
It is as if he walks out the door, there is a Jeep and a hot girl, and there's a monster truck over there.
That giant monster truck.
Which he ignores and is just like, well, here's my girl. I guess I'm going to raw dog her for a little while. And then the bad guys are like, hey, we got you now. Like, if you're going to stake someone out, don't do it in like the biggest, in like a truck that is a two-story truck.
That monster truck is amazing. The monster truck comes into play later on when Ben Gazzara starts treating the town gets behind Dalton, obviously, because Patrick Swayze is the best. And then he's like, I got to teach him a lesson. So he blows up an auto parts store, and then he just lets a monster truck drive through the showroom of a car dealership and destroy every one of the cars.
There is no law.
Yeah, but in terms of his business plan too, like he wants more money from these establishments. He's destroying all of them. Yeah. Like there's no.
He wants everybody to stay in line. He's like, you gotta pay me my money, and you gotta stay in line because he destroys
he blows up the auto parts place.
There are explosions in this
Left
movie
and right.
that are so big that they literally are like, it'll be like a little bit of an explosion, and it'll be like, oh, everything's okay. Oh no, Red's auto shop is on fire, and then the place will blow up like Hiroshima. Like it will be an enormous explosion.
And normally these are just like wood cabin kind of places that they're blowing up. That they would not have this much you wouldn't need that much to blow up these places.
Yeah.
But they are every place is a gas factory, and it's like. Even at the end when Patrick Swayze lets his Mercedes loose, that blows up like a crazy thing too. Ignites on fire. Lonnie Anderson's, I call her like Bobo Lonnie Anderson, which is Ben Gazzara's girlfriend.
Yeah. Oh, she gets a classic 80s movie treatment in that she gets out of line, so she gets beat up a little.
Just a little.
But by the way, when
it's
Patrick
like-
Swayze walks into his home and sees her there and sees that like she's his girl, she's doing a workout. Gazzara's girl. She's doing like an 80s workout and clearly has a black eye, but instead of turning her face, she continues to look at Patrick Swayze and just covers one eye.
Don't see it. You don't see it if I like it.
It's covered.
I feel like this is an era when it was like, oh no, we gotta tell people it's not cool to hit ladies. Because up until then, apparently it was. I feel like people are just like, punching ladies is cool.
Well,
but
I mean,
Patrick
that bar
Swayze,
scene.
he's gonna step up and be like,
and that's why too, though. That's why Kelly What's-Her-Face is a doctor in the movie, because it's also like late 80s, early 90s counterpoint to all these like hoochies running around.
That
Give
baby
me
agrees.
your baby. I want that baby. I'm coming to get it soon.
You gotta cordless mic. Why don't you just go stand near it?
I'm gonna find that baby, you guys.
God.
But the beat up girlfriend of Ben Gazzara also does like a striptease in the middle of the movie to reveal the biggest granny panties of all time.
Panty thongs, which is the wildest combination I ever
So
did
wide
see.
back, and then it gets real narrow at the bottom,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, they're like white cotton pants. It's unsettling how, especially because thongs exist because we've seen it earlier at the wet G-string contest. So she should. First of all, she's the only person in this movie that I'm convinced wears underwear.
She is.
Yeah,
That is for sure true.
If you're gonna
Well,
wear
her and the
underwear,
guy-
make it provocative.
Her and the guy in tighty whities.
oh yeah.
can see him pull those
You
up.
only can wear underwear if it's weird.
Wait a second. Maybe only the bad guys in this movie wear underwear. That's what
That's
delineates them.
interesting.
Bad guys wear underwear. Good guys just.
Well,
raw
here's the
dog.
thing, though, because both her and the guy who pulls up his tighty whities are wearing white underwear, which would tell me they're good guys.
But that's the thing. You don't have to be white because Patrick Swayze's kind of
He's got a dark side. But when we see Patrick Swayze, when what's her name comes to bring him breakfast, we see his bare butt, and she basically comes when she sees it.
Oh, God.
He like gets out of bed, and you see his butt, and she's like, like she like full blown comes, and then
right,
he's like,
baby?
here's some coffee, and he puts jeans on, no underwear.
Nope.
I was very excited that the final fight scene where Patrick Swayze has to fight like the main bad guy's henchman. He was fighting a denim on top, denim on bottom bad guy,
Yep.
which is denim shirt, denim pants.
Denim on bottom.
I wanted to show, this is just a classic scene. Everyone knows has heard about the throat rip, but there's a little moment before that's worthy of showing. Here we go. Take a look. This is the big final fight.
I used to fuck guys like you in prison.
What? What?
Little gun, baby gun.
I'm gonna kill you the old-fashioned way.
You would think that ripping out his throat, he wouldn't need a finishing move. She's checking out.
Already dead.
Is the throat out? Yeah, the throat's out. This guy's gone.
Throat's gone. Already dead.
The
He kicked him into the water so that he would bleed out in the water.
It would take him
Not on the
minutes to
beach.
die. It would take him minutes to die. She could have saved him. She's a doctor. Keep in mind,
throat rip
that
is-
character is a doctor.
I do like that the throat rip is his signature move.
Earlier in the movie, somebody's like, I heard he killed a guy. He ripped his throat out.
Well, you knew that was coming later when they set that up in the first 5 minutes. We got to see the throat rip. But that's a crazy, brutal move.
And then he almost rips Gazzara's throat out.
Yeah, he stares at his hand. Gets ready
he's
to
like-
go.
I want to do this.
Should we let's have the house
That
lights
throat
on.
looks so good.
We can open up to some questions. If you guys have any questions about things that we haven't talked about, we still have to talk about the grizzly bear.
Well, you should ask the baby first.
Baby questions.
We also
Baby
need to
has
talk
any
about
questions.
For me,
raise your hand if you have a question.
I wanted to know if you could talk about the irony of Patrick Swayze always, talking about how important it is to be nice to everybody, and just he says that many times in the movie, and then just beats the shit out of everybody.
Yeah, that's true.
That is true.
He never doesn't get into a fight.
The 3 rules that he has is always be nice.
Yeah.
And that's one of the 3. That's the most important one. And he's the most violent dude in the entire town.
He's capable of Wolverine level blind rage.
Yes. Where is that baby?
We've got baby Wolverine.
Now that
in
the
house.
lights are on, I'm gonna find you, baby. Don't you worry, baby. I'm looking for you. I'm coming for you, baby, wherever you are.
Where is that baby?
Where is this baby? Where
Baby's
is
over
it?
here.
Where is your
Baby's
baby?
right over here.
Where
it's over
is
here.
this
Right,
baby?
baby is on the aisle.
Give me your
So
baby.
scared.
We're going over.
I see you, baby.
Very cute baby.
scared.
I see
Very
you,
cute
baby.
baby.
Oh my God, what a
Shaking
cute
that ass.
baby.
Don't
Oh my
ever
God.
date Ben Gazzara when you get older.
Do they ever explain how he got the skills to beat the shit out of everybody? Was there ever a backstory?
There's no backstory,
Well,
right?
He's never not been a cooler.
He seems to be Sam Elliott's protege, right? So
But
Sam
there was a moment though where he was studying philosophy at NYU and then became the most badass guy in the world.
Yeah, he doesn't have a kind of backstory that involves he was in the military or he was blah, blah, blah. He really just, Sam Elliott, the thing we haven't talked about is Sam Elliott comes in 3/4 of the way through the movie. And as far as I'm concerned, the true love story in this movie is Swayze and Sam Elliott.
Yeah,
because
man.
they hug and caress each other to a degree that is shocking.
And by the way, when Sam Elliott's about to throw down because he pulls his hair back in a scrunchie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, the most awkward scene is basically, what Patrick Swayze's kind of into this girl. They've slept together, and then he introduces him to Sam Elliott. And Sam Elliott kind of starts trying to take her away from
weird.
Patrick Swayze. They have a very sexy dance.
He says something as she's walking away, he says, a woman shouldn't be that smart.
No,
with
he
that
says
type of-
she's got
smart.
too much brains to have that good of an ass.
Yeah.
Yes, which I do agree with, but she's wearing a huge. I do, but she's wearing a very blousy poofy pleated skirt. There's just no way he could know that.
She is a doctor's salary. She should get much better outfits.
Especially, and she's been up all night and is going in to start her shift.
Yeah. She goes, I need to take a quick nap.
Guess what I don't need on somebody who's about to perform surgery on me? That they've been raging all night with maniacs.
Wait, what's your question?
All right, what's the better line? Polar bear fell on me or pain don't hurt?
Ooh.
This guy is a fan. Or he wrote the movie.
Well,
I will have to play this polar bear. My vote is the polar bear. Because when else can you say a polar bear fell on me?
And by the way, it's also an amazing button to a crazy scene. This is the scene where do you have the whole scene?
I just have the polar bear scene. But you'll see what we're talking about. Here we go.
Dalton is loose in the mansion, and all the bad guys are looking for him.
And here is what happened.
And this is the fattest, dumbest one.
I hate this place.
He doesn't like scary animals.
He's like, I feel like my character would have tape on a couple of his fingers.
All right.
Because maybe he got hurt or something. Gazzara.
I may not have queued this up perfectly. Here we go. Oh, here we go.
I think he did get his fingers smashed earlier in the movie.
Wait. Guys, that is not Dom DeLuise.
Made for each other.
Then Patrick Swayze goes, you guys are made for each other. Again, an insult that doesn't really pay off. It's like,
does anybody in Fear make the... Has anybody ever made that noise?
well, that's a crazy moment, too, because... Okay, so he says, I hate this place, acknowledging that there are a lot of animals who are dead here and stuffed. So in that moment where he's shooting the polar bear, does he genuinely thinks that polar bear's real? I'm asking this genuinely, you guys. This is not a bit. I'm asking.
Let's dig into this.
Do you think he thinks there's a polar bear coming at me?
I do believe that because
there is a polar bear coming at him.
There is, but
why couldn't he just do this?
Yeah.
Move
That's
to
what
the
I'm
left.
saying. Why is he shooting him?
He has three options. Stay completely still, move to the right, move to the left. He could have done either, and he stood still.
And then
shoots at him. And then there's a scene later on where he decides to, because he does survive this, he's not killed by the fake polar bear.
Spoiler alert.
Huge spoiler alert. And then later on...
so that he can have a spin-off, we hope.
Fingers crossed. And then later on, when he decides to join the good guys, he looks at the stuffed monkeys for a long time.
Well, the stuffed monkeys are in the position of see no evil, hear no evil.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't realize that.
It was
because the sheriff comes and says, what happened here?
By the way, the first time you see the cops is after Ben Gazzara is brutally murdered in his own house. Probably the only time not in public a person is killed.
This is what happens. Like, it's the end of the movie, and Patrick Swayze, Ben Gazzara has Patrick Swayze dead to rights with a gun.
I have it. I can play it, right?
Oh, you can? Okay.
Here we go.
It's over!
These are the townsfolk whose businesses he's been ruining. That guy's weird.
The guy is still stuck behind the polar bear. You'll see him in a second. Polar bear.
This is our town, and don't you forget it.
What?
Still stuck. That was it. And then basically the cops come in.
So then the cops come in and say, what happens here? And all the townspeople are like, and it's intense, right? Because they all just murdered him in cold blood. And everybody says, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. And then Trapped Under Polar Bear goes, I was trapped under a polar bear fell on me. And everybody goes, ha 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 ha. Everybody
There's
laughs.
a dead man.
They are murderers. They are murderers.
But did they call the cops?
No.
Who called them?
I don't know, but this is also the first time the cops have shown up to anything.
Yeah.
And they come in force. The sheriff.
Well, the police. I mean, the fire department did show up when Red's auto shop blew up.
Yes, they came. That was the only time you saw any federal involvement in this town. Any other right questions? Here. Yeah. Okay. This question over here.
So, one of the bouncers didn't look like they were letting in underage patrons into the bar, and wasn't that the same guy that was like caught like having sex?
Well, that's the girl. He lets in the girl with a Sears card. He says, "This is a Sears card." And then he lets him in, and then he plows her in the storage.
Sure.
Yeah, and she's probably under 18. She's probably 16 years old.
He is not wearing a condom.
No.
Guys, it doesn't matter. When you're under 18, you can't get any diseases.
It's not. That's right. Because the female body has a way of shutting that down.
Yeah.
True. That is true.
I mean, it's been getting a lot of attention lately.
Right,
it's right there, yeah.
That's what I've heard.
It's totally cool. It's
called
totally
legitimating.
Cool. Yeah.
You can't get pregnant.
Let's see. I'm going to go around. Yeah, what's your question?
If this movie was remade today, who would replace Patrick Swayze?
Ooh, good question.
Such a good question.
Wow.
Let's all fucking think about this for a second.
Who could replace Patrick Swayze?
I don't have to think about it for very long.
Statham is pretty good, but a little on the nose.
Be the Sam Elliott character.
Liam Neeson. Yeah, you're right. Would be the Sam Elliott.
He could play Patrick Swayze's dad, Liam Neeson.
Zac Efron.
Zac Efron. Really? Shame on you. Shame on you. Zac Efron.
Oh, I got it. I got it.
It's not a Nicholas Sparks novel,
I got
lady.
it. Channing Tatum.
Channing Tatum, yeah.
Channing Tatum. Liam Neeson. Let's do this.
Guys. Holy shit, that's a fucking home run movie.
I would see that movie in a heartbeat. Remake that.
Get Joe Carnahan to direct it. The guy
and then who would be Ben Gazzara?
The Gray.
And there's a wolf, just cuz. There's a question here.
Oh, wait. Clint Eastwood should be Ben Gazzara.
Oh.
Today's episode is brought to you by Audible. Now, I know that you've heard a lot about Audible, and I'm going to ask you to see if you knew everything that there is to know about Audible. For example, did you know that Audible has an A-list collection? Oh, Paul, what's an A-list collection? Oh, I don't know. It's just an area where you can hear major, huge celebrities like Dustin Hoffman, Samuel Jackson, and Anne Hathaway reading your favorite classics. Not shitty books, classic books. All right? I'm talking about Dustin Hoffman reading Pride and Prejudice. I don't think he does read that, but that would be pretty good. Did you know that Audible audiobooks can be played on your iPhone? Got it. Android? Got it. Kindle Fire? Need it. Windows Phone? Don't have it. And over 500 MP3 players. So if you are a person that has that one MP3 player that does not play an Audible book, you're an idiot. First of all, get yourself a nice MP3 player. Get yourself why don't you have an iPhone? Question that. And most importantly, this is the best part about Audible. You can get a free audiobook and a 30-day free trial by visiting audiblepodcast.com. I know you've heard it a lot. I know you haven't done it. So why don't you do it now? Get that free trial by visiting audiblepodcast.com/HOW/how. That's the name of this show. So audiblepodcast.com/how. Get that free trial. Get that free book. You need a suggestion? Well, today's movie is Roadhouse. Patrick Swayze reads his own memoir called The Time of My Life. I'm sure he tells some stories about Roadhouse in there. You want to hear Sam Elliott also in Roadhouse talk? He's on Charlie Rose, just chatting it up in 2007, back when things were looser and the world was a whole different area. You can look at all that stuff at audiblepodcast.com, and if you type in /how, you get a free audiobook and a 30-day trial. Guys, I don't know what to tell you. More than this is a great deal. It always comes to this time where obviously we had an opinion about this movie that it's awesome, and other people also agree. These are reviews that were culled from Amazon. It's time for a second opinion. These are great reviews, 5-star reviews on Amazon about Roadhouse. Here it goes. This is the greatest movie I own. It has everything you could ever want. Fighting, boozing, strippers, blowed up buildings, and a monster truck. Plus, there's a character who gets his throat ripped out by a sweaty Patrick Swayze. 5 stars. That criteria is never matched in any other movie. If those are the only things that he wants, not looking up. This one is a great one. It sneaks up on you like an STD, and you don't know you have it until you really have it. From Swayze's peacock mullet to his grease-up body doing slow-mo kung fu moves. This movie is art for artists. Then these are just like little ones that I liked in here too. Make no mistake about it. This is about violence, not dancing or romance. Some scenes are, all caps, very sexy. Especially in the back of the bar when they're on break. He spells break B-R-A-K-E. If you know what I mean. Okay. Sharp Marble writes, a classic guys movie that has parts for gals too. June, did it have parts for gals?
It had a few parts for gals.
I also thought it was really weird that Patrick Swayze falls in love with Kelly Lynch's character, whose name is Elizabeth, but only calls her Doc for the whole movie.
Yeah.
So he's like, listen, Doc, you got to get out of here. Like, what?
Did anyone else notice, too, when we're first introduced to her, she has on glasses and her hair's, like, pulled back in a French braid. When she goes out on her first date with Swayze, she styles her hair in, like, Swayze bangs.
Yep.
Did you notice that?
And never wears her glasses ever
never
again.
wears, and they were amazing. I thought that was her best look.
Oh, absolutely.
Well,
They're
she's
like
got to
Sally
wear those
Jesse.
glasses to show everybody at work that she's really smart.
Super smart.
Yeah.
I believed it.
I mean, look at that. She works on an X-ray machine that I've never seen before, too, like an automated X-ray. She's like, she's in there doing X-rays. I don't know what she's looking at, but she's looking at a ton of X-rays.
A ton of X-rays at once.
Yeah.
Just like all
Just,
of the...
It's almost like a rotating thing of X-rays. Oh, I got to examine all these people's X-rays all together. All right, so I think we covered everything. This is the Mount Everest of bad movies. It's not a bad movie. It's a great movie, executed amazingly.
Oh, this movie, we do movies that I would never recommend people watch, The Last Airbender. And this is one everybody should leave currently and watch immediately.
This goes up in the pantheon of like Fast 5, Crank 2, and Roadhouse. They are the must-owns of the How Did This Get Made collection. They are amazing. So that brings us to the end of our first live episode from Bumbershoot. Just a reminder to watch NTSF SD SUV on Adult Swim every Thursday night at 12:15, starring myself and June. And Jason Mantzoukas is still not on Twitter, but I am at Paul Scheer. June is at June Diane Raphael. Make a comment. Put it on our iTunes page. We love it. And continue to send us cool shit. We got a bunch of neat fan art. We appreciate it all. All right. See you next week. Bye-bye.
This has been an Earwolf Media production. Executive producers Jeff Ulrich and Scott Ackerman. For more information, visit earwolf.com.
Earwolfradio.com. The wolf's dead.
Bipolar moms, vengeful sharks, and bad Jamaican accents. This time it's personal. We saw Jaws 4, The Revenge, so you know what that means.
Now it's time for How Did This Get Made? We're gonna have a good time, celebrate some failure, not just be a hater. But you know you wonder, how did this get made? Let's wallow in the mediocrity of subpar art. Perhaps we'll find the answer to the question, how did this get made?
Hello, people of Earth, and welcome to How Did This Get Made? I am joined, as always, by June Diane Raphael and Jason Mantzoukas. How are you both?
Good. How are you, Paul?
Pretty terrific.
We have a special guest today, Jake Fogelnest. Welcome.
Hi. Hello.
Jake has a new podcast here on Earwolf called The Fogelnest Files. Check it out.
Yes.
I believe the first episode's already up, and the second episode will be up maybe?
Very, very soon.
All right, great.
It has been recorded, and it will be released.
You got it in the can?
It's in the can. I don't want to use hot industry talk.
I mean, I'm just saying, it's in the can.
It's in the can.
You're in post on that podcast?
Yeah, we're...
Hey, it's in there, right?
Yeah,
like the tomato sauce?
Yeah, exactly. It's actually sponsored by Ragu.
It's in there.
It's in there.
Well, man, oh man, Jaws 4. This is a highly recommended movie that I've been really postponing because I was like, it can't be that good. I thought it was amazing, and in the fact that it's a major motion picture. Like, this was on the level of Birdemic to me. Like, this is.
In terms of how bad it is?
Yeah.
Oh, but it is a major, like, studio release.
Yes.
Well, I know what you're saying, too, because there's so many scenes that are ADR'd so poorly.
Yeah.
It feels like so much of the action that's taking place outside, which is most of the movie, is ADR'd. Like, there's just production value things that are shocking.
Have they ever thought maybe it's a bad idea to make a movie on the ocean? I understand. Like, they made the first Jaws, and that was that turned out well,
but it was a disaster.
It was a disaster. The second one, I think it didn't go much better. The third one's in 3D, and that fixes everyone.
Sure.
And you would figure by this time they would either have figured out, all right, this is how you make a big shark movie, but absolutely not. In fact,
I think the answer was, you know what? We still don't get this, but we've got Michael Caine. But great news, we've secured Michael Caine to play the rakish island pilot in the Bahamas.
Guys, great news. Do you have the whole cast back? No. We have one person from the first movie who's really on the side. We got Roy Schneider's wife to come out of acting retirement.
Wow,
Did she really?
Yes, she was self-imposed acting retirement. She also was
By
married.
the way, she had the right idea.
Apparently, the reason why she was cast in the first Jaws, and this is, maybe potentially hearsay, was that she was married to the head of the studio at the time. And so
Fascinating.
that's why she might have been cast.
Possibly. We're not saying that's true.
Really
Not saying that
she was married to Gary Universal.
Gary Universal. Sid Shulman or Sid
Sheinberg.
Yes, that's who she was married to. And
by the way, why do I just know so easily the head of Universal Studios in the 70s?
She really does not have many roles to her name.
No. Wait, what?
She was hysterical lady in Car Wash.
Obviously, remember
She's
that.
actually very good in that.
Do you really?
I think I do know. Is she Miss Beverly Hills in Car Wash, like the hysterical woman who's got the son that's puking?
It just says hysterical woman.
I think it is, yeah.
I like that you also have Total Recall for Car Wash.
I love Car Wash. That is a great movie. That is an underrated classic. I went and saw it in the theater not that long ago at midnight. No, Car Wash is awesome. You've got George Carlin's in it. Professor Irwin Corey.
Of course.
And
we're talking PIC is in this movie?
It's a PIC.
Oh,
it's a PIC
all right.
picture. And Richard Pryor has with the Pointer Sisters. Richard Pryor and the Pointer Sisters together.
I am in. I'm going to watch Car
Because
Wash.
America needed that to happen.
Well, basically, they were like, we got Laurie and Gary, so let's bring it back. Let's get this shark back in the water.
Grandma versus the shark.
We need one more element, though.
Yeah.
We need one more element.
What is
Can we get Mario Van Peebles?
Oh, we're going to try. We're going to try to get Mario. Look, we're trying to put together.
Can we get any Van Peebles? Can we get a Van Peebles? Can we get I think it started with, do you guys think we could get Melvin Van Peebles? No. Great news, though. He's got a son.
Get him in here and let him not read the script. Apparently, Mario Van Peebles improvised his entire role.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Can't tell. Can't tell at all. They're in the Bahamas, and he's speaking in a Jamaican accent.
Yes.
I had a huge problem. Possibly he's just a Jamaican guy hanging out in the Bahamas, but I was like, no, he thinks this is how they talk here.
There's more authenticity in those Red Stripe beer commercials with the Red Stripe reggae band.
So
to put it into
he's not
context-
Bahamian, or however you pronounce that word.
Bahamian, I believe.
Bahamian.
Yeah.
So are his friends, the two other guys on the boat, local Bahamians?
I think they are supposed to be Bahamian, but he is speaking with a Jamaican accent.
I think those guys are Toots and the Maytols.
Yeah.
I have a lot to say about those guys. Let's just bring it back for 1 second. The movie starts in Amity, like the first movie.
Oh, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I have a question just because I don't know, and maybe you guys do. So the Helen, the woman who's the Roy Scheider's wife from the first movie, is she not in 2 and 3?
She is in 2. And then 3, they just focus on the sons, But then, and the fourth
And were the
one,
sons these sons? The
No.
two.
Three really doesn't have anything to do with. It's sort of not
Exactly.
part of the canon.
Yeah, basically three. They threw
The
away.
Jaws canon.
They
Yeah,
threw
the Jaws
away
canon.
3. They threw away 3.
Yeah.
Like
Got
the
it.
idea in Jaws 3 was that the kids go work at SeaWorld and then SeaWorld is attacked.
Wasn't
They
Jaws
don't do
3
that.
supposed
Got
to
it.
be a comedy? Like, I know that there was like a script or some sort of pitch where they were like Jaws 3 People Zero. And I think it was Maggie
Oh, wow.
Simmons. I think Maggie
that's
Simmons
funny.
from the National Lampoon. They pitched it as like a comedy, as an Animal House sort of National Lampoon comedy. They may have written a script.
Wow.
And then the
Googling it
studio
right.
was like, no, I don't.
We're
think
gonna
we
stick
wanna-
with what we do.
We're gonna stick with what
which
we
is
do.
ba-da,
And how we
ba-da.
do it.
Everybody's scared.
But they were gonna do like an airplane type thing.
Oh, by the
Jaws.
way, I mean, I know we're skipping ahead, but Mario Van Peebles
Yes.
does the Jaws theme
Yeah.
in the Jaws movie.
At one point, when the main character is underwater, Mario Van Peebles is talking to him over a two-way communication, and he's like, ba-dum, ba-dum. But so are we to assume that in this world, the movie Jaws exists, a movie that features the death of this character's father, Roy Scheider? Like,
Well, I thought maybe in this world it could have been there was a documentary made.
That's what
about
I
the
thought.
family.
Like a made-for-TV movie about
Also
the event.
scored by John Williams.
Wait a
Exactly.
second. Wait, no,
That's what I thought.
How could you have that and still have the Jaws theme from the Universal Pictures
Because, you know-
movie Jaws? Steven Spielberg's Jaws.
That was a real life event that was dramatized, kind of like 30 minutes or less, and then
This is like a
So
multiverse
when
situation.
she's going back to those flashbacks, she's not remembering actual things that happened. She's remembering the dramatized version.
That would
from
be
the movie.
amazing. When she goes back into, I mean, now we're jumping way ahead.
Yeah.
She, the Helen, the main woman, has a series of flashbacks.
Oh, yes.
At the end of the movie.
Well, and during the
none
movie,
of
there were-
which she was present for.
No, and
she flashes back to scenes she could not know what they
But
were.
that's why I'm saying
Yeah.
there must have been a documentary made about her life, and which was turned into a movie.
She
can't-
does
but she
a
wasn't- well,
movie
she wasn't-
starring her actual family? What are you talking about?
The way the flashbacks work, it's not dissimilar to that old HBO show Dream On. Like
You're right. You're right.
Brian Benben?
Yes, Brian Benben. Like at any point, like I just thought like she was gonna see like an old Three Stooges clip.
Hey, you knucklehead! So, let's just get you, if you just catch up on the
movie about
on
a
the
shark.
giant plot. Basically, Ellen Brody still lives in Amity, and her husband Roy Schneider apparently died from the fear of sharks. So he had the anxiety that he had that another shark attack would come has given him a heart attack.
Which, by the way, is such a kick in the nuts to the triumphant ending of Jaws, where Roy Scheider triumphs over his fear of the water, which is what that whole movie is. Roy Scheider is afraid of the water, right? He doesn't want to go in. He's afraid. Blah 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 blah. And so the movie ends with him alone. He is the lone survivor. He has this major triumph, and then this movie is like, yeah, but he was a big scared pussy for the rest of his life. And he died of fear.
Well, I want to just, I just want to
he
set
was
it.
eaten by a shark.
I do. Yeah. Well, you kept on saying that he was eaten by a shark. I want to just even say, if we want to put Jaws 2 in canon, Roy Schneider's in that movie too. And
he is?
Yes. Contractually, he was forced to do it, and he really hated it. But he also defeats another shark in that, and he
At
comes
point,
back.
You're not scared of sharks.
Yeah, exactly. So he's had 2 great bouts with a shark, and then a couple of years later, he's like, oh, the fear, and he has a heart attack.
Well, I mean, mental illness is a real thing. It is a real thing.
It is very true.
Guys, the rest of this show is going to be dedicated to talking about mental illness and how very real it is.
Honest discussion.
So basically, they're living in this town. Ellen Brody, the wife of Roy Schneider, has a son who's there, who's now the deputy
sheriff or whatever. Yeah,
and he gets called one night to go out to the middle of the bay to clear a log that's bothering a buoy.
Yeah,
Right.
and
He's
by the way,
also 11 years old.
Right. Yeah.
and it's the one thing I did like in the beginning of this movie was it's Christmas.
I love that.
Yeah.
So it's
I
winter.
love that too, yeah.
So I was like, oh, they're going to do
So
a Jaws
interesting.
movie in winter.
And
How's
by
that going to
Christmas
work?
time.
By the way, I like any Christmas movie. I mean, like, Die Hard, Lethal Weapon. It's like, yeah, they like
Santa
action.
Claus.
Santa Claus, the movie. No, but I mean, like, I always think that's a good backdrop for like an action movie or something,
Right.
And they don't really pay off on Christmas at all.
Although I was obsessed with the pageant they were getting ready for, the Town Square Christmas Festival.
I don't understand the job requirements of the deputy of Amity that he has to get in boats all the time and like take care of buoys out there. That's not really police work. But anyway, he goes out to fish out this buoy. And at which point...
I just have to ask, why? Is it a baba buoy?
Nailed it. Nailed it.
Yeah!
It's a bobbing buoy.
It's a bobbing buoy. It's a fa-fa-fooey.
And so he goes to fish it out. And Jaws, I'm going to call him the Jaws, is hanging out there waiting for him.
Yeah.
And the minute he leans a little bit overboard, the worst directed action sequence of all time.
That is the thing about this is like I looked up like the director.
Yeah.
And he's not really an action film director.
No.
How did he get this job?
It was like they combined 4 different shots, very disparate shots that don't really connect. Like, what happened? Then all of a sudden he's missing an arm. He's like, oh, my arm!
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's truly.
You never see the impact of it. There's no connection between any of those
Did they not get the shot?
Like, they clearly
They must have. They just don't know. I felt like shot construction in all of the action sequences made no sense.
Yeah.
And it's like that's why you're like, is this a real movie? Because it looks so cheap. It's like, by the way, the shark in this movie very rarely attacks underwater.
Yeah,
he's jumping
He's
out.
always out of the water.
Sometimes out of the water and still, just for a couple of beats.
Yeah.
If you go
fully out of the water.
If you go on the Universal Studios tour, and you go on the tram past the Jaws shark that jumps out of the water, that is more realistic than the shark that's in the movie.
I have more respect for that terrible ride and attraction at Universal
That is
Studios
scarier.
now. I'm like, that is scarier than this movie.
The thing that we're forgetting is as his arm is eaten off, right?
Yes.
There is instantaneously an amount of blood in the water that is preposterous.
Yes.
Like, it is as if an entire human body's worth of blood has fallen out of his arm instantly.
Like they cut him open and just hung him out there. Like
he then falls into the boat, looks at his arm, and starts going, "No!" What?
Okay, I'm
his acting
obsessed with
performance.
that scene.
His
I'm
performance
obsessed
is
with
as if to say, "Wait, what's going on?"
Well, when he first falls into frame, he actually has a reaction that's like, "Oh, I made it.
I'm okay.
I'm okay."
That was a close
That was really close. I just came face to face with a shark.
Yeah.
And he sort of looks to the side and realizes
like,
that his arm is completely gone.
He has that shocked Scooby-Doo moment of, zoinks?
And by completely gone, you mean pulled out of the sleeve of his jacket and tucked behind his arm.
It looks like a bad Halloween costume. Like, oh, I don't have an arm. It's like what your grandparents would be like, oh, I'm missing. Yeah. It looks like his arm is tucked behind his back.
He's screaming in pain.
And then he decides...
Does the script literally say, ow, my arm? Like, is that actual dialogue that somebody wrote
Well,
down?
if it is, he delivered it with apalm. And then he goes, oh, my arm's missing. Let me go stick my head to see what that was. Sticks his head over the boat, and then the shark just eats... From what it looks like, he eats the side of the boat. So he's a part of that
It's amazing, too, because the way he falls into frame, he must not have felt that arm get eaten off at all. Like, there must have been no
Guys, he's probably in shock.
sensation.
You know what? He's probably in shock.
In shock?
He's probably in shock.
He's probably just as confused because he didn't understand the shock construction either. He's like, what just happened?
I guess that's what the prop guy was doing.
It is like, it's more clearly constructed when the plant in Little Shop of Horrors eats people. That is a very clear
That is true.
thing. You know, you see, like, oh, I'm gonna go check out this weird plant. Chomp, chomp.
He's also screaming in pain.
And
screaming.
And the reason why no one can hear him is because...
is because there's Christmas carolers on the shore.
And they've needed a lot of work to get that song together.
By the way, there's maybe 10 Christmas carolers. But they are so loud.
It is intercut, so it's like, my arm!
By the way, guys, really good singing.
Yeah, we really nailed it.
They're all singing different songs.
You're welcome, listeners.
which all sets up the most insane premise of all time. Because when the mom finds out that her son was killed by a shark, she goes, it's revenge.
Yep.
The shark was waiting for him, which makes no sense because they fucking killed the shark.
But it gives us the tagline. This time it's personal.
But wait a second. Listen to this, though, because this truly blew my mind when it happened. I was like, so wait a minute. Does that mean the shark put the log on the buoy to lure him out?
Yes.
That's when I was like, this movie is unbelievable.
Not only that, but the shark also knew that the Coast Guard was busy that night.
Yes.
They had a lot of work going on. So I don't know
he probably distracted the Coast Guard, and then he put the log in the buoy, and then he's like, this fucker, he's going to come out here, and guess what?
This
I'm going
shark
to
is
chomp,
smart.
chomp on his arm.
It's manipulative. It's smart. It's a sociopath.
This shark is so smart that, I mean, not to jump ahead.
How
but
smart is it?
That when they decide to travel, he finds out about their travel plans and is able to meet them in the Bahamas.
Yep.
He doesn't even. He goes from Amity, which is kind of like Martha's Vineyard, to the Bahamas quicker than an airplane can get.
Oh yeah.
Within a day's.
But no one is talking about it. Like this shark is like bugged their house, but back to the house because no one ever goes to the mom. What the fuck are you talking about? He killed those two sharks. No one explains, because I guess in my mind she's like, well, maybe the Jaws shark from the first movie told his babies that, this guy was after him. There's no communication.
That's true. The Jaws ends with a dead shark.
Yes.
So
Jaws 2 ends with a dead shark.
And there was no thought of Jaws 2 being a shark that was, related to the first one.
Maybe it's sort of solidarity between all sharks.
Yeah, maybe it's like
sharks talk to each other.
Maybe it's like Carl Jung's The Collective Unconscious for sharks. So the Brody family has imprinted on the first Jaws and has now thus become part of the Great White Shark Collective Unconscious, and they know we got to get rid of those fuckers because they're coming for us.
So we're to understand though that the Brody family, the only way a shark dies in their world is from a Brody family member.
And the sharks are so attracted to the Brody family that even when they see other people, like, fuck it, we're going for the Brodies, not anybody else. They're able to distinguish through smell? I guess
they can smell their blood.
Well, now
I love the resign. I guess they can smell their blood. I guess that's it. It's the only logical conclusion. I guess I'm over. I can't.
I do want to just play this because I think it's important to just kind of. These are questions, obviously, about how this makes sense. This is from YouTube. This clip was the original voiceover narration that started the movie, and I think that this is the director just going, I don't fucking know. And this is they took it out, but this is the original way the movie was supposed to start. This is true. Here we go. Here it goes.
Since time immemorial, events have taken place with no evident reason for their happening. Such phenomena has been man's dilemma and the subject of constant philosophical discussion. When there is no factor motivating an event, no case of cause creating effect, what triggered the action? Fate or circumstances? What you are about to see concerns such an event. Maybe you can determine whether we are dealing here with circumstances or fate.
So basically, yeah.
Okay, first of all, it's essentially the same introduction to Magnolia. These strange things happen all the time.
P.T. Anderson steals.
Yeah, so it's literally like we can't.
How dare you, Paul Thomas Anderson? How dare you?
Okay, so
we're on to you.
But I guess now I'm understanding that is that was supposed to be the question for us.
The question is basically none of this shit makes sense.
We don't know.
It's up to
you. Figure it out, guys.
Sometimes circumstances make absolutely no sense, like the movie you're about to see. Here are a couple of options of what might be going on. I don't have an answer for you.
If you can
decide.
Connect the dots here, get back to us.
Could you imagine a studio executive watching that movie going, what the fuck are you? That's how you're starting your movie? You're just basically going, I don't know.
random occurrences, a series of unrelated people, a shark, a lightning storm, boats. Who knows what's going to happen?
It's essentially free association.
Yeah, it might as well be.
Oh my god! And then
Wow.
the couple of clips that I pulled from this movie really focus on how every character in this movie is incredibly bipolar.
Right.
They go from laughing to sadness to anger to love. It's insane. It is absolutely insane. I do want to play one more clip. They don't play 2 clips back to back. This is the little kid in this movie who's really rambunctious. Thea. This is her coming into. They just found out that her uncle is dead, and here you go.
Uncle Sean is dead, you know. Will he ever come back?
We'll talk about that some more later.
Would you like something to eat?
I had a hamburger on the plane.
Oh, we can do better than that. How would you like a funny bone sandwich?
What?
How was the airplane ride?
Good. The lady gave me 2 lollipops.
Boom, done. Out of it. She was sad for a moment. The lollipops and sandwich knocked her out. And by the way, that's all ADR'd. You never see that kid.
Yeah, that
scene was all like someone's like, yeah, we need to add in more about this.
So
kid.
that means that they had extra time to figure out exactly what the dialogue should be.
Yeah.
They had some time.
We got to talk about what she had on the airplane. She had a hamburger. She doesn't need a funny bones. What the fuck is a funny bone
Right?
sandwich?
I'm assuming that was like tickling the girl or something like that.
Oh, okay. But she did respond by she had a hamburger. So.
Well, it is crazy the way grief is dealt with in this movie because the son dies, I guess, right before Christmas time.
Yes.
Yeah,
which is the worst time for your son to die.
Of course, it's terrible.
And then they celebrate Christmas in the Bahamas.
They celebrate Christmas in the Bahamas by New Year's, which is, we all know, very close to Christmas.
It's about a week later.
It's about a week later. And Michael Caine's on the beach with Grandma telling her that it's about time she move on.
Yeah.
Her son has been dead for 1 week.
Oh,
and he was eaten by a shark.
And by the
way, there's a history of that happening.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's about time to move on.
And by the way, the big plan in this movie is she's really afraid of water, doesn't want to go get water, and her other son who comes back to visit for Christmas is like, you know what? Let's go down to the Bahamas. And let's take you to another more water island.
Maybe go somewhere landlocked.
Yeah.
You know what we should do? We are in the middle of winter in New England where almost nobody's going to be on the water, right?
Yes.
So let's stay here. No. You know what we should do? Let's go to the sunny Bahamas where I work as an oceanographer. I live at the end of a dock where my daughter swings out over the ocean.
My wife makes steel art of sharks.
And let's just go someplace where there's tons more water and the sharks are definitely going to be there.
And I should tell you, my brother-in-law is dating a shark.
Yeah.
This movie is insane. It's insane.
Oh, my
because
God.
also we haven't even talked about the fact that Mrs. Brody has what Spider-Man has is a spidey sense. She has a shark sense.
Oh, yeah.
So when the shark is close by, she's like, oh, and she starts to have flashes of the shark. And then, again, to add to her bipolarness, she's like, oh, shark is nearby. And then she's like, oh, I'm going to go start dancing.
Yes.
Start dancing again. Like she's at a little party with Michael Caine.
Dancing to a wonderful song by the Jets, which I had not heard in forever, just to date this movie, is that song that goes, you've got it all over him, head over. It's like, who remembers that song? It was upsetting to hear that again.
We've had
There's a really upsetting line where she says to her oldest son, first she apologizes about thinking...
Ooh, I have this on tape if you want to hear it.
Okay.
Can we play the mom clip? I believe that's clip 3.
I've been a pain in the ass, and I'm sorry. I'm not going to bother you anymore about your work.
You're not a pain in the ass.
Come on, let me finish. I mean, I've been rehearsing this all day.
Hey.
Your brother's death almost killed me. I don't know. I'll never get over
Okay,
it.
wait. We gotta stop it for a second. Okay, the brother died. It's New Year's Eve.
It's 2 weeks later.
2 weeks ago.
Suddenly, barely,
at the
2
prime
weeks,
of his
right?
life, he's dead. She delivers that line like it's a joke. Almost.
Yeah.
Like, so your brother's death almost killed me. But it's such a throwaway. It's so insane.
Yeah. And this is, by the way, this is how she's been rehearsing it.
Yes.
She's been rehearsing it all day to deliver it.
Death almost killed me.
To deliver it
Your
with
brother's death almost.
Your brother's death almost killed me. No, that's too emotional. I need to throw it away more. I need to
Your
just.
brother's death almost killed me.
Anyway, I'm sorry to be a pain in the ass. I'm going to leave you alone. I'm in love with this new guy, and we're having a great time in the Bahamas. By the way, Hoagie, don't really understand what Hoagie does.
Hoagie is Michael Caine's character.
Yes. Oh, yeah. We haven't even talked. So you meet Hoagie, who has one of the creepiest introductions of all time, because like the little girl and they're flying down there, and the little girl is like, "I would like to fly the plane," and he says something like, "I wrote it down like."
On my lap? Or
I sometimes let interesting people sit on my lap, and then he like took that girl. I don't know. I thought that was creepy.
And then he says, "Hello, I'm Michael Caine."
Michael Caine missed out on receiving an Academy Award for Hannah and her sisters for the reshoot of the ending, which still makes no sense.
Yeah, the reshoot of the ending, because you sent the original.
Yes,
ending.
the original ending is online. We'll post it up on the website.
Just as incomprehensible as the ending of this film. It's for some reason. Like, I imagine this is a big studio movie.
Yeah.
This is the ending of the movie. They shot a lot of footage.
$20 million movie back in 1989. That's a big,
long time.
It's like $100 million movie now.
Yeah.
And in 10 years, it's like a $400 million movie.
And in like 30 years, it's like an $8 Google million.
I mean, guys, we're talking about a big, expensive movie. I mean, we get all.
we all know it takes money to make money. That's what these guys were doing. No, but the ending. So they've shot a lot of footage. What footage they had, they decided to essentially run through iMovie, like an early primitive version of iMovie, putting strobe effects on it. It's like they had a video toaster and like with like bad Dutch angles and like, we have great footage. Let's just mess it up so no one can see.
If you're Michael Caine and you see this movie, which he famously has not seen the movie, one of his quotes is he goes, "I've never seen it, but by all accounts, it's terrible. However, I've seen the house that it built, and it's terrific." But if you were to see that movie, you're like, I missed getting an Academy Award for this ending that makes no sense.
Holy shit, it makes no sense.
This ending is wild.
And they could have cut the ending. They could have cut the ending they used in this movie with all the same footage from the original ending. It's not that different.
It's really not. It's basically instead of the shark getting shot, a boat goes into the shark.
Well, but isn't the same thing in the ending this time?
Well, basically, the idea is
she runs the boat into the shark.
Yes, and then the shark explodes.
Yes.
Right.
Not like explodes, but like explodes.
It explodes.
For no good reason.
No good reason. I guess I went online and I read about it.
Yeah.
Apparently, Mario Van Peebles was shooting electrical impulse bomb in his belly.
Well, I thought that was just messing with his
Like,
mind.
That's what I thought too.
Because the character Michael keeps pushing the flat. It's all built on flashlights, by the way, guys.
It's
Mario
all
Van Peebles is like a MacGyver precursor who's like, wait, I can build a bomb out of a flashlight or whatever.
They have a strobe light. They have a strobe light, and it's bothering the shark. It's
irritating.
It's not.
And the shark, meanwhile, shark does what every underwater animal does when it's in pain. It pokes its head out of the water and screams out in pain.
Yes,
roars.
Roars.
Roar! Right?
Yeah.
Because what it needs to do.
Shark roar.
Yeah. What it needs to do is it needs to poke its head out of the water, take a deep breath, and then scream and expel the air.
Totally normal.
Let it out. Just let
totally
it out.
normal. Roger Ebert, this is how he described it, the ending. He goes, I can't believe the director Joseph Sargent would film the final climactic scene so incompetent establishing shot, so we have to figure out what happened on the basis of empirical evidence.
Oh my God, that's amazing. Well, I'm also confused about why she went out there on the boat. What happens before that is her granddaughter is out on a banana boat, and
basically the whole movie of Ellen Brody is just trying to stop everyone from getting in that water.
They should call it "Don't Get on the Boat."
Yeah.
So the shark goes after the granddaughter. She narrowly escapes, but an innocent bystander is eaten.
Other people are
by the
repeatedly
way,
being killed, which nobody seems to care about.
No one cares about that person who's engulfed by the shark and killed in front of everyone on the beach.
Yeah.
They're like, who cares about her? As long as that little girl didn't get killed in the banana
when
boat.
the little girl doesn't get killed, there's tons of reaction shots from bystanders of relief. It's like, but another person was
Another person is being eaten alive in front of you, screaming in pain.
The trauma of every single person person on that beach watching some person be eaten must be massive.
Oh
but
my God, to stand there helpless.
Yes.
While someone is being eaten by a shark.
Like 10 feet from shore.
Yeah, they're all in shallow water.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, for a shark that's so after the Brody family, he kind of takes a pass on that banana boat person.
Oh, yeah.
He knocks off that person. He's like, I'll eat this person.
Who's the other person the shark eats? There's another random that the shark eats.
Well, the shark eats Jake at the end. But
Well, does he?
Yeah.
I mean, but no, there was another random right in the beginning.
There was an earlier random, I feel like. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of flashbacks to sharks eating, but not really eating.
Well, anyway, after Thea narrowly escapes
The little girl.
on the banana boat, the grandma gets this crazy look in her eyes, takes over a boat that's just sort of nearby. Was that
No,
anyone?
it's Jake's boat. It's
it is Jake's boat. Okay.
Oh, it is Jake's boat. Okay, I didn't realize
Which just happens to be docked 2 feet away from the shark attack.
Okay, fine. So she takes that boat and goes out into the water. But my question is, what was her plan?
Well, does
to
she
sacrifice herself?
I think
Does she know how to drive a boat?
Well, that's what I thought,
Like,
too.
does she have previous boating experience? Like, I get it. It's a family business, but...
I mean,
I'm assuming so.
Okay.
I would kind of buy that part of it. Although it's a large sailboat.
It's a large.
It's not like a.
ship.
It's not like a
speedboat.
skiff.
It's not a speedboat.
No, it's a big vessel. It's a big vessel.
And it seems like she's going out there. I mean, I guess you'd be like, okay, motherfucker.
Yeah, bring it on.
Let's bring it on, because you really want me. You're
Yeah.
attacking my family, so you want me.
But that's my question.
What is
Why
she
does
basing
the
that on?
shark really want her?
Because it remembers Roy Scheider.
But
And it's like,
she
you killed
actually,
my
in terms
father,
of-
or you killed my
But here's the
father's
thing.
shark.
In terms of bloodline, if the sharks can smell the bloodline, she actually has no connection to Roy Scheider.
Okay, this is what I think you have to think of it as, very simply. I think the Jaws series might as well be the Jaws family and the
Brody
Brodies
family.
as the Hatfields and McCoys.
Ooh, I like that.
Every generation,
Capulets and Montagues.
every
I gotcha.
generation continues the blood feud.
But I would argue, though, that the Jaws family doesn't really go tit for tat, because they killed her son, and they're like, no, we want to kill your
we wanna
whole
That's
family.
eradicate you.
That's why it's confusing that she goes to sacrifice herself.
Well, she's not
Because
I don't
why
think she's
would-
sacrificing herself. I think she's like, all right, motherfucker, let's do this.
Really?
I think
So
she's like,
you want to go? Let's go.
Yeah,
There's
that's
a
what I think.
shot of her on the boat where
I
it
think
really
when the
looks like
shark is coming at
Yeah,
her,
I agree.
she stands at the edge of the boat and is like, "Come on!"
Take me.
Like
Yeah.
I feel like it's like she's going to like let Jaws get her.
Oh.
That's what I felt.
A little
on
suicide
behalf
mission.
of the younger generation. Yeah, that's what it felt like.
Now, meanwhile, I do feel like I want to talk a little bit more about Mario Van Peebles.
Oh, boy.
I
and
always
his
do.
crew- and his whole
Do we have
crew.
a clip of him by any chance?
We do. We have a clip. That is our second clip. This is another side of emotional bipolarism. Here we go.
You couldn't find your ass with both hands. That's not fair, man. You go away, you leave me high and dry, do all the work by myself. You come back acting like a zombie. It's Christmas Eve. We're working overtime because of you. Hey! I'm sorry about your brother.
Just okay. And then he proceeds. They're screaming at each other. He's like, "You haven't been the same since you've come back from your brother's death." And
His
then
death was at this point days
Days
ago.
ago.
Days ago, yeah.
And then he just
Days ago.
And then the way that you see that scene, and that scene continues with him going, no, and then Mario Van Peebles picks him up over his shoulders and gives him like kind of like a WWF kind of like hug wrestle move, like, yeah, buddy.
And then he's like, call me, I'm Miss Cleo.
But Mario Van Peebles said that he wrote his own role. And it makes sense because his character makes no
Nothing to
sense
do with the rest of the movie.
Yeah, nothing to do. I mean, these people also love to tempt fate. It's like fucking giant ass shark in the water.
That's the thing. Like, I just kept thinking, like, really, why don't you guys get out of the shark business?
Sure.
Like, just stop with the sharks.
I also hate to come back to this, but it's like, I kind of want to say the brother, take the week off.
Yeah.
It's Christmas.
He's
Christmas
tag.
time.
He's
It's
got to
Christmas
tag
time.
these snails.
You
That's,
lost
by the
your
way, is
brother
his
days
job.
earlier.
His
Take
job
the
is
week.
to tag snails. Now, you would also argue, this is what I would say, the brother went to Amity to visit his mom for Christmas break.
Yeah.
And then he brought her to Jamaica. Like,
Take
he
that
was already
week.
off. He was already
Take
off.
it.
Like,
Yeah.
if his brother didn't die, I would imagine they would spend that week
You know
in
what?
Amity.
He's a workaholic. He's a workaholic. He can't stop.
Well, his wife can't stop making that amazing art sculpture
What
that she
the
I
has.
was
shit
obsessed
is that?
with her character.
What the shit
I was
is that?
obsessed. She was the most sour. Uninteresting, unlikable.
Could she be Banksy? That's my question.
She makes the most bizarre sculptures.
Well, the sister-in-law also has a very strange and strained relationship with her husband.
Yeah,
But they have a lot of sex, though.
Yeah, they have sex a lot
And
in
she's
this
hoping that goes on for a
She
while.
tells her mother-in-law.
Yes. Creepy.
Which I thought was weird.
It's very
right?
weird.
Talking about having sex with
very weird.
this woman's son.
It's weird in general. It's particularly weird in the context of this movie.
Yes.
Yes.
Why is that a conversation that happens?
Well, there's also like a weird sex scene with the blowtorch where he's like, they're arguing about who takes out the trash. Then she threatens him with a blowtorch, and then they start like just fucking in the garage.
He says, "I've never made love to an angry welder before."
And then they just make love. And
by the way,
to what end?
Who has?
Well, it's a fantasy for a lot of people.
I have been. I mean, my entire
That's
online.
on your bucket list.
That's like my entire online dating profile is just looking for an angry welder. You'd be surprised. I get a lot of emails from very happy welders, and I'm like,
No.
not interested.
Not interested.
Yeah.
By the way, though,
You need the girl from Flashdance. That's who you need.
Yep.
What is up with that with the mom in the sculpture? Because they go, "Oh yeah, this is so and so's sculpture," and the mom looks at it and stares at it like
it looks like a shark.
It looks like a shark, Paul.
And there's actually a shot of her in the shark's mouth.
Yeah.
I thought that was like
one of the most artistic shots of the movie.
What it is it's cinema at work.
I couldn't pull the clip for it because it was just too convoluted and you really need to see it. But at the end of the movie, the daughter-in-law is getting her art is going to be displayed on the beach, and there's just like a guy like the mayor.
A dream for any artist.
Oh, of course,
A dream for any artist.
to get your
She's
art.
arrived. She's really arrived.
Oh, my work? Well, you can see it on the beach.
I remember, seeing pictures in art form of Warhol and Basquiat's very famous show.
Oh, yes.
Their beach show.
If you've made it in the Bahamas.
If you were Jones Beach, 1982, Warhol,
So
Basquiat,
good.
one of the most.
Well, then she goes, but then she also says like the mayor of the island is like, we love art and we like to put it on the beach. It's like this.
The mayor of the island is Borat.
I know. I was like,
my wife.
Yeah, my wife. Oh man.
I like that guy actually. I thought he was good.
I agree.
I
He's
thought
very
he was
funny. Borat's
good.
very
Borat is really good. That would have been great. Like when if Borat was Roy Schneider, he could have been like, and my wife.
So we understand though that the grandmother has not had sex with anyone.
Since
Roy Schneider died. That's a long
Well, we don't know though. I mean, Jaws 2 came out in '79, so I would say she's about.
It's been about 10 years.
Yeah, about 10 years.
About 10 years.
10 years, give or take.
Wow.
I mean,
I've done that. No big deal.
Because that's the thing is she and her daughter-in-law are having a sex talk because Michael Caine kissed her. And
Yes.
she's like, he
She
kissed
doesn't know
me. I
what to
didn't know what
do."
to do. Well, you had a couple of kids, so you pretty much know what to do. You know, once you start kissing,
Yeah.
Right.
then it's time to make a trip to the bone zone. You know what I'm talking
you got to
about?
open up the bone zone. Laura, but the mom also says the mom doesn't know what to do in a lot of situations. She goes, let's put our feet up and shoot the breeze, or whatever beer drinkers do.
Yeah.
That was one of her lines.
Because I think of Cheers, like all the episodes where Norm and Cliff just have their feet up and they're just shooting the breeze.
Whatever beer drinkers do, that is like you would argue the most common thing. Like, I don't know what you beer drinkers do. I'm just let's have fun and chat.
You people that eat steak. That's a wild. What wild adventures do you get into with steak and potatoes?
I have a very real question to ask, okay? Because the mom tells Michael, the only surviving son, okay?
Yes.
Her husband has died due to shark-related fear.
Yes.
Her son, mere days ago, was eaten by a great white
Yes.
shark, right?
Mm-hmm.
She tells the son, Michael, the surviving son, it's coming after us. This shark is coming after us, okay?
Mom, there's never been a great white in the Bahamas.
Nope.
Too
There's
warm,
no great
too warm.
No great whites in the Bahamas. Come to the Bahamas. They go to the Bahamas. Michael, while out doing his oceanography, sees and is attacked by a great white shark.
Yes.
Tells no one.
Right.
Doesn't tell anybody.
Gotta keep
that
it a
there's
secret.
Knowing that she's got some shark-related issues.
And knowing that she might be right at
Yes.
this point. He
Right.
should be like,
oh shit,
I
did
now have
follow us.
evidence. Yes, that shark is here. It attacked
There's a
me.
death in the family of shark-related fear. It is in the DSM. It is real. And he doesn't say a
And
thing.
basically, Mario Van Peebles is like, we need to study this. And he's like, cool, man. As long as we can keep tagging the conch shells that I'm doing.
Oh, by the way, is that the scene where they're having this big emotional discussion and the director's like, hey, why don't you just drum on the deck like this the entire time, just so we can make the exposition even harder for us to understand. He literally keeps one of the guys in the boat drumming for no reason, just drumming hard on the deck.
It would have been less distracting if they had one of those guys that plays a bucket in the subway, like at the beginning of Saturday Night Live in the 90s.
No, like literally
a bucket.
Yeah,
one of those bucket drummers, those where you bang really loud on drumsticks
I'll
with a bucket.
again, why were those guys there?
I don't know.
They didn't seem to have that much.
No, they were there to put the bloody meat in the water.
Oh, that's true.
They were the chum throwers.
By the way, I did like the
chum throwers. I saw them with the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones.
Oh,
they were
so
fantastic.
good.
Really good.
And Dropkick Murphys?
Yeah.
Oh, such a good bill.
They have a really good dancer.
Such a good bill.
Now it's time for a commercial break. Today's episode is brought to you by Liberal Arts, the acclaimed new film from writer, director, star Josh Radnor of How I Met Your Mother. Liberal Arts opens on Friday, September 14th in New York and LA, and is the following weekend. So, if it's not in your town, you can find it on video on demand starting September 20th, which is a great thing. Go on video on demand, watch these things. Liberal Arts has received rave reviews and has been called the best movie about college since I don't know what. That's by Owen Gleiberman. That's from EW. That guy knows what the F he's talking about. I've actually heard this movie is quite good. For more information, visit ifcfilms.com. IFC Films. They do good shit. That should be their slogan. Think they can do that? Okay. So the other thing about this movie too is that every human in this movie is like that gum or like those like fruit things, like gushers. Because whenever they get bitten into, it's like blood does explode all over the place.
I got a good deal on squibs. We're solid on squibs this entire production.
They spent all their money on squibs.
Yeah.
And it's just, I mean, like that's the thing. Anything that happens to anyone, like the woman who gets eaten off of the banana boat, there is, this is amazing. She gets pulled off of the back of the banana boat into the water, right? There is an absurd amount of blood, and then they have a shot of the banana boat getting away, and everybody that's still on it, Thea, another little girl, and another adult, are covered in blood. Are like they're like Carrie at the end of the prom. It is insane.
Disgusting.
That is to say, like we are just human bags of blood, like water balloons
ready
of blood.
to just explode.
Yeah.
The one thing, if you could say this director added anything to the art of cinema,
Which you can't.
is the art of the silent scream. Yes. There are so many, like, no sound, just slow motion, silent, like, I can't do it for you because you wouldn't be able to see or hear it.
It's not an inherently visual medium.
Yes, but it's a slow motion, silent scream that is amazing, and they really are lengthening out those scenes.
The director of this movie did the director of this movie do the Taking of the Pelham 1, 2, 3?
I'm gonna take his name is Joseph Sargent.
I think I don't know why I have that in my head.
Because that's a great movie.
Yeah, it's one of the best.
No, the Taking of the Pelham 1, 2, 3.
You're talking about the remake, right?
No,
the remake, because that's great. The originals, whatever. but the remake.
You know what? You might.
Yes, he did. He did direct it.
Okay, so here's what's fascinating. I don't want to spoil
because that's also Robert Shaw. Robert Shaw also in the Taking of the Pelham 1, 2, 3.
If you've never seen the Taking of the Pelham 1, 2, 3, I don't want to spoil it. I would just say it does have perhaps the greatest ending of any movie ever. It's just got this great moment at the end, and this movie has the worst ending of any movie ever.
And it's reshot. It was reshot to make it better.
How did this guy? What are you? That is mind-boggling.
And that is a slow, patient, quiet movie.
That is an amazing movie.
Great
it's
movie.
Great.
This movie, on the other hand, was nominated for Worst Actor, being the shark.
How many Razzies?
Actor, actress, screenplay, director, special effects, and picture. Those are all nominations. The shark won best worst
Did the
actor.
shark show up to collect his Razzie? I think it's fun when they do the Razzie Awards and people have a sense of humor about it and they go, I know.
Sandra Bullock.
When Sandy did that, I call her Sandy.
Yeah, of course.
When Sandy did that, and she's
she has asked you not to.
You know what? Though? We're fine. It's fine.
It is not fine.
I want to reveal two things here. We have the number one Jaws fan, self-proclaimed, Jonathan Koval, emailed me this week with some facts that he thought might be interesting, and I want to tell them to you.
Okay.
The novelization of Jaws 4 suggests the shark may be acting under the influence of a vengeful voodoo priest who had a feud with the Brody family, and the shark's apparent revenge has magical implications. Therefore, the witch doctor is the revenge, and the shark is his tool. This also explains the strange psychic connection Ellen and the shark and Michael Brody, Ellen and the shark have, and the Michael Brody line, "Come on, sharks don't commit murder. Tell me you don't believe in that voodoo." No one can confirm if this subplot was ever filmed or not.
Would have loved to have seen that on the screen. Just to giggle my balls off at it.
I would have loved the element that the brother maybe pissed off a voodoo priest. That would have worked.
You know what else I love? You know what else I would kind of love? Is that at some point somebody was like, oh, well, you know, we have this whole voodoo storyline, and somebody was like, you know what? That's not believable in the story.
Let's just make them just go out.
That might be just too much. So let's just go with what we're going to go with, which is nothing makes sense.
Here's another...
Well, you know what? Put a voiceover on it.
Yeah.
We'll fix it with a voiceover.
But you know what? That voiceover is bad. Let's take it out.
In the early drafts of the novelization, Hoagie is the island's drug runner. Hence the mystery surrounding his occupation. Why the hell can he afford another plane at the end? And Michael's line, "What do you do when you're not flying people?" To which Hoagie replies, "I deliver laundry."
Yeah. That's true, too, because Michael also asks Jack, Mario Van Peebles' character, when they find, this is crazy, they find the shark, right? This is presumably the shark that ate Michael's brother. It is a shark that has already attacked Michael and Jack on the boat. They find it and are following it. They're tracking the shark, right? They're literally following a murderous shark, and Michael is instead being like, "Hey, Jack, what do you know about Hoagie? How does he make his money? He's after my mom. I don't know. I mean, a lot of people are running drugs down here. Like, they're having a conversation about Hoagie, and there is like, that's the shark that killed your brother, bro."
Yep.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe this film could have benefited from a cocaine-based subplot and a good Glenn Fry song.
Both those things work really well for this movie. Voodoos and cocaine.
Did anyone understand what happened, what the action was when the plane flew down to get the shark away from...
Oh, you mean when Michael Caine landed a non-seaplane on the sea?
Yeah. And it didn't break up. It didn't break up at all.
He's like Sully Sullenberger over here.
He did just fine.
It did
just a propeller plane too, so it definitely.
Previous to landing the plane on the ocean, they're flying around, and Michael goes, "Can't this thing go any faster?" And I'm like, "It's a fucking plane, bro. You're going pretty fast. Unless you can jump into an F-16, like you're gonna be going pretty at a pretty good rate."
But did the plane clip the shark?
Nope.
No.
What happened?
They're just trying to get close to the mom.
Yeah, I mean, but you thought they were trying to scare away the shark. They were just trying to like land
so that they could get to the boat to save the mom.
I see. Okay.
And basically, gosh. Obviously, we did not like this movie, but there are some people that have another opinion. It is time for our second opinion. These are reviews culled from Amazon. I only have two. One is pretty amazing, but this one's written by Jeremy Fluck. And he says, "This is one of my favorite movies ever. Even more than the original Jaws." Many people
Classic Fluck.
Classic. To many people who have really no idea the true meaning of movies, which is to just entertain and give us an escape from reality, they criticize movies like this for not being perfectly made. Well, haven't people noticed society isn't really perfect and a little cheesy too?
So true.
My praise for the makers of this movie, an underrated, touching movie.
Wow. You know what? Based on that, you should stop doing this podcast.
I know, that's it.
What the fluck?
Here is my favorite review of all time, though. This is from Kenneth Rapp. So bear with me for a second, because it's a little lengthy. Jaws the Revenge is a complex story of a great white struggling with its sexuality, being oppressed in his hometown.
I feel like this review is less about Jaws the Revenge and more about this guy.
I'm going to need you.
Wait, no, I'm hearing him.
I'm going to need you to start this over.
Jaws the Revenge is a complex story of a great white struggling with its sexuality, being oppressed in his hometown of Amity, the shark decides to go on vacation to the Bahamas. To me, I always thought he should have gone to Fire Island, but what do I know? There he meets an attractive dark man played by Mario Van Peebles and falls in love, but to his dismay, Mrs. Brody shows up and decides that his romance is forbidden and she must put a stop to it. I don't want to ruin the ending, but this poor shark does not get to realize his dream.
This is a bit.
Yeah,
That's a bit.
It is
It's a bit
of being on Project Runway. But it was a great review of what it could have been.
I'd love to read the other Amazon reviews that this person has written.
So Kenneth Rapp definitely has a different take on it, and I appreciate
job,
that.
Kenny Rapp.
Yeah. Anything that we did not cover? Anything that is worth mentioning?
Will there be a Jaws 5?
We'll see.
Well,
see.
each one made less and less money. That's the interesting thing about the history of Jaws. The first one, obviously,
Huge hit.
It changed how movies are made and released. It was like the first
blockbuster, yes.
And then Jaws 2 made less money, and Jaws 3 made less money, and this made less money. You would figure when they got to Jaws 3, they would have seen the diminishing returns.
No, they were trying to get one more out of there. Just try it. And that was it. Then they stopped, they stopped. I would highly recommend that you do watch this movie. It is. It's only 88 minutes. It's perfectly enjoyable, and it's
just
insane.
like one of our other favorite movies called 88 Minutes.
Oh yes, classic. Would you guys recommend it?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, it's terrific.
All right. Well, I feel like we have covered everything that is for Jaws. Jake, you can listen to him on the Fogelnest Files, which will be on Earwolf. Just go to earwolf.com. You can leave us comments, questions, rate, review us on iTunes, leave us comments on our Facebook page. Just a reminder, watch NTSF SDSUV every Thursday night after Children's Hospital at 12:15. Anything else? Anything else people need to plug, talk about?
I want to give a shout out to the gang at Aquarius Records in San Francisco.
Oh, yeah?
Just
all right. I like that.
Because I know they listen.
I will also give a shout out to the gang at Aquarius Records in San Francisco. I've never been, but I trust you, and I bet it's great.
I like it. I think we should. Yeah, if you guys want to give us, we'll give shout outs now.
I'm just giving.
I like shout outs.
I'm just giving a shout out to Andy at Aquarius just because I know he's listening.
Jaws 4, watch it. Thanks so much, everybody.
One thing. Do we feel that this time it was personal?
Oh, it definitely was personal.
It
was personal.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was.
and a big thanks to everybody here at Earwolf, our engineer, Brett, and also our amazing staff. Buy our T-shirts. How did this get made? They're Biling inspired. They're awesome. I really do like them. Thanks. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
This has been an Earwolf Media production. Executive producers Jeff Ulrich and Scott Ackerman. For more information, visit earwolf.com.
EarwolfRadio.com. The Wolf.
This edition of Retronauts has been brought to you by Super Monkey Ball 3D, only on the Nintendo 3DS. Join Aya and friends in the all-new 3D adventure on March 27th.
Dun, 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 dun. Hi, it's Retronauts. Oh my god, that was the worst intro ever. I'm so proud of it. Like we had to work long and hard to come up with that one. Yep. By which I mean it was just kind of whatever. Hi, I'm Jeremy Parrish. I'm the host of this show. I'm so sorry. There's some other people here with me today. Hi, talk, guys. Introduce yourselves. Yeah.
Talking.
That was Chun-Li having just been defeated. All right. Yes, today we're talking about Street Fighter II, the 20th anniversary thereof. And with me here in the studio to talk about Street Fighter II, maybe you guys can do it this time.
Hi, this is Frank Spaldi.
Yes.
This is Mike Nelson.
Right.
This is Jose Otero.
You're our new guy.
Yes.
Introduce yourself, new guy. I mean, yes, we know your name, but...
I'm the new guy here. I'm
All
a
right, there we
contributor.
go.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so we were gonna do a nice meaty preamble for this episode and talk about Street Fighter 2 and some of its history and meaning and significance and all that crap. But turns out we had technical problems.
Oh, we got
So
like
we
7 features to do that with anyway.
And yeah, okay, sure. So we don't really need to record this podcast at all. Actually,
Yeah, I'm going home.
Call it a day, guys.
Okay. Out. But yes, as always, this is the new Retronauts Live, where we're taking live callers.
All
so-
right, I keep just calling it Retronauts because I guess I'm
You
just
can't
too
do it.
lazy
You
for
can't
that
do
word.
it. You can't do it. Otherwise, this is like episode 108 or something. It's not.
It's not.
It stopped at 99. Retronauts Live. We talk to the people. You, the people. You will
It's
call
like
us.
even when Super Street Fighter 2 came out, everyone still called it Street Fighter 2.
Yeah, Street Fighter
Right.
2.
Actually, it's not so much that we talk to people; it's that they call in and then we talk at them.
Yeah, like they
don't really have a choice in the matter.
And it's not necessarily that they have a question that we respond to or a comment that we,
They just start
go
to
with.
mention something. And
They
then
mention
we all-
something and then we all
yeah,
talk
we
over
like-
each other
right.
like we're doing right now.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really awesome. Yeah, so this show format is really great if you like not being heard by people. So we hope that lots of people will call in to not be heard today, and forever into the future, or at least until we all die or whatever. I don't know when will we stop doing this show? I guess at episode 99.
Oh yeah. Then we'll have to go to I don't know.
Retronauts Undead or something.
Retronauts Revisited, where we just go through all the old episodes and talk about them.
Or maybe we could do get a Shane Bettenhausen soundboard in here and just punch that together.
Yeah.
Just get a couple of mentions of Roberta Williams. Yeah. That'd be awesome. Musha.
We can make an iPhone app. It's just a Shane Bettenhausen soundboard.
Actually, I've noticed that either someone here in the studio or someone who calls in mentioned Shane in every episode. It's getting to be like Aftermash, where it always started with Colonel Potter, or I guess Henry Potter, on the phone talking to Hawkeye, but you never actually saw Hawkeye. You never actually heard Hawkeye. It was just always like to remind the audience that yes, you really love that Hawkeye character, but Alan Alda didn't want to come back for the show. But we know you want to. We know you want to hear about Hawkeye.
I hear you're doing well, Hawkeye.
Yeah. So Shane Bettenhausen, the Hawkeye of our Aftermash. We should just call this After Retronauts. Or
Well, the
Retronauts
next one
Smash.
after Retronauts Live.
Oh, okay.
Because this one's still going.
Mm-hmm.
2 minutes left. Anything we want to talk about before we start taking callers?
No, I guess we'll just trust in the wisdom of our audiences to know the true story, the lurid true story behind Street Fighter 2. Also, they could go back and listen to episode whatever of the original Retronauts podcast where we did a Street Fighter episode. But this one's different because people are going to call in and we're going to talk over them. We didn't do that last time. Anyway, I'm going to open up the phone lines.
All right, here we go. High tech. Jeremy's reaching over. He's picking up the phone. He's turning on the ringer.
There was probably someone on the line and I hung up on him.
Too bad.
I do that every week. That's really awesome.
That's like the extra bonus.
I know, right? Like I'll get on Twitter after the show is
got
finished
hung up on
recording,
by
and someone will be
Jimmy
like,
"We got a call."
I tried getting through, but the phone dropped. I was like, no, actually, that was me. I deliberately dropped you. What button do I press? Oh, right, that one. Go ahead, caller. You're on Retronauts talking about Street Fighter 2. Talk.
Hey, this is Steve of PovertyGameNight.com. If you don't mind a little that soul-sucking ad revenue to get around.
You're getting ad revenue from this call?
Wow, we need to figure out how to do that.
Damn.
We're not making
I'm
money off
trying.
this thing.
That's the future.
How are you making money off our podcast when we're not making money off our podcast? I don't understand. What's your secret?
It's magic.
Poverty.
Yes. Anyway, on a slightly related subject, I was wondering what your favorite Street Fighter 2 knockoffs were.
My favorite Street Fighter 2 knockoffs. Or our, sorry, not my. I gotta stop using the singular here.
I mean, how blatant does it have to be? If I say, like, you know, the King of Fighters, is that a Street Fighter knockoff? I kind of consider it a Street Fighter knockoff.
Except it managed to forge its own identity. I guess he means something more like Fighter's History.
Yeah.
Exactly. Karnow's Revenge. That's my top.
Mine is Monkey Donkey. No, that's not right.
I kind of like the Sega Genesis Power Rangers fighting game. It's not very good, but I like it.
Oh, yeah. There's some good, like, you know, infinites and all that.
Yeah, and you can play as giant robots. I like that. No one else has one, huh?
I'm gonna.
Eternal Champions?
Yeah, I didn't really. The only fighting game I ever really enjoyed was Street Fighter 2. All the others were kind of awful. So I guess I'm gonna say the second Ranma 1/2 for Super NES. The one.
Oh, yeah.
It didn't come to the US. I don't think.
It didn't. But
Oh no! Ranma 1/2 Hard Battle. That was the one. It wasn't very good, but at the time I was really into Ranma 1/2. You know, it was like 1995. So I was like, hey, here's a kind of crappy fighting game where I can play as Ukyo. That's great. Hooray!
Yep. And the ads in EGM had like, you know, the dude went in the water and he came out and he had boobs, and that was pretty cool.
Yes.
So I got to see some boobs in EGM.
I was like, there's boobs in a cartoon?
Yeah.
What is this, heavy metal?
How about you, sir?
Oh, like I said, Fighter's History Dynamite, a.k.a. Karnav's Revenge. It's just so ridiculous. It has a secret boss that's an ox because it's Data East.
Wait, what do oxen have to do with Data East?
Oh, they made Karate Champ, so, you know, punching.
Oh,
yeah.
That doesn't seem as nice as punching a dude's car. I mean, animal cruelty is just not as funny as a dude coming out and saying, "Oh my God, my car!"
Oh my God, my ox!
So
some poor Vietnamese villager, like that was his lifeblood. How is he gonna, you know, farm his rice paddies now?
So I guess if Sunsoft made a Street Fighter knockoff, the boss would be a frog.
Yes,
that's kind of their thing.
Is it?
Yeah. Blaster Master Frog, all the frogs in Fester's Quest. Batman probably fought a bunch of frogs.
But that was like the late '80s Sunsoft, which was a different creature from the '90s Sunsoft.
Yeah, I'm not. That would be Bugs Bunny. I mean, would be the boss.
Yeah. Sunsoft made its own Street Fighter clone, Waku Waku 7.
Oh well.
So there you
go. Damn, I just got schooled.
Hot damn! I just justified my presence here. Anyway, we're gonna take the next caller. Thanks for calling in, Steve, from whichever site that was that's making money off of us. Oh, you've got longer arms than me. Okay,
Yeah, you should do that. Yeah.
Wow, this is awesome. All right, I need to
Just
get you on the
point.
podcast all the time. All right, you can hit this one. That was not the ghost call.
Thanks for calling Retronauts Live. Who's this?
Hello, this is Beth from Michigan again.
Hi, Beth from Michigan
Beth?
again.
You know, there are like 2 or 3 women out there who are trying to get in to the show, and they're like, "We got beaten last time. I saw it on Twitter." And then you're doing it. You're on twice in a row. Someone out there is incensed and feeling marginalized, and that's not the sentiment we want to foster with our audience.
Just hang up on her.
What would you like to say today, Beth from Michigan?
I know I've seen this, or what was one of your favorite versions of Street Fighter before I get into mine, or at least for number 2?
Favorite versions of Street Fighter?
Yes.
Street Fighter 2, I guess. Maybe Turbo. I don't know. I felt like Super kind of got away from the core of it. Maybe I just got confused by all the new people. I don't know.
You're like, but there's Bruce Lee. See, the one really great thing about Super Street Fighter, I know I've written about this somewhere, but I think back to a college memory where a friend of mine figured out that you could do the tournament thing. There was like a tournament mode in the Super NES version of Super Street Fighter 2, and you could set up brackets, like 64 brackets if you wanted to, and you could have like 1 player versus 2 player versus 3 player versus 4 player, and you could set the CPU to be those players. So he set up something called the Fight of the Feilongs, where he set up 64 CPU controlled Feilongs to face off against each other, and we just watched for like half an hour as the game weeded out to find the strongest Feilong, and that was kind of awesome.
Which color Feilong
I
won?
I don't remember. It's all a blur, and I didn't even do substances back then. It was just
back then,
as opposed to now. You know me, I'm like speedballs every night.
But yeah, I guess I don't know. To me, Turbo feels like the final iteration of actual Street Fighter 2, and then it just. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Super, but you know that felt more like a sequel to me than Street Fighter 2.
I always just like the regular Street Fighter 2, personally. I felt I got a little too lost, getting confused in my younger days with like, well, what's the difference between hyper, super, all this stuff.
Oh, come on.
So
Didn't you read EGM every month where they explained it every other page?
No, but it was also like I had already like so many characters I was trying to get used to.
Yeah.
And by the time I was like, yes, okay, I kind of have an idea how to control it. Why did you give me all these more characters? Oh,
what am I going to do with this Balrog guy?
What is this? Yeah. But no, just so many fond memories attached to the original rather than the expansions. I think that's why I always find my heart harkens to the original.
Yeah. What about you, Jose?
I really like Super. I mean, I know it's probably the one that did deviate somewhat from like that formula, but it felt really refreshing to finally have new characters because there were so many iterations.
T-Hawk?
Even if it was T-Hawk, and even if it was a Bruce Lee knockoff, it was still just fun to have something new. I mean, we got Cammy out of that. We got. I mean, DJ.
That's it. We got Cammy.
Yeah, we just got Cammy. Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, were you about to say DJ? I was just like,
he got better in Super 4, but I don't want to say it.
Yeah, isn't Cammy the only Street Fighter character who's ever had her own spin-off?
She's had a spin-off?
Yeah, Cannon Spike for Dreamcast.
Yep.
It was original. That's the name of her attack. Cannon Spike.
Well,
that was the name of the game.
Is Cannon?
That was the name of the game. It was like a top-down kind of the Geometry War style shooter. Like it was basically that, but before Geometry War, so no one cared. It'd be a great downloadable title.
Is Ken in 2010 the same Ken?
It's technically not, but we can pretend.
Okay, then he's at a spin-off.
Okay,
also.
all right, so Ken. Yeah. Anyway,
scientist.
What's that?
So wasn't he a scientist in that game? Or
Yeah,
even though it's not even
that
Street
was
Fighter canon.
In the original Japanese version of the game, he was not the same Ken, but then in the English localization, they were like, this is called Street Fighter, and there's another game called Street Fighter. Let's say this is Ken. Why not? Anyway, so really quick, what's your favorite Street Fighter?
I've only encountered this machine like 3 times, but it's some strange hacked version that came out between Championship Edition and Turbo.
Was it Rainbow Edition?
Yeah, probably was.
Where you can, like, just about any move could generate a fireball.
Yep. Yeah, pretty much.
Change characters mid-match.
Yeah, that's the Rainbow. Yeah.
Yeah, there were
a guy beat the game that way too.
There was a huge rash of pirated ROM hacks for Street Fighter 2 when it first came out, and a lot of the changes they made to Turbo were basically Street Fighter 2 Championship Edition. Those were basically just official answers to all the things that hackers were doing to the boards, and people were installing in their arcades. They would crank up the speed. They would do things like give Chun-Li a fireball. So you actually saw, games that could go faster, games where Chun-Li could shoot a fireball.
Yep.
So yeah, that's one of those really kind of unusual instances where the evolution of a game was really kind of determined by sort of the illegal market that sprung up around it. That's how popular Street Fighter was. Anyway, we're gonna move on to the next call. Thanks for calling in again.
Thanks, Beth.
Okay.
So I kind of find myself wondering if those were bootleg or if they were, sort of legitimate, like extra boards that you put in.
No, those were bootleg.
I remember having the bootleg at my local arcade.
Well, what I'm saying is that, like, was it a bootleg set with copied ROMs, or was it an additional board you put in that modified the original?
I don't know.
All right, let's find that out.
Call. Hi, thanks for calling Retronauts, and maybe you can answer a question for us. All those Street Fighter 2 bootlegs that you sometimes saw before Turbo came out, were those legit? Like, were those expansions of the original ROM boards, or were they something that people actually created themselves? We're really curious about this.
I'm sorry, I missed a word in there. Are you talking about like a Super Street Fighter 2?
No, we're talking about like the Rainbow one.
Yeah, like the hacks that people put together before Turbo and Championship Edition and Super Street Fighter.
Are you a lawyer, sir?
Yeah.
I'm not actually. I'm a student. So
are you a student of law?
No, I'm a student in high school.
Okay, what can we do for you? Who are you, and what is your name?
I'm Ethan from upstate New York.
Ethan?
What do you got for us, Ethan?
You know how there's like clones of Ryu and Ken in every game?
Oh yeah.
Which one is your favorite? Because like in Street Fighter 2, my favorite was Kuma, and now it became Dan. But I just wanted to know, which one do you guys prefer?
My favorite's Sakura, because she's so, like, at the time that Street Fighter Alpha 2 came out, that whole thing of like superpowered Japanese schoolgirls was not something that was common in video games. And the idea of this like little kid who could fight just like Ryu, or kind of like a bad copy of Ryu, like deliberately bad copy of Ryu, was kind of awesome. And I thought it was a lot of fun to beat up my friends using Sakura.
I like Dan.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, I was terrible at Street Fighter, so everyone hated Dan. So I was just the physical outlet next to the person as they beat up Dan, so I could kind of feel the pain.
Was Sean like Sakura again?
Yeah, I think he was supposed to be Sakura. ish.
Yeah.
Like
he was the Ken version.
Except he was right.
Well, he taught her. He taught her, so I would hope so.
Wait, Sean taught Sakura?
Dan.
Oh, Dan. No, we were talking about Jose asked about Sean actually.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Dan. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know if that whole Dan thing is for real. I mean, they made up a lot of stuff in the comics, and some of those comics went a little beyond the pale. So who knows?
I know the real story. I'm just not
okay. What good does that do us?
I'm a journalist. I can't, risk revealing my
sources. Okay. And Ethan, what was your favorite Ryu clone? Your Shoto clone?
Mine's Dan, man. He's got in Super Street Fighter 4. He's got the Hawaii outfit, which is pretty dope.
Actually, Dan was at his best in I think it was Match of the Millennium for Neo Geo Pocket Color. He had a taunt that was the most amazing piece of fighting game animation I've ever seen. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but basically Dan goes through this huge cycle. It's like 15 seconds long, where he like dresses up like other characters. He turns his back toward the camera and does the 10 thing that shows up across Akuma's back. He like acts all coquettish.
That sounds better
like
than the super taunt. Like,
yeah,
seriously.
he acts all coquettish like Mai Shiranai. Like he's all over the place, and of course like it's a taunt, so he's totally vulnerable in this time. But if you somehow win the game with this taunt, he also has a taunt where he throws autographs at people. If you can win with those taunts, you are the most amazing human being ever.
Well, there's a strategy based around his taunt. Like you can hyper out of his taunt, which is like a strategy a lot of people use. Like they'll draw people in, and then they'll get Doken, and then they'll hyper. So it's a common strategy.
Okay, Dan's the best.
All right, Dan is the best one. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, thanks for calling in.
Thanks for clarifying that for us. Take care.
Wait, so wasn't Dan based off of one of those Art of Fighting characters?
Dan is a sort of like a punch back at SNK, yeah, because Ryo, Hazuki, and who's the other guy?
With the ponytail and the like fancy shoes.
Yeah. Oh crap, I can't remember his name, but yeah, he was basically a mashup of those two characters who were kind of like big Street Fighter ripoffs, so it was kind of a poke back. Go ahead and grab that.
All right. Yep.
Hi, this is Retronauts Live. Who's this?
Hi, this is Daniel Evans from New York City.
It's Dan.
It's a different Dan. Oh, speaking of Dan, Dan Fight tweeted to me to say that Street Fighter 2 changed his life. I wanted you to know that. He wanted me to mention that Street Fighter 2 changed his life, but that's a different Dan.
A whole lot of Dans. I'm confused.
Dan.
Dan on the phone. Where are you from?
I'm from New York City.
Cool. And what can we do for you?
Well, I wanted to talk about my first experience with Street Fighter 2. It was absolutely awful.
Are we talking about like Street Fighter as a metaphor for love? Like your first kiss?
Not particularly.
My first time was so bad. Go ahead.
I had perhaps the worst port. I had it for DOS, and I played it with a flight stick.
With a flight stick?
Yeah. and I stuck with it for seriously several years until I lost the manual and couldn't play it anymore because you had to put in like the third letter of the third page on the third line.
Did you have like a throttle on the joystick where it's like you throttle forward to move forward and throttle back to move backwards?
I did, and I only played Dalsim, so on the throttle I would do like a high kick, and that's essentially how I won. But it didn't get much better after that because my next bump with Street Fighter 2 was Championship Edition for Genesis with an activator. I don't know.
But that was like the real experience, man. You were like really punching, you know? It was like you were Ryu.
How did you have access to an activator and not a controller?
I had a 3-button controller, right? So
that's not better than the activator.
Well, the thing is, I mean, I had it. I was young, and I eventually got so good at it, or my brother was so bad that I was able to beat him continuously with the activator.
Wow. On the 3-button Genesis controller, didn't you have to use like the start button as a modifier to switch?
Punch and kick?
Yeah, you would have to hit start to switch between kicks and punch.
That doesn't seem like it would interrupt the flow of fighting at all.
No.
Well, clearly you've never played with an activator.
And after that, you played a bootleg Famicom version of Street Fighter with a U-Force.
on a Dendy.
Every once in a while, if I will hook up, I have the Capcom Classic Collection for Xbox. I will play Street Fighter 2 with the Steel Battalion controller, just for nostalgia.
Just that's the worst nostalgia ever.
We have one of those in storage. Maybe we should take that out and see how much fun it is after lunch.
Yeah.
I think Steel Battalion versus DDR pad and see who could do the best.
Well, there's always the Sega fishing controller for Dreamcast.
Well, some people are good at Street Fighter.
I've heard people have beaten, well, not Street Fighter, but I've heard people have beaten Soul Calibur with that. But Street Fighter 3, I want to see you pull off some perfectly timed parries with that thing.
Yeah, now we got the Killzone gun too, so we could maybe do something with that.
Yes, and there's always Connect. All right, thanks for calling in.
Great call, thanks.
You got it. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Wow.
Jesus.
The things our childhood memories do to us. Wow, we didn't get a ghost call that time.
No, we didn't. Let's go. Yep.
All right, make it happen. Hi, you've managed to get through to Retronauts. What can we do?
How are you doing?
What can we do to celebrate this occasion, sir?
Excellent. Listen, I'm going to be quick on my Street Fighter 2 story.
All right.
It's a little bit bittersweet, but I'm sure people will understand.
Is this wait, you're British? Are you the UK Resistance guy?
I'm not
Damn it.
from UK Resistance. I post on UK Resistance.
Okay, that's almost as good. Are you sad about their shutting down today?
I'm absolutely gutted. I don't know what Gary's doing. He really should be continuing that website.
I mean,
you know?
he's old enough to where he should have that midlife crisis where he wants to go back to the glory days of it.
Well, I mean, maybe his midlife crisis will be in a few years.
I hope so.
Thing is, that guy's going to live to be 200, so he's not even like a quarter of the way through his life yet.
Maybe he's just given up on blue skies and video games.
Maybe.
You know, no,
more.
Never. Absolutely. He's not going to give up.
Sorry, go ahead with your story.
We don't want to rack up your long distance charges.
Listen, no, that's no problem. Listen, mine is an absolutely gutting tale. When my dad went to the States in about 91, I begged him, please, get me a Super Nintendo game. Get me like an import game. Contra, Smash TV, Castlevania 4, please. Comes back, says, sorry, I didn't get you any of those games. I was gutted. But I got you this. Gives me a package. It's Street Fighter 2 with a UK adapter to play it on the PAL SNES.
Right.
So you know how the US SNES carts were quite blocky?
Yeah.
Rounded,
anyway,
really.
Well, theirs were rounded. Ours were blocky.
Like Americans, they were rounded.
Yeah. A little bit more sort of rounded. Anyway, bear in mind that this was the first week of summer holidays. I get this. I ring all my friends up. I've got Street Fighter 2. You've got to come round. Everyone is absolutely, oh, yeah, we'll be round there tomorrow.
Oh, no.
Anyway, the adapter that my dad got was managed to get it working on the first day that he brought it back. So playing Street Fighter 2, brilliant. Oh, it's amazing. Anyway, next day, I'm fiddling with the adapter. I push it into the Super Nintendo and I bend the pins that go into the Super Nintendo. Dead.
Damn it.
All my mates come round. Where is it? I've broken it. What do you mean you've broken it? Well, look at the adapter my dad gave me. It's useless. Basically, I managed to get Nintendo to fix it by sort of lying and saying that Super Mario World had bent the pins inside the Super Nintendo. Right?
A fine first-party Nintendo product.
They pick up the Super Nintendo. I get it back 3 days before summer holidays ended. I had that Street Fighter 2 US cart sat on my bedside table for 5 weeks during the summer holidays, and not one of my friends could get hold of a copy. I was absolutely gutted.
Man.
Those are the dangers of importing. I don't have any awesome import stories about Street Fighter 2 because we got it here.
Yeah.
What can I say?
We pretty much got everything very quickly.
Guys, you know what, right? As soon as I heard you were having a phone in about Street Fighter 2, 20-year anniversary, that's a story I have to share.
Yeah.
I mean, we played it absolutely solid up until Christmas when I got my Super Nintendo back. But can you imagine it? For 5 weeks, I had that box sat on my bedside table. I could do nothing about it.
Yeah, I had the opposite experience, the experience you wanted to have, where I was the only one my friends knew who had a Super NES. I was the only one who had Street Fighter 2, and this was, back when it was brand new on Super NES. And I would take it to their houses, and we would just play for hours. They would come to my house. There was one time I was at work, and I came home, and my mother said, "Oh, some of your friends were here. They waited around for you." And you were off at work, but they just came in and played Street Fighter for a few hours.
when
I
you
had
weren't
no
even
idea.
there.
They didn't even tell me they were coming. They just decided let's go to Jeremy's house and play Street Fighter. And I
This is
wouldn't
the guy
even.
with the Street Fighter 2, right? I need to be in here playing this right now.
They never actually told me themselves that they had come over and played my game. If not for my parents, I would never have known that they came over and freeloaded off my video game. So I was popular, but maybe not for the right reasons. Anyway, thanks for calling. That was a heartbreaking story, and we're going to go.
I've got over it with all the versions since then. Anyway, guys, take care.
All right, thanks.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
It sort of reminds me of. But we should.
That's the fake call.
Oh, it was just that. Like I would have my Super Nintendo version of Street Fighter 2, and my friend Scott had the Genesis version of Street Fighter 2.
You won.
And it was just a competition between who could get the most friends to come over and play their specific version.
All right, here we go.
Hello, you're live on Retronauts. Who is this, and why have you called?
Hi, this is Shivam calling from South San Francisco, and I just wanted to say Hadouken!
Okay, thanks for saying Hadouken. But shouldn't you say Yoga Flame, or is that racist?
I always wondered as a child why Dalsim could stretch his arms and breathe fire just by eating food.
Well, he ate curry, and that's
the same
spicy,
Indian
right?
food at home, but my breath never turned to fire, and I was always disappointed.
Me too.
Actually, I was just wondering if you guys had spoken about the real cult of Street Fighter that sprung up from like GamePro and the old strategy guides and everything that would be published when there was 10,000 issues with Street Fighter on the cover every month.
The cult of Street Fighter?
I don't know if it's really a cult. It was just like purely like people buy magazines of Street Fighters on the cover.
Yeah, I mean EGM is probably the worst offender or the best offender. I don't know, but isn't it something like there were in the space of about 2 years there were 13 covers with Street Fighter?
I think that's about right.
Yeah,
That's it, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was an amazing 2 years if you were a Street Fighter fanboy, like pretty much every 8-year-old who grew up around me when I was a kid.
And if you were like me and enjoyed Street Fighter for a few months and then were interested in other video games, it got kind of tedious after a while.
Well, it was only, there were like 700 pages an issue at the time. It was fine. They could have an
That's true,
8-page,
but
Street
I
Fighter.
occasionally wanted to see like something different on the cover.
Yeah.
It was it got to a
like
point.
Bubsy.
Yes.
Bubsy made the cover.
Yes.
I'm sure that made you very happy.
Hudson Hawk. No, it was a little bit of a chore actually, because you would go to the newsstand and every magazine would basically look the same. Like you didn't know if you already had that issue. You had to flip through it before you could tell. Like, have I read this one? Oh no, it's a different magazine with Street Fighter on the cover.
Right. Well, the reason I bring it up is because when I was younger and I would go to a lot of arcades and I would play Street Fighter Championship Edition all the time, and the Street Fighter official strategy guide came out, and it was amazing. It had this weird American artwork inside, and it showed you how to hold your hands on the official joysticks, and you can use the standard grip to use special charge techniques, and it would show you like weird American drawings of holding your hand on top of a Super Nintendo fight stick to try to be able to do like all these fancy Japanese moves. And it was, this thing, it even had like fan fiction written out about the history of like all of these Street Fighters and who the random people in the background were and what they were doing. And that basically made me into the biggest Street Fighter nerd in the history of mankind, because you'd be sitting there like, oh my God, your light punched at 27% damage. Quickly do 6 more. But,
yeah, that's a level of obsession that I never quite understood. Like that and the frame counting and complaining about blue shadows. I don't know about that.
I learned how to manipulate the motherboards on Street Fighter machines to make them go into rainbow mode so that you could do things like beguile handcuffs and make your fireballs go up and down and around the corner. And you would end up with all of these really, really bizarre, Street Fighter spin-offs where Chun-Li would be doing her whirlwind kick like all day long forever off the screen.
Okay,
and
so maybe you can answer our question. When you say manipulate the boards, you mean you would like modify them?
Well, you'd be modifying them. You'd be flipping the diff switches. Sometimes we did things like we would solder in extra connectors onto the various spots on the board where you would suddenly just make the thing go really weird.
Yeah, okay, because we were talking about Rainbow Edition earlier, and we were wondering like how those things happen.
Yeah,
so,
we weren't sure if it was like a bootleg board that you ordered, or if it was a conversion kit that didn't have any illegally pirated
or if it
software
was
on
just like knowledge of Usenet or something.
Well, it was like, I mean, I was very young at the time, so I'd be hanging out with people who would do this.
Mhm.
But it was a combination of them, you know, getting parts from Radio Shack and then going in there and just like tinkering with the software, tinkering with the hardware itself.
And that was the last time anyone ever shopped at Radio Shack.
Well, I mean, it was a lot of fun, and you would get really weird results, and you wouldn't really know what's going on. But you would get things like, you know, Blanca is permanently stuck vomiting, so he does everything with that vomit pose on.
I miss the days when fighting characters threw up when you punched them. That was good times. Anyways, we're gonna move on to the next caller. Thanks for calling in, Shivam, and answering our question.
All right.
Now we know.
Now we know how to tap into users.
Fantastic.
No, it's a fake one. Yoga Fire. Yoga Flame.
How does Dhalsim shoot fire? Is
Yoga
it the
nap
curry?
time. I think it's curry. Yeah.
That's racist. Or just erroneous.
Time for yoga bye-bye.
What? No, we just picked up the phone. It's yoga hello. Yoga hello.
Hi, this is Retronauts Live. Who's this?
This is Nick calling from Olympia.
Hi, Nick from
Nick.
Olympia. Is this the same Olympia guy from previous show?
No, he was Mick. I don't know who he is. I got to track him down.
Yeah. You guys got a brawl.
No kidding.
Maybe you could face off one against the other, each side of the screen with a health meter and
One of you are
99
red.
seconds and an
The other one's
announcer.
white. Yeah.
We should sell this as a video game. It sounds like a great idea.
Yeah, then we'll call you and we'll just like hum the songs for you in the background.
All right, Nick. Frank, you hum. Nick, you ask your question or make your comment or whatever.
Sure. So, do you guys have any favorite non-mainline Street Fighter games? Things like, you know, Puzzle Fighter, EX.
Oh, yeah. Street Fighter the movie, totally.
Yeah?
No, I'm lying.
Oh.
I don't know, you guys.
Non-main. Oh, Puzzle Fighter is a very obvious choice, and I might have to just go with that anyway. I like 2010. I think it's kind of a cool game. I don't know if it's really. I think they just kind of plastered the Street Fighter name on it, though. That's not really a Street Fighter game.
That's one where you're fighting aliens or something in the future, right?
Yeah.
The game that even when you beat the level, you're probably going to die the first few times because you don't realize you have to go through an exit before time ends.
Yeah.
I like Street Fighter Mythologies Sub-Zero. Wait.
Oh, wrong series.
I see what you did there.
Street Fighter spin-off games.
I mean, what was there?
Do you consider Alpha a mainline?
What about that? Like, are we going to count the 3D version? Would that be the spin-off?
Yeah, sure. That is, anything that
like
has Skullomania is non-canonical.
All right, okay.
Pass.
Actually, I'm gonna say, do we count Match of the Millennium?
Why not?
Yeah,
because that was awesome. That was like the first really great portable fighting game. It just felt so good, and there was so much breadth and depth to it.
But doesn't this springboard then into like the Versus series and like X-Men versus Street Fighter?
Those are all like non-mainline.
Okay,
Street
once
Fighter
we go
games.
there,
those are all
okay.
those are all based on Street Fighter. I mean, they are Street Fighter at their heart.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, if Ryu shows up, it counts.
Yeah.
What about if Ken shows up?
That's a good rule.
Either or.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to say Breath of Fire, since Chun-Li makes a cameo.
We can go Mega Man X.
Yeah.
Final Fight 3.
Does Ryu show up, or does just his Hadouken show up?
And Mega Man X is Hadouken,
X,
but
yeah.
Chun-Li is in Final Fight 3 in the background.
Wait, but didn't Mega Man get like a move every like first couple of sequels? He had
the second one he had the
Dragon Punch.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know about the third.
I guess I'll just have to go with MVC 2.
Yeah.
There you go.
I agree.
Marvel vs. Capcom 2.
Gonna take you for a ride. All right, thanks for calling.
thanks
We're
for
gonna take
calling.
one last caller.
All right, have a good one, guys.
You too.
Thanks.
So this will be our final call, and then we have to explain what Street Fighter 2 is.
All right, here we go.
Let's hit it. Jose, you answer this one.
Hello, thank you for calling Retronauts. Who is this?
It's John from Cleveland, Kid Gorilla 7 on the site.
John from Cleveland, you're our final caller! Yay!
All right.
Yay!
All right.
You win nothing.
If I had like a party popper, I'd explode it right now, but I don't.
So, John, what's your question or comment or statement?
It'll be quick, I promise.
Obviously not.
You gotta collect your stocks, man. All right. No game genre kind of, as it went on past Street Fighter 2, it was really huge for a minute, and then it kind of went niche, really hardcore for a while. Now that Street Fighter 4 kind of made a big splash a couple of years ago, and it's still out, and a lot of people are still playing it, do you guys think that, you know, fighting games will eventually kind of fall back into that, or now that, like, online netcode is so stable and a lot of people can play online really easily, do you think it's going to kind of keep more mainstream success for a lot longer?
Well, for me, like, especially, well, just because from my perspective of editing the current strategy guide for Marvel vs. Capcom 3, like, the dip in traffic between Street Fighter 4 to Super Street Fighter 4 to now MVC 3, like, I'm seeing a decline, and it seems like all of the attention really is kind of going back into the hardcore. And I'm just kind of following this off of, like, traffic data.
I think the revival was based a lot on nostalgia.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people bought Street Fighter 4 because, you know, they remembered Street Fighter 2. And it's like, finally, they made a 4.
And it took like 10 years.
Yeah.
Basically.
But do you guys think these light modes and pro controls or simple modes, does that help kind of even the playing field to at least kind of get
I don't think
more
fighting
people
games will
into it?
ever be mainstream. I don't think they can.
The thing
by
about
their
fighting
nature.
games, they are just inherently built toward mastery.
Yeah.
They're inherently built toward, you know, really getting a handle on how the nuances play out, and they just kind of they're very recursive. Like, there's very little to a fighting game. It's two characters facing off against each other, and that's all there really is. And within that context, there's an amazing amount of depth and just substance and things to master, and timing and moves and strategies and combos. But those aren't things that the average player can, you know, the casual player can just pick up on right away. You really have to spend a lot of time with those games, and the more time you spend with them, the better you get. And so, you know, they reward repeated play, and I don't think that's how most people play video games these days. So yeah, the fighting game genre is really just inherently self-cannibalizing almost.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I think they've, you know, hopefully with Marvel vs. Capcom 3, they're not losing a ton of money. I mean, I would like to imagine that they are able to smartly budget their games around their audience and continue to, you know, survive and be able to provide these games to people.
And this community itself is incredibly passionate too. So it's
right. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, like, the community is always, there's always going to be somebody there in a tournament scene to play it. But you know, like, Street Fighter 4 sold over 1 million, whatever, and, you know, I don't really see, like, as much as I wanted to, like, Street Fighter Cross Tekken or whatever it's going to be called is going to sell even close to that.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting time when that game comes out, because you're going to be getting two different versions of that game. You're getting the version that you can play as the Street Fighter characters, you know, with Street Fighter controls, or if you're a Tekken player, you get the version where you play as Tekken. So it's going to be confusing.
Yeah, but that's just going to buy time until people get like a Street Fighter versus Mortal Kombat, and then all of a sudden everyone's nostalgic again, everyone wants to buy it again.
But that's the thing. I don't think there's really any space in the market for new series, new ideas.
No, not at all.
It's really just about people, you know, they grew up with Street Fighter, or they grew up with Mortal Kombat, or they grew up as a PlayStation owner and loved Tekken. And like, that's about as far as you're going to get. I don't think you're going to ever see that period of creative exploration that we saw in the mid 90s, where you'd have stuff like really off the wall, like Waku Waku 7, like we mentioned before, and things that are like extremely detail oriented and try to be as realistic as possible, like Bushido Blade.
But
like,
still,
there was
we
this
get
huge range.
But
and
still, we
you
get
won't see
stuff like Blaze Blue, like last year, which was like
Skullgirls
very
is in
well
the works.
received.
You know, like, I don't think fighing games will ever go away.
Yeah. No.
But I don't think there will ever be, you know, a big budget spend on a sort of risky fighting game.
Yeah, I mean, how many people are making Skullgirls? It's like half a dozen or something.
Yeah,
and then, you know, they're contracting out to people, but the core staff is really small.
But as long as there's an audience, and there always will be, there will be fighting games. I mean, even at its most, you know, obscure time, there was still a very steady stream of fighting games.
Yeah,
it never stopped.
If from nothing else, then at least from SNK, with all their Neo Geo revisions.
See, but I wonder then, because, like, I saw Skullgirls, and it seems like they're really kind of designing that towards being really accessible. And is that a mistake? Like, should you just stick to your audience, or should you really still try to welcome the mainstream?
I mean, ideally, a game can appeal to both the hardcore player and the casual player. I mean, that's asking a lot with fighting games, but I feel like Street Fighter 4 is probably the best example you'll see of that. I mean, I know super hardcore fighting game fans don't love it as much as Street Fighter 3.
They don't.
But, they can still enjoy it, I assume.
Sorry, caller, what were you saying?
No, I was just saying that, I think that's what every new fighting game from now on is going to, they have to straddle that line, right? Because, they should have, depth for the hardcore in there, but are we always going to see kind of more casual controls if fighting games continue to thrive this way?
I think
that's what I was getting at earlier. Are they going to just kind of go more toward the Street Fighter 3 route, which was really hardcore compared to even 2?
Mm-hmm. I think it's really just a matter of the budget for the game, what the developer's goals are. If a developer sets out to create a game that is only for super hardcore fighting fans and then budgets accordingly, they say we're probably going to sell 50,000 copies of this game and 3 people are going to make it, then that's fine. I mean, they can make a viable business out of that. On the other hand, you'll probably see games like Smash Brothers, which is basically just casual. I know I probably just pissed someone off by saying that, but there's really not any significant depth to the Smash Brothers games, and those sell amazingly well. And they have this huge cast of talent putting the games together, and that's okay because it's Nintendo. People love it. They're going to buy it. It'll be a smash no matter what.
I think the most interesting play we've seen to get more casual people is this 3DS version with the special moves mapped to buttons, and it'd be really interesting to see if people embrace that. I think Street Fighter 4 on the 3DS is going to sell a lot just because there's really nothing else to buy right now.
It's a launch title.
So
it's got a good window.
This could sort of breathe some life into the genre for a while, maybe.
Yeah, and Capcom has really been smart about that by offering system level segregation between people who are using the easy buttons and people who don't want to lean back on that.
Yeah, and this is the first Street Fighter 4, well, besides the iPhone version, for a non, video
Endemic
gamer
audience.
System. There wasn't a Wii version. There wasn't a DS version. So anyway, interesting call. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Well then.
So.
Oh, you're gonna hang up on this dude?
Yeah. We'll do it before the ghost call.
Bye.
I'm so sorry.
Bye. So Street Fighter 2, 20 years.
Street Fighter 2 launched in 1991. It's the sequel to the original Street Fighter by Capcom.
Boy, we are old.
Yeah, makes me. That's the only thing that this does. This entire.
The only thing.
God,
I'm not even having fun anymore.
I was on a high school journalism trip when I first saw Street Fighter 2. God damn it! We were in on the Riverwalk in San Antonio and walked past this arcade, and I was like, oh my god! There was this game with huge characters, and there were these elephants in the background doing all this crazy stuff, and it just blew my mind. And after that, it was the game that everyone at school was talking about, and they would come over to my house to freeload. Not long after that,
I had the experience of overhearing a lot of people talking about it. Yeah, not just overhearing, but also interacting with people. School ground, and my cousin that I hung out with a lot. Everyone was talking about the Street Fighter 2 game. It's just came out of nowhere, and I mean, this is before before even EGM was really picking up on it. It's not like they instantly got it and ran with it. It built up naturally just by word of mouth.
Yep.
And amazingly so. I mean, that's just the game that you played in arcades for a good 2 years.
Yeah, and I'd been playing Final Fight a lot before that, and there was definitely this kind of commonality. The art style was really similar, but it was just so much cooler than Final Fight.
Yeah.
Even though it seemed like a game where you just have one character facing off against another character in this set stage would have less depth than a game where you could have 3 people playing together, roaming across entire cities.
Yep.
It was much deeper and much more intricate, and that was it was just time consuming and money consuming.
And it was at the time, I think, the most impressive looking game there was.
Oh, without a question.
Yeah. I mean, even if you look back now, with hindsight and being able to actually see everything that was out at the time at once, it's Street Fighter 2 still looks good now.
Yeah.
I mean, you take a still from it and still looks gorgeously drawn.
Everything Capcom was doing around then looked great. You look back as far as Strider, which was 1987 or so.
Oh yeah, Strider looked
that
great.
game looked freaking awesome. I mean, that was kind of an exception. Nothing looked like Strider for a few years after that.
Yeah.
But yeah, Street Fighter 2.
Well, that Capcom.
Captain Commando. He
Captain.
sure is a great guy.
That was a good look. Well, it wasn't that great looking.
No. It did have Baby Commando, though.
It did. And now there are cosplayers.
Yeah, I mean, my
Baby
like,
Commando cosplayers?
Yeah, wasn't there one in
No
our
kidding?
gallery?
I don't.
Oh, it was a different character in like a robot suit, wasn't it?
Tron Bon?
Oh, yeah, Tron Bon. That's different.
I don't know who that is.
I'm thinking how you could do a Baby Commando cosplay, and I'm seeing it in my head.
Yep. Wearing the bib. And
Well, like, you shave your head bald
Yep.
and put a little fake baby underneath your chin, like a baby
Yeah.
body, and then the rest of you is wearing a robot suit that, is your real body, so...
Yeah, I mean, like my background is similar to Frank's. It's like I just heard so many people talk about it, and then went to the arcade one day, and everyone's just huddled around it, just like glued. There's a line and
Yep.
everything, and that's where you like got a quarter up. It was great, and it was a very long time before I actually had a chance to play the arcade version because I was intimidated because I didn't want to like step up, because it's always like whoever wins basically gets to stay on, next person.
And you can only fight.
Does the
You
walk
can
of
only
shame.
fight against the guy who
Is
knows what
amazing.
he's doing enough to
Right.
kill everybody
Yeah.
else.
Yeah.
It's the
exactly.
only opportunity to play. You can't it's not going to clear out, and you can play against the computer.
Yeah, no,
You're playing
you are
against
playing
the
against
champion.
the guy. Yeah,
Yeah.
he owns that cabinet,
Yeah.
and
I didn't really. I mean, I played it maybe two or three times before the home version came out.
yeah, no,
You know?
I lived in the home version,
Yeah,
and I
same
only
here.
really got to play it in the arcade as a kid, probably once or twice. And I only really, really remember the first time because at that time I had like practiced enough with the home version, with like Chun-Li's like little like bounce on the guy's head move kind
Yeah.
of thing. It's
Oh,
super,
yeah.
super cheap,
Yeah, the head stomp. Yeah.
and I
That's
won.
why she was awesome.
Yeah, and I won. And the guy next to me was so mad. I thought he was just going to beat me up right there in the arcade because he's like, "That was so cheap." I'm like, I won." And he's like, and then he quartered up and ditched me like the next time. But I had that one sweet victory
You won.
against a complete stranger in the arcade, and that was awesome. It's a great moment of victory of Street Fighter 2.
I think that might have been the first game I ever bought with my proceeds from my first summer job.
Wow.
The first check I got from my job I used to buy a Super NES, and then Street Fighter 2 came out like I don't know a month or two later,
Mhm.
and
then that was all your summer job money.
Up until no, it was a pretty decently paying job, but still, I was calling Toys R Us every day, and they finally got it, and they were like, yeah, it's $75. I was like, really, $75 for a video game? Oh, all right, fine.
It's Street Fighter 2.
But yeah, up until that point, I had just been, going over to the video shop and renting games, stuff like, like all the first gen Super NES games. But when that one came out, I had to own it.
I remember there was a small shop. It was a comic book and video game store, which is awesome. Just on its own. I miss that place kind of. But they had when the Super Nintendo one came out, they had it set up on a TV, and you can play it for a quarter. Instead of buying the arcade cabinet, they just set up the cartridge, and still people putting down quarters. To
Wait, but with
play.
Controllers or with like arcade?
They had a I don't know what it was, but they had a joystick
Yeah.
with button
Yeah.
set up. It wasn't. I don't know if that was something you could buy off the shelf or they made or what. But yeah.
Yeah, that brief period where I was the only one who owned the game was like my glory days because no one else played it as much as me.
Yeah.
And I was actually really awesome at the game. Like I went through and I beat the game with all the different characters at as high a difficulty as I could manage. Like Chun-Li I was really good at. I could beat the game with her at, the maximum difficulty, but someone like Zangief, I was like, maybe I should ratchet it down to, level 1 or 2.
Yeah, I remember doing that too, like working really hard at a single character just so I could see the ending. So I could say like, all right, I've seen every ending for the characters, in Street Fighter 2.
Yeah.
And I was so proud of that accomplishment.
It's funny
but I can't do that now in my old age.
It's funny because I kept buying like fighting games specifically to play through stories until one day I woke up and said, "Why the hell am I doing this? Like, this is really stupid."
None of these stories make sense
because there is, yeah,
yeah. You know, and the Super NES version of the game, I don't know if all the home versions were like this, but the very first one, since you could only play as the 8 characters, I think they tried to pad out the experience as much as they could by giving you very slightly different endings depending on the difficulty level you played at, how many times you lost.
Mm-hmm.
And I tried for months to beat the game at maximum difficulty without losing a round, but I could make it all the way to M. Bison, and then he was so cheap, and I broke a controller that way. Like I was so pissed off.
Yeah, no, I had a large number of angry tantrums upon like a loss in Street Fighter because I just absolutely hated the AI in that game at moments.
And
my brother would never play me. My brother would never play me because I would just destroy him. He's like, I don't want to play this. This isn't fun.
Did you guys ever manage to get Shang Long based on the EGM trick?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Yeah, it was difficult, but once you do it once, it's like riding a bike. Yeah.
That was one of the things I did like the most about Street Fighter 4, is that like they brought the character in, and it was
Is Shang Long in there?
Yeah,
he looked just like the picture too.
And it was so funny, like, because that's in a way like I think what Street Fighter 4 itself did, and it captured pretty well, was like, hey, look, remember when you were a kid and you played this game? Like, here's basically like
all your friends are here. Yeah,
all your friends are back. It was kind of like a high school reunion or something like that. It was a video game. But
although I'm still waiting for Konami to re-release a version of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the arcade game, where you can play as Simon Belmont. That was the best EGM prank after Shang Long.
Shang Long was the best one. Yeah, I believed it, and what's really embarrassing about believing it is that the blurb about the April Fool's contest is on that same page. It's like right under the right under the Shang Long thing.
It's refuge and audacity.
It's right under the image. Is like, hey, there's something fake in this issue. What is it? I thought it was there was an ad for Ghoul School on the NES, and it just seemed like such a stupid game name that I thought that was it, and that's what I sent in. I was wrong.
You didn't get the no prize?
No, I didn't get the no prize.
That's a shame. Yeah, Street Fighter, good times. Anyway, I guess it's time to wrap up.
Yeah, I guess so.
We've talked about fighting and punching and brawling.
Time for yoga. Bye-bye.
All right. Thanks for joining us, guys. Thanks, callers, for calling in. And next time, we'll talk about... What are we talking about next time?
Is there another anniversary coming up?
Not next week.
Let's turn the phone on. If anyone calls, ask what we talk about next week.
All right.
Give them like a minute.
All right. Hang on a sec.
All right.
There we go. I wonder if anyone will actually be calling 20 minutes after the podcast is supposed to be
20
over.
minutes after?
It is
probably
20
not.
I will be editing this out.
Why would you edit that out?
I'm just...
So people will not remove us from their RSS feeds?
Yeah, I guess anyone calling would be continuously calling, so...
But if they found out that you actually switched the phone back on 20 minutes after, there is somebody out there who's probably going to say, "Hey,
that's crazy."
And when I started to learn how to play guitar, like trying to learn Street Fighter stuff was like at the top of the list. Right after figuring out how to play "Smells Like Teen Spirit," it was like, all right, Ken's like,
"Come As You Are" is first.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Come As You Are, Come As You Are, and then like
Stairway to Heaven,
Stone Temple Pilots song.
Which one?
The Plush.
Plush. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's got like chords, man. Yeah. Like Come As You Are is just like the 2 string.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think we're gonna get that call, so I guess we're wrapping it up. Next time on Retronauts Live,
some damn thing.
Hey everybody, we've got Squarespace sponsoring today's episode of How Did This Get Made? Squarespace is the all-in-one platform that makes it fast and easy to create your own professional website or online portfolio. For a free trial and 10% off, go to squarespace.com and use the offer code TRAILER. Ooh. And before we start today's show, just a quick announcement. Our live show on 3/14 still has tickets. Just a few left for the 10 p.m. show. And a reminder for you all, it is a night of Hulkamania. That's right, 2 movies, 2 Hulk Hogan films. Get ready. It is gonna blow your ass out. To buy tickets, go to largola.com. That's largola.com. Flying horses, headbutting, and devils that wear Jimi Hendrix t-shirts. We saw Winter's Tale, so you know what that means.
Now it's time for How Did This Get Made? We're gonna have a good time, celebrate some failure, not just be a hater. Cause you know you wonder, how did this get made? Let's roll in the mediocrity of subpar art. Perhaps we'll find the answer to the question, how did this get made?
Hello, people of Earth, and welcome to How Did This Get Made? I am joined, as always, by Jason Mantzoukas. How are you, Jason?
Oh, boy, I sat through this movie today. Not happy about it.
Neither am I. Sadly, June Diane Raphael will not be here today.
Heartbreaking. I would love to hear what she has to say about this movie. I felt like I really was bummed because I feel like she's...
I feel like she could have loved this movie.
I think she might have thought this movie was amazing.
I know. I talked to her about it last
So let's try at moments to find what June might have liked about this.
Well, maybe our special guest will channel the energy of June Diane Raphael. Very special guest. First-time guest. He is the star of the brand new Comedy Central show Review, which starts on March 6th, and the star of the Earwolf podcast, the Andy Daly Podcast Project. Please welcome Andy Daly.
Yeah, thank you very much. It is actually called the Andy Daly Podcast Pilot Project. Believe it or not, it is called that. And I myself always get it wrong.
Oh, okay.
No, that's the most descriptive title possible.
Right, because
available,
people submit pilots.
That's correct.
I'm excited to actually do a podcast with you, Andy. I don't think we've ever done anything
that's
before
true.
together.
No, we never have.
That's really
a good
exciting.
point. Yeah, very exciting. Yeah.
I want to say this straight off the bat. I saw this movie at 1:30 this afternoon.
Yes.
Was anybody else in the theater?
I was ushered into a completely empty theater. Upon the movie... Okay, I could talk for the full hour about just the trailers before this movie.
I would love to talk about Blended, the trailer.
Can we talk about We Are Going to Africa?
That's Blended.
Yeah, What? I want to talk about that forever. But
yes.
Right as trailers ended and right as the movie started, somebody walked in and I was like, oh, fuck. Now I got to share this whole theater. I was at a private screening. Andrew Daly.
It was me. We sat next to each other.
We had a very romantic time.
Yes, it was really nice.
Well, I saw it last night in a theater with another person who left midway through.
Because they came, probably. Because they finished jerking off.
This movie, it's so interesting because...
Horse pervert.
Someone who's into horses that are actually dogs that are actually Pegasus.
Jesus.
This movie, I want to give it like a participation ribbon.
For what?
Because I feel like
everyone barely participating.
I feel like people showed up and they were trying. I feel like people were trying.
Yes, I can say something in defense of this film.
Yes.
I told my wife last night that I was going to go see this, and she is one of these people who reads books.
Right.
And she pointed out that this had been a book.
And a very successful
one that she read and liked. And so it is, let's just say right off the top, always a challenge to turn a novel into a movie.
Well,
and when it's magical realism on top of it, an extra challenge.
So this is like got a little bit of the time traveler's wife element going on.
Well, let me just say something about this movie, just to give it a background. It is a book. It's on New York Times, like, best books of, like, the 20th century.
Wait, what?
Yes, it's a very popular book.
Best books of the 20th century because the New York Times says so, or because enough people bought that book?
I think
is that a rating or is that a volume?
It was listed. It was included in the New York Times 22 most important.
What?
Yes. So, but the book
of the 20th century.
Well, that was my edition. So this is just important work.
Because I was going to say, like, that's a lot of books in the 20th century.
Well, this is American fiction. That's
pretty bananas.
That's pretty crazy.
And this book has been labeled and deemed unfilmable. Martin Scorsese.
Oh, and proved.
Yeah,
proven.
Martin Scorsese was supposed to do this movie.
Oh, really?
And walked away and said it is unfilmable.
Well, I read that Gangs of New York was an attempt to film this movie.
Oh, really?
No, I'm just kidding.
It's
almost identical to
Gangs of New York. Magical Gangs of New York.
It's like,
basically it.
This movie, it's there's so many things about it that are glaring, and then so many things about it that are just wait. I can't. Like we were talking right before it started. I don't even know if I could explain this movie to anyone.
Oh, I simply cannot explain.
I was as an exercise. I was trying to explain the plot to myself, and I didn't get very far because as soon as I hit on the word miracles, I realized I don't understand what miracles mean in this movie, and I don't understand their relation to stars. I don't understand what stars mean in this movie.
Destiny.
The
whole movie seems predicated on everyone has a miracle that they are capable of giving out, and that is their destiny.
Yeah.
Yes.
And as long as your destiny is unfulfilled, then you are immortal.
But there is something also about that too, because I wrote down one of the things. Well, I guess this is a kind of at the end. Well, the end. This is not to spoil anything, but it says when you
spoil anything, it wouldn't make sense. If you watch this movie in reverse order, it would make the same amount of sense.
It is about. I guess it's about destiny, but it also doesn't take into account that like in this movie everything works out well, right? So. What about the people who things don't work out well for? Like that's the question.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Is it the case in this movie, and I don't think we'll ever solve these questions, but is it the case that every human has one miracle that they can call on? Is that what it is?
Well, okay,
I don't know if that's it, because then everybody would be full of magic all the time.
Well, here's my question.
The world would be like Magic fucking City.
No, you see, now here's the thing, and this brings a good point, because I thought about
Magic City
this.
on Stars.
Magic City, love that. Miami, hot. People liked it. But here's the thing. If everyone has one miracle, then wouldn't Russell Crowe want to kill everyone?
That's what I would think.
Because Russell Crowe wants to kill
I don't think everybody has a
him.
miracle.
So let me try my exercise.
Yes,
okay,
great.
all right. So Russell Crowe's a demon, right? And he was grooming Colin Farrell to also be a demon, I think we could say.
Mm-hmm.
And Colin Farrell was too virtuous and ran away and didn't want any part of the demon lifestyle, which made Russell Crowe fixate on him as someone that he had to get. And then Russell Crowe came to believe that Colin Farrell is going to use his miracle.
Right.
And that makes him all the angrier, makes destroying him all the more urgent.
Because that's where I lose for the other side.
That's where I lose the thread.
Right.
He says to Lucifer, that's a win for the other side, and we don't want that, especially because she's a virgin. He makes a special effort to talk about virgin blood.
Well, he kills that waiter who he also called a virgin.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because he could only I want to get. We'll take it back a little bit, and then
the thing that's I think you're right, Andy, but
that's actually a very.
I don't think Colin Farrell knew Russell Crowe is a demon. First of all,
right?
No,
but Russell Crowe is like a demon, like a hilarious demon who's literally working for Lucifer.
Right.
Spoiler alert, played by Will Smith.
That's the big surprise cameo that everyone is talking about.
Is anybody talking about it?
I just know that it's very much, people are like, we can't tell you who the surprise is, but when you see the surprise, you're going to know it. It's great.
Oh, it's awful.
Yeah,
it's awful. It's a terrible couple of scenes that he's in.
Yeah, awful.
Should we
just
start at the beginning?
We should. And I will say that
start at the beginning and try and work our way through, we might get somewhere.
And I will say this much about Will Smith's character. I think he was sold in this movie by going, you can come in for a day, and you could just totally score. This is you're gonna really
and
you're
worry.
Lucifer.
Yeah.
You're the devil.
Okay.
And $2 million for one day's work. I'll bet you.
Yo, easily.
Right?
Easily.
Okay. So the first thing opens on Adam Sandler. Okay, he is a guy being set up on a blind date with Drew Barrymore.
Now we can't. This blended movie. Is arguably as confusing as
this trailer.
Movie.
I could not wrap my head around this trailer at all.
Okay. I woke June up last night and made her watch the trailer because
is there any way to drop the entire trailer into the episode right now?
I think we could, but it's much more visual. You won't get the Dr.
Okay, so
Scholl's.
they're on a date.
Are you really gonna go through this?
Drew Barrymore eats something spicy. And she's like, oh, no, too spicy. And then he's like, well, here's this French onion soup. And then she scarfs the French onion soup with cheese all over her face.
And then it has like a big cheese mound.
A big cheese glob in her mouth. It's gross. And then it's like, oh, I guess those two won't work out. But then for some reason, their credit cards got swapped.
Well, because they
have to meet up again.
Yes.
And when they meet up again.
I buy that.
Yeah.
They realize that her sister is dating his boss, and each of them they were both supposed to go on a vacation together.
No.
Wait, what?
No. His sister, Drew Barrymore's sister, was dating Adam Sandler's boss.
That's what I said.
Wait. And they were going to go on a vacation together. but now they broke up, they
Correct.
can't.
Yes.
So then they both independently of each other.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
all right.
So Drew Barrymore asks her sister, "Hey, can I have the Africa tickets?" And Adam Sandler asks his boss, "Hey, can I have the Africa tickets?"
Yes.
And then they both say in split screen, "We're going to Africa."
But they don't know each other until they get to Africa.
Well, they've just had one terrible blind date.
Oh, okay.
But also, I don't understand how they bought these tickets because the amount of kids they each have like
many
3
people.
kids.
Now there's twice as many people on the trip as should be. I feel like.
It's like Brady Bunch goes to Africa.
Yes, it's just like the Hawaii episodes of the Brady Bunch, only in Africa, as if the episodes happened when Mike and Carol started dating.
And
it's just full of like crazy jokes that make no sense. I was mystified.
I was like, I thought it was a good omen that was playing before. But go watch that trailer. It's better.
Do
visually.
yourselves a favor. Go watch that trailer.
Splendid.
I'm sorry I missed it. I was getting popcorn.
Well, you can go watch it tonight, and you'll equally enjoy it. Every
I
moment
can watch
of
that
it.
online.
So this movie basically opens. Well, I mean, we can't get into the past and present. Let's just go from the past.
Constantly jumping between two different time periods.
Yeah,
right?
from two. Well, I mean, there's also I have a question about how long, because I also feel like I'll get into that question later. All right, yeah, it's two
So
different
let's just
time
say this though. Early in the movie, we see a Colin Farrell who has longer hair than the guy that we spend most of the movie with.
Yes.
And that's just a mystery, right? It's just a total mystery. Who is this guy? When is this guy? It's a mystery that gets solved later, but it's not one of those little
did you see
mysteries
the
that gets
scene where
dangled
they put
early.
the baby in the boat?
Well, yeah.
Well, I want to talk about the baby.
We got to
in the
talk
boat.
about that. That's important. But anyway, I was going to say about that thing, like in Goodfellas, when it opens on this mysterious thing that we don't understand what it is,
right.
and we're excited and interested to find out what's leading up to this.
Catch up to that.
This, in contrast, is simply confusing. That we see him with longer hair, and then we see him with shorter hair for a long time.
We just know that he exists in the past and the present, but there's no payoff in that scene.
It's 2014 and 1913, right?
1916.
But here's the other thing on 2014, and we can kind of dissect some of the plot here too, because he seems to be living above Times Square in
Grand Central Station.
In the past.
No, in the present.
No, in the present, he lives in that apartment.
But he was up there going in the little drawer.
I don't know that he lived there.
Remember,
he discovered it.
Okay,
okay.
He discovered where he used to live.
Yeah, what it is that's the first symptom of his memory returning, because he remembers that place. And he finds the box with his memories.
But he was never there.
He was in 1916.
No, because his parents went through Ellis Island.
No, and then they had to go back.
Yeah, but why would they ever be in Grand Central Station?
Well, that's where he lived. Remember?
That's where he lived.
He lived in the roof of Grand Central Station.
But that's my issue. I don't think it, because his parents steal that little toy boat.
Yes.
Okay.
Put a little baby.
Okay, so the movie opens.
I want to get back to this.
The movie opens on Ellis Island. Okay, and there's a Russian couple with a baby.
Yes,
and they're trying to get in to the country.
They're Russian?
I believed so.
Okay,
or they were Irish. Or
they
something.
better be Irish, because Colin Farrell oddly has an Irish accent, but was never brought up in Ireland.
They sounded Russian. To me, but I don't know. That's just confusion.
It wouldn't even help explain why
Accents in this movie were a disaster.
A big disaster.
Yes.
Okay, so then, how dare you kick me, Andy Daly? You son of a bitch!
I didn't want. I felt like you were possibly insulting Russell Crowe's accent.
Russell Crowe's performance in this movie makes Bill the Butcher look very mellow, very small.
They are rejected, and because of
consumption,
of a pulmonary infection.
Consumption is a very big theme.
Yes, so the two parents are sent back to wherever the fuck they came from.
Right, but while they're leaving, they take a model boat out of the ship they're now on, headed back to Ireland/Russia.
Mm-hmm.
They hollow it out, they put their baby in it, and they drop it over the side of the ship.
Terrible idea that you're putting a baby in a model boat.
Yep.
Right.
And they look to be miles away from shore.
Oh, yes, they are very far away.
What they did to that child is unsurvivable.
It
could not be survived.
They might as well have said, we need to save our child from going back to where we come from. Let's shoot it.
And by the way, I will say this much: not in the novel. I know that.
Is that
for
right?
sure.
Are you
Yes.
serious?
Very serious.
Because here's what's weird about that.
What?
Yes.
That's the only way it makes sense. Is
I
if it's in
know.
the novel.
It's totally unnecessary. You don't need that scene at all.
Exactly.
All you need to know is that he was raised an orphan and had no money. Maybe
Yes.
it would be nice to know that.
I mean, they could have just
That
been
is
like, because the
bizarre.
parents
Isn't
are
that bizarre?
like, "Can we leave the baby here?"
Why would they?
And maybe
It doesn't matter.
The
The
guy could have
parents-
just been like, "Sure, there's a baby drop right over there."
There doesn't need to be anything to do with Ellis Island whatsoever.
Nothing.
And now he is brought up by Graham Greene.
Yes.
I thought that was Jack So from Barney Miller.
Oh
no! Oh my God! Amazing.
So he's brought up by Graham Greene, who has a Native American affectation to his voice.
Correct.
And so Colin
And
Farrell,
no, not just that, but he and
a ponytail.
He speaks of our peoples, and we believe in 12.
Yes.
Whatever. Like
12
he
songs.
Speaks,
or something
yeah.
like that?
So he speaks with like the gravitas of an ancient kind of Native American like spirit or something.
He's a wisecracking mystic.
Yep.
But meanwhile, Colin Farrell came out with a thick Irish brogue.
Yeah.
But now here's my question. See, I don't think he ever lived above Grand Central because he was raised by Graham Greene.
No, this is what happened.
As an adult,
I do think I know this because he's saying to her later, he's like, "I ran away. The streets were the only home that I really felt comfortable in," and that's when Russell Crowe took him under his wing, and he became like a roustabout.
Okay.
No, actually, I know what it is.
And then, because remember when he finds the white horse, and he brings the white horse to the guy to say like, "Will you board the horse for the night?"
Yeah.
The guy says, "You can't keep living up in the attic. The guys are looking for you."
Got it,
and then
got
there's
it,
that
got it.
shot where he's opening the door.
I do
in the
remember
sky.
that.
Was above Grand Central while he was hiding out from Russell Crowe for a
Quite
short period
possibly.
of time.
Well,
I think
because
that
also Russell Crowe had no idea where to find him.
Right.
So if he was living above,
It felt very. It was Hugo. It's basically
Yes.
Hugo.
The most interesting part of this movie was I was like, oh, I wonder if there are those panels at the top of Grand Central Station where you can peek your head out like that.
Yeah.
Thought that was neat.
I thought that was neat
interesting.
too. That was a good. I liked the effect of that.
Yes. Now,
putting him in the stars in the sky.
Love him. That's where he longs to be in the stars.
The beginning of us not understanding what stars mean to this movie.
But the movie also opens up with a very long monologue, and I wrote
in voiceover.
Yeah, I was like, this VO means nothing.
Nope.
There is nothing.
It's
I
garbage.
don't
Nope,
get
it
anything.
explains absolutely nothing.
But it's long,
And
so
it
long
returns.
that you can't get it in.
It returns
Right.
at the end, and
also
similarly
means nothing.
explains
Yeah.
nothing.
I wrote down the end one because I. Well,
you did?
Yeah, I did. The end one is this. What if the universe loves us all equally, so much so that it bends over backwards across the centuries for each one of us? That's one of the lines.
Tells me nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
And it's too late at that point to try and explain
No,
this
yeah.
movie anyway, and that's not even an attempt to do it.
So then we're kind of we're going back and forth between the past and the present. We are the past. The past.
Which
And
wait, you mean
the 1915
16?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So then we meet up with Colin Farrell, who is now running.
He's on the run from Russell Crowe's bad guys.
Yes.
Who are sort of a cartoony version of the Pug Uglies. In a way.
Yep. Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
And Russell Crowe has some crazy scars on his face.
Yeah.
And this weird haircut that has like three little. This will come in later.
Yes.
Three little.
Like stripes in the back of his head,
yeah.
like he's like like a hip hop in the '80s when they
Like a buffet or
You would
something.
shave lines in the side of your head. I don't know if you had that. I did. That I thought was very cool. Guys, that was pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, come on. So he finds a horse. So he's running from these bad guys.
Yeah.
And he sees a horse, a white horse.
It does, and it was someplace. He's like on the docks in Red Hook.
Yes.
And
Cornered.
he's getting away, except that he slips on the ice and falls.
Yeah.
And that
Yeah.
gives the bad guys time to scale a fence. But then luckily.
But the bad guys, by the way, have guns.
Yes.
But almost never shoot at him.
Oh, no.
never-
And Russell Crowe explains. He goes, no, boys. I want to go slow with the knives.
And by the way,
Very
when he
convenient.
finally does get to get his comeuppance, he does not do that at all.
Nope.
He does not take.
He headboxes him? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
Oh, my
he
God.
just
That comes a little later.
headbutts him 3 times when he
That's
finally
the
gets his
strangest fight
fan.
I've ever seen.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
So this magical, well, we don't know it's magical. A horse appears and kneels down to him.
Yep.
As if to say, "Get on my back."
Right.
And he
I
does.
feel like there are so many people, listeners I'm going to guess they're all women who read this book that are like, you fucking idiots, you don't get it, you're missing all the good stuff.
It's not called How Did This Get Written?
Yes.
We're not under any obligation to write the book.
By the way, please listen to our new podcast, How Did This Get Written?
We have to put this under the same rules as Mortal Kombat. People got very upset about Mortal Kombat. You don't know the rules. It's like, no.
Hey, guess
it's
what?
A movie.
That movie is still terrible. That movie is terrible.
So this scene now, when he gets on this horse, right? As soon as he gets on the horse, Russell Crowe, who is looking forward to killing this guy, then has a line where he goes, he's got the goddamn horse. Doing absolutely nothing to prevent him getting the horse.
Nope.
Yep. He could have done a lot of things.
Like we said, they all have guns.
They all have guns.
And they're literally an army of, I would say at least 25 guys.
Yeah.
They could have pulled him off the horse, knocked him down.
And Russell Crowe
They could have
knows the
shot at him
significance.
at this point.
Yeah,
At this point, Russell Crowe should be like, oh, you know what? Knife plan aborted. Just shoot the fucker.
By the way, shoot him in the shoulder, and then you can knife him all day
By the
long.
way, shoot him in the. Thank you, Paul. Shoot him in the shoulder, guys. Aim for the shoulder, everybody.
You can still get all the knife play.
Shoot
that
him,
you
but
want.
don't kill him. That's something you're allowed to say as a
Wing
gangster.
him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So now this horse takes off and jumps very high over a giant fence.
Makes it a totally impossible jump.
Yeah.
Which now, there are magical elements in this movie,
Yes.
but Colin Farrell is not aware. Colin Farrell is not aware of magic.
Yes.
Right?
He's not.
Magic to him.
He's living in a non-magic world.
Yes. And yet he is not stunned, shocked, surprised.
Well,
he's kind of like, wow, you made that jump.
Yeah,
This
that was
happens
quite a jump for a horse.
throughout the movie.
Yeah.
Throughout the movie, things that are just completely impossible happen, and all of the people who have no precedent for this are like, cool, I get it.
Yeah.
Like unfazed by
giant magical
by
actions.
crazy acts of magic.
And that's a problem. Like, I understand. Okay, magic is fine, but you have to have some rules in your magical universe.
Like, here's an example.
Some rules.
Here's
Just
an
a
example.
couple of things that you can't explain. Again, you really can't even explain what it's good and evil. We get that, but Colin Farrell's not necessarily good.
And it's also the framework is a very understandable storyline. It's gangster versus gangster. It's like the good gangster versus the bad guys. So I understand the framework of it, but then like there's this scene where Russell Crowe is with his crony and he's Kevin Corrigan and it's like we got to get this
Romeo.
guy. We got to find him. We got to and he's like, well, we're looking everywhere, boss. I'm sorry. And he's like, sometimes the light comes onto the gems. You think I steal these gems because I want the gems? No, I steal the gems because the light loves the gems.
And by the
gems
way,
love the light. And then he mixes up gems on a table.
Like marbles.
It's like the sun shines
like
on
a
them.
slee stack.
The sun shines on them, and then he points to a table next door and goes, Yahtzee.
My favorite moment of Yahtzee.
And then the light from the gems illuminates and creates
like an Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark
creates
kind of
what's it called? Penn Station or whatever.
Yeah.
Creates Penn Station, Grand Central rather, and he's like, Grand Central, that's where he is. Kevin Corrigan never once is like, what the fuck is happening? Kevin Corrigan at that point should lose his fucking mind. And he's like, okay, boss, I'll run up the guys. We'll head over there.
We're going to Grand Central.
So
and
you're some sort of magic demon guy, right? Because that's shit I've never seen before.
But by the way, you could argue in this movie, because everything is so not defined, that Kevin Corrigan could have also have been a demon.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Maybe. But I feel like it's like...
So is he the only demon?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
No, for that territory.
Okay.
Remember, because
that's
Will
right.
Smith says you are the demon for the 5 boroughs for the greater tri-state area.
By the way, I wonder if that's historically accurate. Well, all 5 boroughs consolidated under the city in 1960. We're gonna have to find that out.
We gotta get in there.
We're gonna get a historian in here.
I also feel like I was confused. Well, I was also confused. There's so many things about this. I was confused about where Russell Crowe worked, like what his front was, because in both worlds they walk through this like very.
In one world it's chalkboards.
Yes.
In the next world it's computer screens.
And,
I was
and
like,
it looks like
fuck you.
And it was so. And it was like, but they looked like there was like I think in the first one was like toys too. So I didn't
really.
Like,
I noticed they had.
But it was all chalkboards.
Yeah, it was all chalkboards talking about like what black market thing, like gold, or whatever black market nonsense, like crime, generalized. Everything is so generalized in this. It's like they are generalized crime bad guys.
Right.
You know?
Now, this scene, we've seen Russell Crowe in the horse scene, and about halfway through this hologram scene is when I first went, Oh, is he trying to do an Irish accent?
I think I thought so too.
Yeah,
because in his first scene, I thought he was just doing his regular Australian accent.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then I realized later he was trying to do an Irish accent.
And by the way, he is really, I mean, Jason's performance of the Gems speech was about a 3. I mean, he's coming in hot at a 10.
He's really chewing this up.
It's big. It is a big.
Was there a time that Russell Crowe could act and he forgot?
Yes.
There was, right?
I think so.
He was great.
He was good in LA Confidential, right?
Great in LA Confidential.
He was totally good in the Gladiator, right?
Yeah,
Gladiator,
Beautiful Mind.
he was good.
Yes,
Beautiful
Beautiful Mind.
He's done a lot.
Something happened on that Les Mis thing.
Oh, no, earlier than that. He became some sort of unhinged monster about 7 years ago.
He's got Marlon Brando disease, which is like...
Oh, my God, I didn't know. Oh, no. Oh, my God, no. Oh,
so
gosh.
sad. It's
Now
so
I feel
sad.
terrible that we're making fun of him. I didn't know he has MBD.
Yeah, he has MBD.
He has MBD full-blown? Oh, no, he's full-blown MBD?
Full-blown Z.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's not looking good. He's gonna make a lot of bad choices for the rest of his career.
Terry Gilliam is psyched.
But that's that's kind of the energy that he gives off. Like Marlon Brando, I think at a certain point, just like, oh no, I'm a great actor, so I'm gonna play this character super gay, and I'm gonna so much so that it's an offensive stereotype.
Yeah,
but I'm Marlon Brando, and I feel like he's like, yeah, this works.
Yeah,
like it just seems like yeah, I can sing.
It was
Les Mis. Like, I should be in Les Mis, right?
Oh, you know what? I think I actually can't take him seriously anymore after that. To be honest, that he thought to himself, I'm a singer. I sing with 30-odd foot of grunt. I believe that's the name of his band.
You're right. It is.
I can pull this off, and yeah.
Yeah, because really, I mean, look at this. He has good movies. It's L.A. Confidential, Master and Commander.
Earlier, too, like
Cinderella
the Australian
Man.
movies were good. So like Romper Stomper's
yeah.
great. Like those movies, too, are
310
great.
to Yuma. Come on.
His
Good
brain broke.
stuff. Yeah. Sorry. So he's doing an Irish accent.
Okay, so what we have yet to introduce, because it's already confusing enough, is the other main character of most of this movie, which is Lady Sybil.
Yes. From Downton Abbey.
From Downton Abbey, who
I think, I would argue, you give her the best performance of the movie.
Without a doubt.
Does amazing work with terrible lines.
She is given horrible lines and just fucking sells the shit out of it. I was in love. I love Lady Sybil, like
me too.
with all of my heart.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought she was awesome in this movie, even though she's meant to be like fevery and dying.
Yes, and in that first scene, she's pretty spacey, and so I was like, what's going on? But then she explains she's dying of.
You mean she
fever.
was like Kevin Spacey?
She was very much like Kevin Spacey.
She was very House of Cards.
One interesting thing, they go out of their way to explain why she has a British accent, which only makes Colin Farrell's Irish accent more glaring.
Yeah, they should never have commented on it at all.
Why not just hire a British actor to play the William Hurt part? You know, like I couldn't figure that out.
They got William Hurt on the hook, you know?
They've got an American father, and she was raised in London.
Yeah. It was very... Now, this is also one of those examples where magic is happening, and no one reacts. The eye doctor comes over to check her out for old-fashioned eyeglasses, which is, whatever. And
she's supposedly dying any day now, but might as well be able to read a little better.
Yeah.
And I love, by the way, I do want to say...
And by the way, she never wears those glasses.
She never wears those glasses.
Never wears those glasses are never even produced.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
They are just, it is just a device in order to get her talking about the light.
And then all of a sudden the light comes into the room and then like illuminates everything.
So this is one of many scenes that could go. We don't need it.
Yes.
Oh, we definitely don't need it.
And also confusing to me as an audience member going, am I the audience and her seeing this, or is the eye doctor and the father seeing this as well?
No, they are not seeing it.
They're not seeing the light.
Because what she's explaining is how because of the fever allows her to see the kind of lights that everybody can't see.
Right.
Blah, blah, blah.
But that would make sense. But there's other parts of the movie where everyone sees the lights being crazy.
Yes.
So I'll add lights to miracle-like sort of supernatural elements that are underexplained.
Yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Very confusing.
And some people can see them sometimes, and some people can't see them sometimes. It's a very...
mythology is very broken.
Yes.
Like Frozen has an easier to follow mythology.
I get Frozen 100%. There's not even a hesitation on that. There isn't even anything super
No question
confusing.
as to how that snowman came to life.
I get it. You know, like I don't question how the snowman comes to life, or why Elsa has snow powers, or whatever.
Well, we haven't even talked about the fact that you brought up early that the horse is actually a dog posing as a horse. what fucking reason?
No idea. And the horse, I will say the scenes between Colin Farrell and this horse are amazing. And whenever they cut to a close-up of the horse, I laughed out loud.
I mean,
this is amazing.
you could argue
a sad horse face.
That the movie is a love story between a man and a horse.
And when he's on that horse, going like, "Oh, horse."
Why does he call it?
He never bothers to name this horse.
Never names it.
Come on, horse.
Come on, horse. Horse. Let's go, horse.
And the horse has a very strong personality, so much so that he'll point him in the right direction.
Sure.
And the horse is the horse God?
The horse is a guardian angel.
Okay, guardian angel.
Yeah,
Got
the
it.
horse is a guardian angel.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's what they explain
And
at a
a
certain
dog.
point. Like a spirit animal is what Graham Greene calls it. Not
Okay,
Graham Greene.
got
What's
it.
his name?
Isn't it
Jaxo.
I think it's Graham.
It's Graham Greene. Yeah. Anyway, so Lady Sybil is dying of consumption. William Hurt is her newspaper magnate father,
Right.
and she lives because she's feverish. She lives in a roof room where it's cold to keep her temperature down. She has a younger sister. The younger sister's afraid she's going to die.
Now hold on to this idea of the younger sister because this is going to come back.
Or you know what? Or don't. We'll try and explain it later. So then, they all
Russell Crowe-
leave.
Yes,
They all leave
first,
except for
wait,
Lady Sybil.
We got to talk about. Oh yes.
The family leaves,
Right, they
except
leave-
for Lady Sybil,
They
while
leave the dying
Colin Farrell
girl home alone.
While Colin Farrell is trying to leave town, but the horse won't leave in front of Lady Sybil's house. And Colin Farrell, who's a thief, is like, okay, fine, one more job, and then we're leaving town.
So Colin Farrell gets out
And,
his
and by
grappling
the way,
hook.
this is another time when he's not shocked that the horse is insisting that he rob this particular house,
yes.
and he's just like, okay.
And the horse,
that's kind of a big deal when a horse is making it clear to you that you need to rob a
By
house.
the way, the horse, which is his guardian angel, is now an accomplice to multiple robberies.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And by the way, to talk to your point about him being virtuous, he's not because he quits working for Russell Crowe, but it's undetermined really why, because he continues to be a thief, so much so that he has a horse full of trinkets, as you hear as a clunky clunk, and the horse moves around.
The big point of contention between Russell Crowe and Colin Farrell is that Colin Farrell wanted to steal rings without cutting off fingers.
Oh, right.
Oh yeah,
that was it. Yes.
that Russell Crowe craved the violence and the bloodlust.
Yeah.
And Colin Farrell wasn't comfortable with that anymore
Yeah.
because he was such a good thief. Anyway,
Yeah.
so
Yes.
Colin Farrell breaks into Lady Sybil's house while Lady Sybil is in a very bizarre erotic bath.
Yes, a giant bath. and he
I
walks
loved
in.
that bathtub
beautiful.
setup.
Beautiful.
And so then suddenly, next thing you know, she's feverish and playing Brahms, and they have what I will describe as one of the only meet cutes I've ever seen that begins with a home invasion.
Oh, yeah.
It is as if Funny Games was a romantic comedy. It was.
He's holding a gun.
He's holding a gun. He's cracking her father's safe, and a floor squeaks, and she's like, "Hello," and he's like, "The floor squeaked." And she's like, I guess it did. I guess I should offer you a cup of tea.
This scene, I only wish we could have our hands on this movie because this scene is the best. The best.
The tea scene.
Yeah.
Or just the scene where they meet.
The scene where they meet into the tea scene. The whole, it's awkward. It's bizarre.
Crazy. It's so weird. It's playing.
She's like really into him.
Immediately, they are in love with each other.
Yes.
He is a threat to her. She should be.
He has a gun and he's in her house.
And she's wearing like a somewhat transparent nightgown, which in 1916, to entertain a man in that outfit would have been verboten.
But
Now,
she's feverish.
That's the question. How much of her behavior is down to this fever? We don't know.
Well, she never seems to be affected by the fever. She just seems to be literally hot. Like, that is how her fever manifests.
Yes.
It's just in temperature, not in, I'm delusional. She's never seems to be delusional.
Not only that, I meant to look up consumption and find out if imperviousness to cold is one of the symptoms because she's constantly walking around outside wearing nothing.
Yeah, well, that's their whole thing is like, we have to lower her temperature.
And by the way, William Hurt's like, we have a fever in the house.
Yeah.
And that's all the windows are open. Everyone's wearing their jackets.
So then they have this conversation where they have tea, and this is where she explains that she's from London, and they are falling for each other. Again, he came to rob the house, and he's very upfront about that.
But now he's enjoying some lapsang souchong.
Yeah. And then she says, I'm dying. She says, I'm dying of consumption, and I've never been kissed on the mouth.
And does she bring up that she's never danced before, too?
She doesn't. She just says she's never been kissed on the mouth. And then she's like, I don't know why I just said that, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, well, listen, I'm on the lam. Some guys are trying to kill me. I got to get out of town, but maybe when I'm back. And she goes, by the time you get back, I'll already be dead.
Yes, and the
just
music.
so matter of fact.
Yep, the music swells under that moment like it's a romantic moment. It's like, not quite. And that's one of many scenes, and I think that this is one of the challenges of turning a novel into a movie that actually could have taken place anywhere. Like, there's a lot of scenes like that. The fireside chat, the walk in the woods.
Oh, yeah.
Why'd you put it there? I don't know.
It looked pretty.
Yeah.
We had the house.
Yeah, right. We had the house.
Meanwhile, Russell Crowe is upset. He is very upset, which means it's time to eat oysters and keep them coming.
Oh, yeah.
And up the accent, up the dialect work by 25%.
Oh, yeah. This is where I wrote Russell's accent is all over the place.
Yes, because I think it's because he's a little drunk in this scene, maybe.
Maybe.
The character is. And the actor, possibly.
He's eating plate upon plate of oysters, just sucking
with his
them
gang.
With his gang.
And they're at a table that is like the head table at a wedding, but at a restaurant.
It's like a long table that's facing all the other tables at the restaurant behind a fire. You would never sit there.
You would never have a table like that in a restaurant.
It's like Game of Thrones table. Like he's at the center.
It's the red wedding table. It is. It's so weird.
And this is my favorite scene where he is upset. He can't figure out where he is. And then he immediately gets mad at the waiter.
Why?
Because he doesn't have a
South African spotted owl.
That's it.
He says, will there be anything else, sir? And Russell Crowe goes, oh yeah, I'd like a South African spotted owl,
filet, braised, a little bit of salt
with a little bit of
pepper.
this, exactly, and a little bit of parsley on top. And he's like, oh, I'm sorry, sir, we don't have any owl. And like in one fell swoop,
he partly morphs into a bit of a monster. His skin cracks, revealing monster skin underneath.
It was crazy. His teeth get kind of crazy, right?
But nobody sees that.
Well, do they?
I don't think anybody sees it because nobody reacts.
But it's unclear whether his stooges have seen this before and they just accept. Yeah, sometimes he kind of half turns into a monster.
I'm cool with it.
Well, I think that they have to react because he kills the waiter.
Yeah.
Right.
He breaks the waiter's head, right?
Mm-hmm. No, he slashes his throat with a knife.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wow.
I think he slashes his throat with a knife.
Quick.
Okay, yeah. And then uses his blood.
There's a little bit of blood on the table, and then he like is overtaken by like a premonition.
He has a vision.
And he takes the blood and he smears his fingers in it, and then
does the most crude drawing.
Yes,
the most. If you were to describe it, it was almost like the yin and yang sign, like a red,
barely,
like where the white is, and that's it. And then there's a little bit of a circle. It's very nothing drawing.
And he goes,
and he goes, find her.
He goes, find the red-haired girl. And Kevin Corrigan's like, what red-haired girl? What are you talking about? He goes, this red-haired girl.
That circle of blood.
And he's pointing at the blood spot on the tablecloth. Like, there, find her.
So that seems unreasonable until the next scene when somebody using that drawing finds the redheaded girl.
Finds her. There's no even search. He seems to be outside out of her house going, there she is.
I think all of the stooges and lackeys got copies of the blood smear.
Oh,
he doesn't have the original.
No, that actually looked like someone's that I'm duping.
Copy.
Yeah.
So he's like, quick, get this tablecloth, recreate this blood smudge, like, I don't know, 100 times for all our guys.
Find the redheaded girl in New York City, not even in a small town.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
In New York City, at the height where there were a lot of people there.
And again, is this another example of the magic of this universe or just stupid?
I think it's stupid because the next minute, Lady Sybil is trying to leave. She's leaving her house to go north to meet her family, and the driver is the one that notices her. She has red hair, and then he pulls a full size. He pulls like a 20 by 14 piece of paper out of his pocket that is the drawing of the blood smear. Right. And then he's like, oh, I got to tell the boys. And then all she does is she goes inside, comes back outside with a couple more suitcases, and Russell Crowe and his men are already, there are no phones.
Right. That's true.
Already there.
Well, maybe he has like an old demon phone or something. Maybe he did it, I think, with the marbles again. But yeah, why couldn't he do the marble thing with the redheaded girl?
I don't know.
Because that would make sense too, right? So then it makes it very clear that Russell Crowe has paid off her original driver a sum that he has felt is enough to retire on, and they're going to take this girl. Now you think, all right, now the purpose of taking this girl is to get Colin Farrell, or is it to kill her?
He's going to kill her, ensuring that Colin Farrell cannot perform his miracle.
Got it.
Oh.
Because he assumes...
All right, now this is starting to make sense.
Okay, all right. Yeah, Russell Crowe assumes that
if he doesn't create his miracle, then he doesn't give 1 point to the good guys. That's
correct.
Essentially, that's the whole movie is based on this very small thing.
So she's dying of consumption. Russell Crowe figures that Colin Farrell's about to use his miracle to save her.
To save her.
So if he kills her, he can't use his miracle, and that's in some way good for a demon.
That's good for the bad guys.
And am I right or wrong in assuming, was this a part of the narration at the top, or is this me just thinking about something different? Where it's like, you never know who you're going to save. Will they become the president? Will they become a this? Will they become...
He says that in that scene, I think.
Yeah, like
something like that.
Who are you supposed to be?
He says that later when they're having that little horse dance by the Brooklyn Bridge.
Oh, right.
Who was she going to be? The Pope? Whatever.
So
grandmother of the first man on Mars?
Yes. Amazing line. By the way, that's one of my favorite scenes in the movie, too. The horse head-to-head fight. It's like, it's two horses walking, like, being like a horse intimidation scene.
Yeah.
But so that, I think that's basically it. Like, he needs, so what if this woman was to have the president that does something amazing, the mother of the president that does something amazing? That's why he needs to kill her.
No. He just wants to kill her. He only wants to kill her to prevent.
But that's what I'm saying, to prevent the miracle, because the miracle could have giant consequences.
It could, but it also could. He says, or is it true love? Or is it something...
Oh, so just true love?
It could also be just like this true love.
This guy's got to work hard in this in the city. That's
So Russell Crowe
spends for New York, at least.
Russell Crowe spends, a very long time explaining to Lady Sybil what's up.
For no reason.
Meanwhile,
one of maybe I would say 4 to 5 times in the film where someone takes a break to basically give about 2 pages.
Do not
of
get me started on the library scene. The library scene was the craziest scene in a movie I've seen in a very long time.
In my opinion, that whole part of the movie took place after the movie. That was a separate movie.
To me, also, I felt that library
once Jennifer Connelly's in it, it's madness.
It's a whole different movie.
Well, I thought that library scene was like reshoot central. Like, oh fuck, we don't. No one knows what's going on. Can we have
this doesn't make any sense. I got an idea.
And it's just
go
like
in there and explain the movie really quickly.
Colin Farrell's like, I just have 3 pages of a monologue in a row that is just describing the movie we're in.
It's something.
Oh my god, that scene, I was cackling. That scene was. It made anyway. So Russell Crowe, his intention is to kill her. He spends so much time talking that Colin Farrell has time enough to both talk through his love troubles with Graham Greene.
Yes. And by the way, he's also eating clams on the dock, too.
Weirdly. In like Brooklyn.
Yeah.
And also ride his horse all the way to the Upper West Side where Lady Sybil is.
Yes.
All during one conversation between, anyway. So Russell Crowe finally has the knife out, and Colin Farrell rides by on the horse. Nobody stops him. Nobody shoots at him. Nobody's like, hey, look, it's him on the horse. He just grabs Lady Sybil and they jump away.
Well, and Russell Crowe sees him approaching on the white horse, which he knows is a magical horse, coming toward them, and he doesn't act any faster.
Stab.
He doesn't do any. This guy has a slow reaction.
He doesn't stab her. He doesn't
all full of
attack
oysters.
him.
His belly is full of oysters. He can't move that quickly.
And he seems totally surprised when he snatches her up and they take off. He goes, I saw it coming.
Hey, everybody. Sorry to interrupt the podcast, but I need to pay the bills. That's right. These are people that help us. So by going to their sites, you help us, and they help you because they have amazing products. Amazing products like Squarespace. Whoa, what does Squarespace do? I'm going to tell you. They're the all-in-one platform that makes it fast and easy to create your own professional website. Check this out. They got amazing templates that let your content be the focus of your website. If you need a website, Squarespace is your only option. He is the Terminator. You are John Connor. He is taking you by the hand. So keep your friends up to date with the help of Squarespace. You can easily connect Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pinterest, Instagram, Google, and many more of your social medias through Squarespace. Plus, Squarespace is now fully able to support commerce functionality. What does that mean? If you want to sell a t-shirt, they can handle it. Squarespace customers can now sell stuff online. So what are you waiting for? Start a free trial with no credit card required at squarespace.com. If you decide to sign up for Squarespace, make sure you use the offer code TRAILER to get 10% off and let them know that we have sent you. Squarespace, everything you need to create an exceptional website. Here's a show that I'm actually really excited about. It's Spike's brand new show, Catch a Contractor, and this is a great premise. Basically, Adam Carolla catches bad contractors. I love this idea. So what they do is they set up a situation where the contractor has to either give back the money, come back and fix the work, or see the homeowners in court. So they confront the contractor. It's like Punk'd, but then there's also like a challenged part of it. And Adam Carolla is there to make sure that they do it right. It's really good. Catch a Contractor on Spike, starring Adam Carolla as a master carpenter with a taste for vengeance. You'll laugh, you'll cry, and you'll want to build an add-on to your home. It's where justice and comedy meet to make great television. So don't forget to tune in to the most American show on television, Catch a Contractor, starring Adam Carolla, premiering Sunday, February 28th at 10 Eastern, 9 Central, right after an all-new episode of Bar Rescue. Now,
this brings us to
this is the horse battle that happens here, right?
No,
that's later.
No, we're about to meet our surprise
judge.
guest.
Oh yes.
And really the most extraordinary scene in the film, I think.
Yes, Russell Crowe goes to meet with the judge. He has an appointment, and the judge lives under the Brooklyn Bridge.
I think this judge is Satan. Yes,
It's Lucifer.
Well, his name is Lou.
Oh,
so
he calls him Lucifer.
Does he call him Lou? Oh,
Yeah,
I
he
thought he
calls
called
him
him Lou.
Lucifer a couple
Okay.
of times.
Okay.
He might also call him Lou.
And at first, when he walks in, you're like, "What do you want?"
No, first when he walks in, there is an old man with a stitched up mouth.
I forgot about that guy.
What
Oh,
the
yeah.
fuck is that? The guy
First,
that answers the door.
The door opens and it's like Alfred from Batman, only his
Yes.
mouth is all stitched up in a
Oh my
gross
God,
way.
that was amazing.
Yeah.
And then he walks in. He's like, "What do you want with me?" And then all of a sudden, a very small little light comes on.
Yeah.
Then there's Will Smith sitting on a chaise lounge, reading a book.
That was a little clever reversal that just didn't work.
Yeah.
Click. What's going on? Like,
And Will
hang on,
Smith-
I don't understand. Why is his
I will
voice
say this,
scary
like,
in the dark?
All the accents are all over the place. Everybody's crazy. But I do believe Russell Crowe or Colin Farrell or Lady Sybil, I do believe they are all period appropriate.
Yes.
Will Smith is incapable of not sounding and acting contemporary.
So there's a lot. I want to try to figure out what happened behind the scenes. My first theory was that Will Smith shows up to play Lucifer in 1916, and he has a very today hairstyle. And somebody said to him, "Can we cut your hair?" And he said, "Fuck that." And they said, "Okay, well then let's go with it and put a Jimi Hendrix T-shirt on him and give him earrings and just say that he exists out of time."
Yeah, because he has that whole monologue where he says, "Now? You ask me for now? You don't understand time." And his voice is getting deeper and bassier and weirder. "You don't understand. Someone like you doesn't, in the blink of an eye, thousands of years, blah, 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 blah." But I was still like, wait, but you sound too contemporary.
But that's why they put him in the Jimi Hendrix shirt.
Yeah.
Because he is of now.
Wait, was he in the Jimi Hendrix shirt in the first one?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's wearing a Jimi
He's
Hendrix
always
T-shirt
wearing
in
that
1916.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he
I didn't
traverses
notice
through
that.
time.
I only noticed it in the
I'm now
later.
confusing elements of the stuff that I've just watched in True Detective because there's a time element now.
Oh,
in that.
really?
And so now I got to remember which was which.
But my second theory, once he pops up again in 2014 later in the movie, is that maybe they shot that scene first and they were like, "Okay, time to change you over to 1916." And he was like, "I don't think so.
I need to get
I
home.
got to be out of here.
I got to
by
pick up
6."
Jaden.
So
I gotta go.
it's this or nothing.
It's this or nothing. I'm Satan. What difference does it make?
Yeah, it is odd that he does not.
He's in the same wardrobe in 2014 as he is in 2016.
It's one day. It was one day, and they
And
definitely had one day
everything
shoot.
that his
It's like Bruce Willis in Expendables 2. It's
well, it's like Marlon Brando in Heat.
Oh yeah, right.
You know,
his special effect is not special effect or whatever, but like is just he turns on and off like light bulbs with a string.
Yeah,
like he lives in a dark room and he just like turns on an Edison bulb with his.
That's when he's being a judge too. Like
Yeah.
he's like, well, all right. He's like, obviously Russell Crowe's like, I need to get up to the Lake of the Coheries to kill this woman. And he's like, well, do you want a judgment? All right, I'll walk over here to this judge stand.
to this
click,
weird
click,
railing he has.
and it turns on the light, and then he's able to judge him in this moment.
Yeah.
They have their conversation. He lets him go.
He denies him.
Oh, he denies him.
denies
Right?
him.
Yes, he denies him. He
He
lets him
says,
go.
"Find another way."
I got to say the design of Satan's office space was a bit of a punt.
Oh
Yes. just kind of like a stark bat cave. It was like there was water around it and a chaise lounge, and that was it.
Yeah, it was
like,
disappointing.
Yeah,
this is also the scene where Russell Crowe's character, a 1916 gangster, tells us shit happens.
Shit happens.
Yeah, well, that was the thing. I wrote down shit happens because
so did I.
Shit happens means that he's contemporary too. That shit happens is not a 1916 phrase.
Not at all.
So maybe are they all wearing like Jimi Hendrix T-shirts but Russell Crowe is undercover in 1916?
I don't think so. I think that's just bad writing.
That was
or
an
Russell
improvised
Crowe. Yeah,
moment.
it did feel a little improvised because it felt like there was a little bit of a wink. Like, I'm having fun now.
So now Lady Sybil and Colin Farrell have gotten away on Pegasus.
And they're in Lake of the Coheries, this beautiful...
Yeah, they're up in this beautiful place where the...
Super thick ice.
Very thick, but not thick enough that a girl with tuberculosis could melt the snow with her... At any point, just wherever she's walking is just becoming
it
puddles.
becomes melt. She's so hot that she melts through everything.
Yeah.
Anyway, so okay, so William Hurt is basically like, okay, you rode up on a again.
By the way, I just want to bring this up. The Will Smith character is not in the book.
What the fuck is happening?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Wow.
Why? How do you even introduce this?
That's what I'm saying
what
about
was this point? Like, because they didn't know they had Will Smith.
This
like,
movie,
why did they introduce this character to do what?
Make Will Smith the William Hurt character if you want to give him a cameo as a father. Make it even more confusing.
It feels like they were like, it's hard to turn a novel into a movie. Let's make it a lot harder by introducing nonsensical elements.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a demon. Maybe what we need. You know what we need? Let's tell the writer we need the demon to have a boss.
Right. Oh my God.
So they ride up to us. William Hurt, Colin Farrell has basically abducted this girl, ridden on a horse all the way up the river
to her parents' country
to her
estate.
parents' country estate, and they are not phased at all.
Nope, not at all.
Not at all.
Who's not phased?
William Hurt.
Right,
William Hurt's
right.
basically like, what are your intentions with my daughter? Not like,
but
who the fuck are you?
But that's another great scene. He's like, what are your intentions? What do you do? Who are you? Where do you come from? Who made your suit? And he's like, I'm over here. I did this. My suit's over this. And it was like a weird.
That's a hell of a scene. Like William Hurt is really robotic in that scene, and that's also the scene where we have the long conversation about whether it's fillet or fillet.
Well, and I was confused.
Or claret or claret.
Yeah.
And then that was like, to me, I was like, well, okay, is he? What is the power play of this? He's saying, I say it's fillet, so it is fillet, or is he saying I'm testing because you're too poor to know how rich I am? Like, I didn't quite understand.
I will say this for sure: the actors did not know any better than you do. What the point of that dialogue?
Yeah.
is.
I agree.
They didn't settle on it.
I really feel like there's a lot of favors called in, and it was like, trust me, this is when we put this together in editing.
The book was huge. Then there is the furnace scene.
Another scene that could just go and have no impact on the movie at all. Take it out.
By the way, because again,
it must have been a huge part of the book in order for them to keep.
The whole thing in this movie is that Colin Farrell, while not being a good guy,
I just had a realization. By the way, this movie is Harry Potter.
Oh.
Colin Farrell is Harry. He's an orphan.
Yeah.
He's an orphan. He's raised by people who aren't his parents. Okay. He is the chosen one.
Yeah.
Who can save the lives of everybody, kind of. He's like the chosen one. But he has to go off to this like estate in order to realize the true extent of his powers. So this estate is basically Hogwarts. I'm telling you. Because this movie is Harry Potter.
I feel like the only reason why the furnace scene is in there is to do the microfiche scene, because he sets up early on. He's like, I'm good with. I can.
He says, I always wanted to be a mechanic. He says to her, at some point.
Why?
Yeah.
For what reason? I don't need. Why do we need to know that he's good with machines?
He could just he knows machines. And like by just touching them,
I'm guessing in the book,
machines.
his like magical power was like machine stuff.
I thought that this fire in the furnace was like one thing that the powers of hell could do in this sacred area.
Oh.
Like I thought maybe that's sort of what was going on.
I like that.
But it doesn't get paid off.
But by the way, I also was confused. Like that was a giant mansion, but they were treating it like it was the engine of a giant ship that was going to explode.
Yes.
Like, did houses explode from furnaces?
Probably.
Like,
it was like a steam furnace. Like it could explode. Yeah,
but the idea of somebody saying, if my house is going to burn down, I'm going to burn down with it is so absurd.
And him saying, my wife built this house.
My wife picked out every window dressing.
Every pillow.
Therefore, I'm going to burn alive in it.
So he comes in, Colin Farrell comes in, saves the day with the furnace. William Hurt Stewart gives him a big hug, and then Colin Farrell is sketching the red-haired girl.
Colin Farrell's also doing the same drawing.
The same drawing that Russell Crowe did.
By the way, guys, we are not even into this. Oh, I guess
I
it's,
know.
yeah.
I don't. We can jump ahead at any point.
But
at this point, I really do want to figure this out because he and Lady Sybil have a real romance. They go for a walk in the cold. He teaches her how to
They dance.
He teaches her how to control her breathing so she doesn't get so hot. They go to a New Year's Eve dance, and then they fuck.
Now, my question is this. I had a question. Was his... This is going to sound, vulgar. Who cares?
Yeah.
Was his dick too warm? Like, did he kill her because he...
No. She was poisoned by the angel.
Oh, right. Of course. I'm sorry.
Wait a second. Wait, what?
His dick
Hold on. Okay, this is a June moment.
That
You're
was
having
a June moment. I did. I forgot about the poisoning. I forgot about the poisoning.
In your mind, you were like, his dick was so hot, he exacerbated her fever.
I did think so. I did. Because I thought because this is what I thought. And I remember why I thought that. Because I thought that the devil, it was like more of like a Romeo and Juliet thing. I thought that they put that stuff in her glass and she was going to appear to be dead or something like that.
I see.
Because I kind of missed when he was having that deal with
the
it.
way that the poison worked, that she was poisoned with, is it will only kill you if you get excited. That's what he establishes in Bryant Park. I think it was Bryant Park.
Yeah,
that's what he said. He's like, don't worry, it'll only kill her if she gets excited. Or something. You have to get pretty excited to get
that.
Which is
okay.
weird.
So Russell Crowe is hoping that she would have a beautiful night out dancing and
why not just give her a poison that'll kill her regardless?
Because it's special angel poison.
Why did the angel do that? And why is the angel a cater waiter?
Fallen angel. He's a fallen angel.
He's a fallen. No, I thought he was a demon.
angel.
A demon who became an angel.
I thought he was an angel who became human.
An angel who became human.
Oh, okay, got it. So he had the special crystals.
This is where
and the crystals were also magic. They were magic crystals. They were not like
what crystals?
He put that thing in her glass.
That was the poison.
That's what I'm saying. But it was like it had like a special light. It wasn't just like it wasn't like rat poison.
So
like,
that poison
he could have done easily.
Yes, easily.
The poison plus getting fucked will kill you.
Yes,
I guess so. But here's my question, and this is a very important question that I need to know the answer to: is consumption contagious?
No. She says it's not.
She said it's not early on.
She did?
Mm-hmm. Yes. She
Okay.
did when
she said, don't worry, it's not contagious.
Okay, good.
And he goes, I know because my daughter died of it too. That's the eye doctor.
Oh.
Or sister.
How is it not contagious? What the
I
hell
don't know. I couldn't figure that out because I was like, I get it. You're in love with this girl, but like, you're gonna get consumption, bro.
But he didn't care. He was in love with her. Where was he gonna go?
All right, so she is dead.
She's dead.
He can't use his miracle
She's
to
dead.
save her from
He tries
consumption.
to. He brings her to the princess bed. The little girl.
The little girl.
Oh, Lady Sybil has a little sister who is a little bit like all over the place, all over.
Guys, by the way, I just typed in consumption. It is a potentially fatal and contagious disease.
Thank you.
Well, maybe they didn't know that in 1916. I guess how did they explain to themselves how each other are getting it? If it's not contagious, if a disease is not contagious, how can somebody else have it?
Who knows?
Only one person would have it.
That's a big get there too. I mean, that to have a disease in a movie where like.
But by the way, all she does is like handle her younger sister, who's probably now going to die.
Oh well, no, she's not.
Wait a minute. You know what? She says two things. She says it's not contagious, and I've been locked in this house. I can't see anybody. I can't talk to anybody. I can't kiss anybody.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make any sense.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so she dies, and you think he takes. Oh, the little girl Willa, the sister, has made a princess bed so that when she dies, she says to Colin Farrell, when she dies, bring her here and kiss her, and that's you will bring her back to life or something, whatever. Right. And so she dies after he bones her.
Yes.
He bones her to death.
Bones her to death because his dick is too hot.
His hot dick kills her. His hot
tips her temperature over the air.
He takes her temperature with his manometer, and she... and she overheats, Deadsville. He carries her down to the princess bed. He kisses her. And she doesn't wake up. And then she is put in the ground.
Quickly. Very quickly.
Yep.
Buried.
Now I guess during all this time, there was a lot of time to get her buried and everything. I guess that's the time that it takes before Russell Crowe, because Russell Crowe can't leave New York. So then Colin Farrell's like, well, I guess I'll go back to New York now.
Well,
but this is what's
cemetery is in New York.
Right.
But what's interesting here is at this point I have now forgotten about the horse/dog. and he says...
By the way, the horse never turns into a dog. If you're listening...
Right, it never becomes a dog.
You never see that.
They
It's
just
a horse.
call it a dog.
Yeah.
Because it's the dog of the West.
It's a horse, but we understand it's a dog.
But it sometimes appears as a horse.
I see, okay.
It only, to us, only as a horse.
But this whole time that the two of them have been up at this country house, which they got to by way of horse, the horse has apparently been back at Grand Central Station? At some point,
that is true. You're right.
The horse has been
Well, the
hanging
horse
out at
can
Grand
fly
Central
and they can do magical stuff, so yeah.
But
I'm
why
sure.
not stick with them? I don't know. But
Okay,
regardless.
I have a real question though, and this is a very real question. So let's do. I'm just going to jump through a couple things.
Yeah.
Okay.
She dies. Colin Farrell comes back to New York and is like, "Fuck it, I'm here. Get ready." Russell Crowe's like, he's back. I'm gonna go get him.
Yeah.
So Russell Crowe comes to kill Colin Farrell. Colin Farrell turns the horse loose and is like, "Get out of here, horse!"
I don't know
the
why.
horse flies away.
Yeah.
He doesn't get on it and fly away with it.
No, he
don't know
should-
why.
should have gotten on it and flown away.
100% gotten on the horse.
Maybe
Anyway,
he's suicidal at that point.
By the way, I did love this moment because they use a I forget, like a bolo, or it's like one of those whips with like balls.
Two balls on the end of it.
Yeah, and they were able, like they quickly knock that horse out.
There's some
with the-
CGI with that horse.
Yeah, that was pretty good. That horse is
Some
very
budget.
talented.
So then Russell Crowe and Colin Farrell have a fight on the bridge.
And you were thinking, because he does say in the beginning, like, I'm gonna take my time. I'm gonna kill this guy right.
He is driven to kill him, first of all.
Yes.
Definitely make sure he dies, and secondly, to relish it and make it painful. These are two things we understand about this.
This is 1906. It's now 1917, probably.
Yes, and then he just
because we've had
headbutts him to death. Not even death, just headbutts him like
He headbutts him four times and then pushes him over the edge of the Brooklyn Bridge.
Now this is where I have a giant question coming.
Oh,
in.
you
This is-
do?
Yes.
Oh,
a
I don't know why you would.
Giant
I don't
question.
understand why you would have a question here. Okay, go ahead, Paul.
So he falls off the bridge. He gets in the water, and he is now. There's a part in the. This is where I'm confused. Are we led to believe that he immediately pops up from the water?
Yeah.
No one checks in to see if he's
No.
dead or drowned, because he shouldn't have been dead. He just kind of fell off a bridge and got his head hit a couple times.
Right.
Well, I think they think he's dead.
They think he's dead.
I
Okay.
think for sure Russell Crowe and his crew are like, and handle.
Well,
Now, we know because we've seen a movie before that he's going to pop up out of the water.
Exactly.
Correct.
And by the
Russell
way,
Crowe has never seen a movie. It's 1917.
Here's the thing.
But by the way, stay there for 2 more minutes and just go. Well, this was watch.
Okay,
and
I
sure.
have, but I think I'm gonna cut. I think I might cut in front of you.
Yeah.
He doesn't crawl out of the water until 2014.
No, that's my thing. He crawls out in 1916. Isn't alive for 100 years with no memory.
Yes.
He's alive for 100 years.
Yes.
This is super confusing.
Oh, wait, I
That's
thought he crawled
super
out
yes.
in
No, that's what I
in
thought too. And then
2014.
today I realized he was in New York drawing on the sidewalk for 100 years.
I think it is it. It's 100
because
years.
It is 100 years. I know that, but
So
he
the
has
fall,
no memory.
The fall from the bridge gives him amnesia.
Correct.
Yes.
And he is also immortal for reasons that I'm not sure about.
And also then, but this is the real question: why isn't Russell Crowe ever bumping into him in the streets of
What?
New York?
No,
Russell
guys,
Crowe doesn't-
No, wait.
hang on.
I have a problem with this.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, Russell Crowe doesn't realize he's still alive
Because he doesn't know he's who
until
he is.
Colin Farrell realizes who he is.
The minute Colin Farrell
I'm not
writes,
saying it makes sense.
The minute Colin Farrell writes Peter Lake ?
That was
on the mirror.
best moment of the question mark. He wrote
Question mark. He
Russell
wrote his
Crowe-
own question mark. That's when Russell
the
Crowe
question
is
mark.
like, wait a minute.
Russell Crowe in another part of the city suddenly goes, "Oh shit, he's alive," which is triggered by him realizing he's alive.
Okay,
But by the way,
but I have a question.
wait. But see, if he's writing Peter Lake question mark, his spidey sense tingles. But when he's hiding in Grand Central, he needs to move things around. He needs to move gemstones. It's weird. Like even Russell Crowe's ability to be.
I
checked
think
into
Russell
him.
Crowe is tuned into his existence, but can't pinpoint it unless he's got
Okay.
his gems. I don't know,
But this
man.
is very important. We have, for 100 years in New York,
Yes.
a person walking around, living
No,
someplace,
I don't
feeding
think this is
himself.
true.
By the way, I'm just looking on the Wikipedia
You
page.
are?
Yes, it says. He miraculously survives, but wanders around the city with amnesia for a century.
But wait a
Drawing chalk art of
Feeding
a redheaded
himself,
girl.
clothing himself, living somewhere.
How and never aging.
Never aging.
Never aging and not questioning the
Not questioning it. And at some point, little girl says to him, "What's your name?" And he just very matter-of-factly says, "I don't know."
So
And
for
by the way,
100 years,
that's 100 years.
That's
Like 100
100
years.
For 100
He
years,
hasn't
he
made
didn't
any
even
choices.
He didn't
Right.
choose like, oh, everybody calls me buddy.
Yeah.
That is what it would be.
Yeah, but like like, what?
He makes no friends.
Okay, see
but
that,
but he does seem
I have real problems with this now.
Yeah.
I have real fucking problems with this now.
It's a serious problem.
Because I was on board for the magical realism of Fall in the Water in 1916.
And that's what I thought.
Come out in 2014.
And that's what I thought. And that's how I saw it last night. Because it made sense.
Makes little more sense.
It makes like a time continuum.
Well, we would still be sitting here going, what was he doing under the water for 100 years?
Sure. Well, maybe he fell through a time portal in the falling down.
Either way, I would have bought that more than the pragmatic, practical, legitimate concerns of an amnesiac living in New York City for a century
and never aging,
and never having friends.
But by the way, he has an apartment because you see that one scene where he kind of goes into the closet and gets out a jacket.
Yep. He affords the apartment based on coins that people throw at him because he keeps drawing this redheaded woman
girl on the sidewalk.
Can't be
His drawings are really good, though.
And there's a lot of ways to get along cheaply in New York.
And by the way, is that what he was doing in 1923?
Yes.
Like, what the fuck are we talking? He's lived through the Depression.
But again,
he's lived through.
Did he serve in World War II? Did he serve in Vietnam?
Well, I mean, like, is that another part of the book that is cut out?
How is he eating? How
did he function in the world?
But again,
he has no ID.
Right, no
and
ID.
seems that you want to look at the microfiche, you got to use an ID.
This is the first time it's been a problem for him in 100 years.
He's like, oh boy, well, I guess I'm fucked here. Like, really, bro?
It's never come up
for
before.
100 years you haven't had ID.
His life was simple. He lived in a great high-rise apartment and drew on the street. That was it.
I need somebody who read this book to write the fucking on the forums and explain this pile of garbage moment right here.
I'm sure. By the way, I'm sure the book is amazing. As a matter of fact, I remember that someone. I'm going to read you a thing that Akiva Goldsmith says, or Goldsman says. Okay.
This is the screenwriter.
This is the screenwriter and director
who has proven himself competent in other films.
Yes. He does say that the movie is kind of unfilmable. That's why he took out 300 pages.
Whoa!
So 300 pages of that book is not accounted for in this film.
Want a movie. Can we make a movie that is just those 300 pages?
When someone asked him, are you the right man to direct this film? He goes, this is an amazing answer. I'm the kind of romantic that likes to find the meaning in things just in its natural course. Life is sufficiently hard, and if you can find the hope underneath that, there's the connectedness, and for some reason then, that's comfort. That's what I've learned, and I think that's the feeling in this movie.
And was that then used as the ending narration?
This makes no sense
either. Let me
paraphrase
that. Will you give me the question?
Yes. Are you the right man to direct this film?
I think he basically said I'm the guy that they made the check out to.
Yeah, I took their money.
Okay, so because now I have another huge problem.
Yes.
Okay.
So when Colin Farrell starts to have an inkling rather of who he might be, he remembers the Grand Central Station of it all.
Yes.
And so the first thing he does, which is now we've caught up to the first scene we saw, which is that he goes into that attic area of Grand Central Station, he moves aside the board, and he finds the box. And the box has in it his baby blanket, the little ship thing,
which has no
City of
significance.
Justice,
No significance, yeah.
City of Justice,
but it is brought to you. It is brought to light so much as if it has a lot of significance.
Well, it will have significance
it
later. Okay, but in that box is a chocolate from New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
He never went back to Grand Central after New Year's Eve.
He did, because that's where the horse was hanging out. And now I understand why they told us this stupid fact that the horse has been hanging out at Grand Central Station. Where does a horse hang out at Grand Central Station?
That's when he put the chocolate in the box?
So she died, and he went back to his little home there, and he's like, well, I'm going to save this chocolate for good.
From the night I fucked a girl to death and put it in this box with my baby blanket.
You fucking shot that scene, put it in the goddamn movie, because he pulls that chocolate out, and I was like, fuck you. There's no way that chocolate is in there.
100-year-old chocolate.
So then he goes using the chocolate as his only clue.
Yes.
He goes in search of answers.
In search of...
Oh, well, we didn't talk about the moment, though, where he's just kind of wandering around the park and bumps into a little young girl. Now, meanwhile, his best friend, or his good close friend at Grand Central Station, a black man who is magical. We don't know how he's magical.
He's another, like, guardian angel type person.
Right. It's very much like that movie, The Adjustment Bureau. You don't know there's certain, like, and so he's standing not more than, I would say, 2 feet away from Colin Farrell. I guess he has amnesia, so he doesn't remember him.
Correct.
That's why he doesn't recognize him.
And he's flipping the coin. He's saying, "Come on, Pete. Come on, Pete. Here's your change.
Here's your change. Flips the magic coin.
And then the little girl
facilitates, finally, after 100 years. Why did it take that long? I don't know. After 100 years, he facilitates the meeting of Colin Farrell and the little girl who he is meant, in reality, to use his miracle.
The real redheaded girl. Who is also dying of cancer,
Now,
which is not contagious.
Which is the 2014 consumption.
Yes.
Let's face it. And by the way, also at some point we learned that Colin Farrell is Lady Sybil's miracle or something like that.
Yes.
And maybe that's why he's become immortal. He cannot die because he is her miracle.
Yes, because in dying, she gave him life. He cannot be killed.
No.
Yes.
I thought the whole thing was he has a miracle in him, and he won't die until he gave it to that redheaded girl.
No, Lucifer says to Will Smith in the second scene says to Russell Crowe, "You were too short-sighted. You thought you were ruining his miracle.
Right.
You didn't account for the fact that it was her death was her miracle, and her death or her miracle protected him. He cannot be killed."
Okay.
And that's why.
So everyone is capable of miracles then at all points.
Well, that's why Russell Crowe then makes the deal to we are going to fight
Can I be a street fighter?
To the one true death.
And
that means Russell Crowe has to become mortal.
And then his 3 little shaves go away from the back of his head. His cool 80s haircut that Jason really liked goes away. Now he's mortal, so he can have a fist fight. Oh boy! So baby cancer.
I'm sorry, but the little girl, the cancer-ridden little girl, is Jennifer Connelly's daughter.
Yeah.
Then they.
By the way, don't you
meet
get
in
that they're like? I feel like the movie was pushing them to almost kiss. Like I was like, is he gonna have to kiss this little baby?
I thought that was 100%.
I felt like that was like I was like, I feel uncomfortable with this.
Yeah.
Like,
Let me also say, by the way, do not ask a child actor to have a seizure on film. That was super
the
awkward.
best moment of the movie.
That was really uncomfortable. That was. I'll be June for a second. That was upsetting. But what happens is they have a weird meeting in the park at night, and then they separate from each other, and then he's on the search to figure out the mystery of the chocolate. He goes to the library, to the newspaper library, or whatever. And he's like, I gotta find out what's up with this chocolate. And the guy's like, well, you can't without ID. And
the guy gives him actually 2 pieces of ID, so
I'm
it's
sorry.
really hard.
And a waiting period.
And
there's a microfiche waiting period.
Yeah, there is. It's like a guns.
Like
guns
a 2-week
and
waiting period.
Guns and microfiche.
To keep
you need
psychopaths
to do.
from looking at microfiche. But in the meantime, Colin Farrell, between the first meeting with Jennifer Connelly and her daughter and the second, Colin Farrell has mostly remembered who he is and has now cut his hair and is wearing his old clothes from the teens.
Yes. Right.
So he now looks identical to himself in the 19
Which
teens.
is very confusing.
And but he's living in
well, when he meets Jennifer Connelly in the library section of it, and he has a 2-page explanation of what happened up to the movie till now. There is a great moment. He's like, "What are you researching?" She's like, "The cure for cancer."
I guess.
She also has a line. There are so many regulations these days. God, a lot of weird lines.
This scene in particular, he is just monologuing.
I mean,
and it's all run-on sentences.
I think you're right about reshoots. That was
a reshoot. This is definitely a reshoot.
Yeah.
And then she believes him.
Yes.
She brings him back to the microfiche. They find the pictures in the newspaper of William Hurt and his daughter, and then that's when Colin Farrell starts to cry.
I can only imagine, by the way, if you're listening to this and you did not see the movie, you must be like, what the fuck? Like, I mean, even talking it through, I'm like, wow.
Now we're in 2014 for a long time. We've settled into 2014.
Oh, yeah.
For a
this
bit.
This is like at least a half an hour of the
Jennifer
movie.
Connelly then flips the page and sees a picture of Colin Farrell and
by the
Lady
way,
Sybil.
and when were these pictures taken? Because I didn't
remember
see
the
any
picture being
cameras
taken.
taken.
Never.
And by the way, that's the easiest thing to set up.
Yep.
Like they're at this New Year's
Picture
Eve
day.
thing. Picture at
Flash.
New Year's Eve. Flash. Just one flash.
Nope.
And these are like weirdly, they're not even in their New Year's Eve
No, they're
getup.
just outdoor pictures.
Who's
but also,
taking these pictures?
who's taking pictures in the teens outside in the winter?
Yeah.
Nobody.
And they were
The equipment wouldn't have worked.
And you're like, oh, take a picture. Oh, Lady Sybil, take a picture with this stranger that just came to our house for this afternoon. Like, it's not. There's no even.
It's
they
so
were at an
stupid.
event
They
where they
should have
could
done
have
it.
easily
Take
gotten
the
a
picture
picture.
at the New Year's Eve party. They dropped the ball.
Like very much at The Shining. It should have been everyone at the
Love
New Year's
that.
Eve party,
Love
and it
that.
would have been a great bump.
Jennifer Connelly believes him to have been from the past.
Of course, he's
and
wearing
is-
the same fucking outfit,
and is again unfazed.
Nope, never gets.
Nope.
And basically, he's like, "Do you want to come over for dinner?"
Yeah.
And he's like, "No, I got to figure out who I am some more, so I'll see you later."
And
And she goes,
not before they go upstairs though.
Yeah.
They go upstairs and meet like the kind of Katharine Graham character who's running the paper.
Who, if
That
you do the
character-
math,
yeah.
is like
104 years old.
Yes.
She ought to be about 104 years old.
Because-
being played by an actress who's about 85.
Because what you
Still
realize,
running the paper.
Still running
like,
a newspaper
really
at
running it.
104
Like,
years old.
she is the little sister of Lady Sybil, all grown up, and now is an old woman.
And you
she
think-
sees, go ahead.
So go ahead.
She sees Colin Farrell, and she goes, Peter Lake.
Someone she hasn't seen in 100 years and
she
who
hasn't
has not
seen
aged.
in 100 years.
She goes, well.
Well.
This man
look who is unchanged,
exactly
unaged,
the same.
standing in my lobby, and she's like, "Come here, give me a hug, you."
And then immediately brings him back to the house.
No, she did drop a thing.
Yeah,
she did drop a thing.
Now, here's the thing. You introduce a character that's 105 years old. You think that she's going to play a pivotal role in this movie. Nope. Not at all. She
Not at
basically has a cameo.
Oh, yeah.
And then it's like,
She
okay,
looks out the
bye.
window and tells us something incomprehensible about stars.
Yep.
So that means that she also is aware of stars, but she has no real knowledge of stars because she was not with consumption, and she and her sister died.
It's madness. So then she kept the table and the teacups.
Yes.
Who cares?
Who cares?
They have some tea, and she's like, I feel like,
But
I'm
not
never
even
get-
the same tea.
Not even the same tea. She's like, I feel like I'm never going to see you again. And he's like, well,
Yeah, you won't.
you're
Yeah,
right.
you won't.
Laters.
Yeah.
He
I
high
don't know.
fives her. They fucking walk out of there, and he and Jennifer Connelly. Then they split up.
Yes.
Then they split up and then I was like, why are they splitting up?
Well,
she's like, I live on 12th Street. Do you want to come eat chicken? He's like, no, I got to go. Like you said, I got to go keep figuring out.
I got a mystery to solve. See you later. And then he decides, maybe I will have some of that chicken.
And
on
they
12th
tracks
Street.
her down by
On
her
12th
last name and the fact that she lives on 12th Street.
He walks all of 12th Street.
And checked every. That is a giant job.
That's a fuck you.
Yeah.
That's a fuck you to New York City.
Like
right
all
there.
she should have said is like, I live on 12th and 5th.
Yep.
Like,
Right.
just
Yes.
say the intersection.
Yes.
Why even just 12th? It's just 12th.
12th Street. 12th Street is so long.
But that line of dialogue where he goes, "You're the only gamely on 12th Street, and I do like chicken," felt like something they had to drop in there to explain how the fuck he ends up on that doorstep, and it was a mistake. A mistake was made.
So then we see the baby have the seizure.
Big mistake.
And that's when he realizes the baby has red hair.
And the red
that's when he
hair.
realizes his destiny is to save this little girl.
And then
not
I'm
to
like,
save Lady
make out
Sybil.
with that baby.
Oh, yeah.
He's got to get her out to the old country house, which they do once again by way of the ice.
Yes.
They.
Why
no.
did they need to get to the old
the
country
horse
house?
shows up
Because
again,
the
correct?
princess bed is there.
But the princess bed is not real. That was made by the 5-year-old girl.
It was real. It worked, didn't it?
Wait, there's no magic.
I agree, but it worked.
Okay.
Oh, but also
But I mean, that's what I'm
because-
saying. That's a crazy ass thing to do. It makes no sense.
But that country house is in the protected area that the demon cannot go to.
Okay.
Which may be why he wants to go there.
Okay.
I don't know if at that point he understands that.
I think
Russell
he
Crowe is out to
believes.
get him again.
I think
That
he
the
believes
princess
he
bed
needs
does
to
work.
be in the princess bed.
Well, the princess bed didn't work last time. And
His
so,
dick only works in the princess bed.
So they take off on the horse. They're flying, and as they fly to the Lake of the Cohees, all of Russell Crowe's guys in black like BMWs reach it at the identical time.
They're driving 5 cars in formation across a frozen lake.
Yeah.
Oh, but they are also able to this horse is flying on like wings. They are able to keep pace with a flighted.
That's what I'm saying. It makes no sense. They arrive there. The cars are. I guess the cars are magic. And now we get the big final fight scene between Russell Crowe, which is also like why. That's what this movie is culminating towards, like a fisticuff scene.
Yeah.
Between these two.
Between a demon who has now transformed himself into a human for reasons I now don't remember. Although it helps him be at this country house, which he otherwise would not be able to go to as a demon.
I guess he wants to kill. I guess.
Is that why he can go to the country house? Yes,
because
it
he's
is.
not a demon anymore.
He's
That's
now
why
renounced his demonhood. That's why he can go
but
anywhere.
He renounced it though because he wanted to kill him because he is powerful now. He's immortal. The only way that he could take away his immortality is to
fight him to the one true death.
Yes,
correct. I believe that's true. But in fighting to the one true death, that means Russell Crowe has to fight as a human. He doesn't have his demon powers.
Well, I guess you know what's going to happen here.
Russell Crowe kills Colin Farrell and the little girl dies.
And it was a really bummer of an ending, but
I wish.
Now, this is when the little emblem from the tiny little toy boat finally comes into play as the instrument with which he kills Russell Crowe. It doesn't justify the presence of that scene.
But Russell Crowe, when he gets stabbed in the neck, turns into a fucking snowman.
We don't know why that happens.
I thought he was mortal. I thought he was immortal, not like I thought he was mortal.
Right.
So he should have just died.
I agree.
He does make some reference earlier in the movie to when he's talking about what he wants to do to Colin Farrell. I want to turn him into snow. I want him to scatter. So that's a thing.
Really?
Yeah,
I guess that's a
But I
thing
mean,
you
but
can
is
do?
that a thing? I mean. So he stabs him with the boat thing, which means
City of Justice.
I guess that he gave him justice. He finally gave it justice, but. Oh God, that's terrible. Then they go and they kiss. The girl comes back to life.
The girl comes back to life in a hilarious little misdirect where we think she's dead, and she pops up and goes, "Hey, what's up, guys?"
I was hoping that girl was dead.
We see, by the way, there are two prominent placements of Dunkin' Donuts on 12th Street. The second one comes after that. They got their money's worth. And
I want to see the Dunkin' Donuts cups for this.
Oh my
God, you go in and I would like
also, at that point,
Peter
was
Lake cup, and I'll take a Pearly Soam.
I'll have a medium Peter Lake tea.
I think the message of this movie, again, this is me giving it a lot of credit, is that if someone has been diagnosed with a terminal illness and you're sitting there praying for them to survive, understand that what it's going to take for that to happen is all of the crazy bullshit that goes on in this movie.
Yes.
So don't bother.
Oh, but I do want to say that I then fully expected Colin Farrell and Jennifer Connelly to get together and raise that little girl, but instead he takes the flying horse and flies into the stars and becomes a star.
He becomes a star.
Right. Yes, he is free to become a star now because he has performed his miracle. And I think we are meant to assume that this little girl grows up to become the grandmother of the first person who goes to Mars.
So when we all die, we become stars. Is that what we're led to
I think that's part of it.
Oh, if we're good.
Well, I will tell you this much. Obviously, we had an opinion about this movie, but there are people who had a second opinion. That's right. It's time for second opinions.
Second opinions. From top to bottom, crazy movies are fun.
They're not your first, but they're gonna be a second.
From the depths of Amazon they come. Second opinions for everyone. Second opinions. There are no reviews on Amazon, so I had to take a 10-star review from IMDb. Whoa. And here we go.
Whoa.
This is from Ilea657. This is one of those movies that is so profound, so perceptive altering, you cannot truly appreciate this movie for more than a love story or a monster story if you're not a deep person. This will be a movie I show to my son, and I hope he grasps the meaning of.
Whoa.
The love scenes captured romance and love between two people and not the filth. This movie is not getting its due. Unfortunately, I feel like it's because of the level our society is on now. Sad, really.
Wow.
10 stars.
Oh, brother.
I feel like I just got taken out to the shed.
You did, and here's two more. This is from Pam V. Critics of this movie surely don't have a heart or an imagination, for this movie is overflowing with both to such a degree I was amazed. Or perhaps the critics are nonplussed by the concept of miracles actually happening. It was like stepping into another world, not unlike the worlds of C.S. Lewis and Phil Pullman. I don't think it's Phil Pullman. But
Philip Pullman?
Yeah,
Phil Pullman?
Yeah. But as she goes, it's like stepping into the world of C.S. Lewis, but much more subtle and contemporary. For me, this is life and mood altering. I will see it again after the day it was opened. It is a must-see in my book for any human being.
Whoa.
And finally...
So you hear that, members of the animal kingdom?
Any human
You're not welcome to see this movie.
And then Patty M finishes us off by saying, if you can suspend your intellect for a moment and remember how you believed as a child, you will find this to be beautiful, touching, uplifting. This is Shakespeare and Dickens.
Whoa.
It is not Tom Clancy and Philip Roth. What seems sophomoric to many critics is magic. It is childlike imagination and hope. It is a classic struggle of good and evil, which will be lost on many in our gray society.
Oh, yeah.
This movie is the salve for hurting and longing. And if
oh, God.
So if you can leave the details of it behind for a moment, embrace the love and faith as reality beyond what our minds can fathom. I don't understand that.
I agree that having that point of view requires setting your intellect aside.
Yeah, you need to.
I will say there were like real emotional beats in this movie that I was like,
yes,
that
Colin
I was
Farrell
affected
comes to tears
by.
a couple of times. Yeah.
That I was affected by. Like they did a good, like there are good performances in this movie.
That's why I say it gets the participation award.
Yeah, and that's what was tough about it is like
it's not bad.
For example, another movie this year that I loved that also was a romantic comedy that had a sci-fi element.
About Time.
It's About Time. It's an awesome movie that I also was like, this is going to be weird and crazy, but it totally worked because it was very, very simple and the rules of it were very clearly established.
Well, any movie, I think movies with magic, you have to just give us a baseline.
Yes.
And in this, I don't even know what the baseline is because some of the people who have magic aren't even aware of them having magic. And at the end, like when he flies up to the star, he does it so naturally and so like, all right, bye. I'm going to become a star now. Bye. See you.
I've been alive for a century. Bye.
It's so crazy. I mean, there's no explanation to it. Would you guys recommend people seeing this movie in the theater or on video?
I really would not.
No, it sounds like I would recommend reading the book.
Yeah, I would like to read this book now.
I would not.
No?
I'm not going to read this book at all.
One of the best fiction books.
I can't imagine that's true. Here's what I will say. Go see a really good movie. And then get stoned and sneak into this movie.
Yeah.
I mean, I did say I did laugh out loud a handful of times.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I laughed out loud a bunch, and there was some of the performances are okay. It's not like Last Airbender level terrible.
No, it's definitely watchable.
What's unfortunate about the movie is there's parts of it that I'm like, oh, I bet there could have been a cool movie here if they made any effort to make it make sense.
I believe I saw on one website someone describe it as like a really well-financed version of The Room. It's weird and it has, I mean, it's like it has all the elements of a midnight movie. Like that doesn't make sense. There's all these weird moments and weird shots. It's a bizarre movie. You should definitely check it out when it's out. When it's on video. Now, Andy, you have a bunch of things. You have a brand new television show on Comedy Central coming out.
Yes, March 6th at 10 p.m. That's a Thursday. Review, it's called. And a bunch of clips have made their way online.
And they're super funny.
YouTube,
online clips.
Yeah. And people are liking them. People are telling me via Twitter that they're loving these clips and they can't wait for the show. And so
I saw the pilot of it and it was super funny.
The entire first episode is up at ComedyCentral.com.
Oh yeah,
nice.
So run right out right now and fucking watch that shit,
and also watch it on March 6th when it's on.
Yeah, you got to do that because you got to get the ratings up.
Yeah. No, don't watch it online.
And now tell us about this new Earwolf podcast.
Yes, I also have a podcast dropping every Thursday between now and March 27th. A new episode of the Andy Daly Podcast Pilot Project.
That's a big title. That is.
Yeah, and I always get it wrong.
The ADPPP.
The ADPPP. Yeah, check that out.
All right,
people are liking that too.
Very good. We have a live show coming up on 3/14. You can get tickets at Largo, LA, and to find out the movies, they're both Hulk Hogan movies. You can find them out on our official Twitter page, which is at HDTGM. I have my comic book Alien vs. Parker. You can get it on Amazon or in your comic book stores. Jason, what do you got?
I don't know. Nothing. I was on Kroll in Broad City this week, so I'm sure those will pop up online somewhere. Check those out. They were funny.
Very super
Watch
funny.
Broad City.
Broad City is so good.
The show is great.
So funny.
The show's great. Those girls are great. It's one of the funniest things going.
And Kroll show, very funny.
And Kroll,
a lot of great stuff on Comedy
People
Central.
can also go to AndyDaily.com to find out some tour dates that I have coming up, which is actually happening. Yep.
That's the thing. If you want to see me with aggressively straightened hair wearing a mesh shirt, watch scroll shot.
Oh, yeah, that looks pretty amazing with Peter Gallagher. A lot of fantasies there.
Oh, yeah. All dreams coming true, guys.
And a big thanks to our engineer, Cody, who is always awesome for us, and all the people that make this show possible. I'm talking about Nate Kiley, does all the research, Avril Haley, who pulls all of our clips, Leanna Waldron, who designs our amazing graphics on our Facebook page. Definitely check that out. And, of course, Katie Dyer, who runs... check this out, our official Twitter and Facebook presence. If you guys think that we missed anything in this episode, you can go to our Earwolf page under the show episode and type in your things for corrections and omissions. Does that make sense? I hope it did. Go to our Earwolf page and leave a comment, and I'll read it on the mini episodes because that's fun. All right, we'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Well, that was our show. And now make sure you head over to squarespace.com to start your free trial with no credit card required. Make sure you use the offer code TRAILER to get 10% off and let Squarespace know that we sent you.
This has been an Earwolf Media production. Executive producers Jeff Ulrich and Scott Ackerman. For more information, visit earwolf.com.
Earwolfradio.com. The wolf dead.
Welcome to
theories
of the third kind.
Welcome. First off, I want to say thank you to whomever you are listening for opening your minds to receive extra knowledge nuggets each week. It means a lot to all of us, and I want you to know that.
Also, before we start, since you, whomever you are a Patreon subscriber, remember that you get priority and topic suggestions. So feel free to shoot those suggestions over to us either by email, Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook DM. We will reply.
So today's episode, we're talking about the Ouija board. So how this episode will go today is that we'll first cover what is a Ouija board, then we'll go into kind of a prehistory, and then go into the history of it, and then the first story of the Ouija board being used, and then we'll go into like a timeline of notable stories throughout history of individuals using it and what happened to them. And then we'll roll into strange facts and findings and, of course, wrap it all up with our personal thoughts and theories. So with that being said, let's get into today's episode. So what is a Ouija board? A Ouija board, or a talking board, is a board with the alphabet split into two rows as a semicircle. Under that are the numbers 0 to 9 and goodbye. The words yes and no are on it as well. These boards come with a triangular or teardrop-shaped planchette that has a viewing hole for the letters on the board. At least 2 people need to be touching the planchette and ask questions to it for the board to work. There is a history of individuals using this board as a tool to communicate with spirits, demons, and the unknown. Mysteries, strange occurrences, and even rumors of death surround this thing. So that's a little bit about the Ouija board. Now, before we go into stories, like we said, we're going to talk a little bit about the history of the Ouija board and how it all got started. So, Anna, do you want to start that off for us?
Yes, I'll start with a little bit of prehistory. So, to really understand the history of the Ouija board, we first have to discuss spiritualism. Spiritualism is a religious movement based on the belief that the spirits of the dead exist and have the ability to communicate with the living. Now, spiritualism has been around since the early 1600s, but it didn't become popular until 1848, when something very unusual happened to 2 sisters. These sisters are known as the Fox sisters. And in 1848, Maggie, who was 14 at the time, and her younger sister Catherine were living in a cabin in Hydesville, New York with their parents. Now, this house that they were all living in had a reputation for being haunted. The family would hear unexplained sounds that at times sounded like knocking, and at other times, they saw their furniture move on its own. So in March of 1848, while the sisters were lying in bed, they again started hearing the unexplained noises. The younger sister Catherine said out loud to the invisible spirit to repeat the snaps of her fingers. And it did. Catherine then asked the spirit to tell her and her sister Maggie who was in the room with her, to guess their ages by knocking that amount of times. And it did.
I'd have been out of there. See ya.
Would have been gone.
No way.
After, a couple knocks, I would have been really scared. Like, that you for real gonna go all the way to 14?
Yeah. It's some homeless man living underneath their cabin fucking with them at night. No.
Dude, there's a story like that though, right?
No,
There's a, like your place, Aaron. It's two pretty much separate houses together.
Yeah.
In like the middle that has like some space in between, somehow a homeless guy had made himself like a home inside the middle part. And he would wait till nighttime where everyone fell asleep. And he had like a little door to where he snuck out into like one of their houses to be able to go back outside and get food and stuff. And then he would sneak back and close it off. And then like the couple that was living there finally heard like some noises, and they ended up like, I guess, calling like an exterminator, thinking there was like some pest or something. End up finding like a little makeshift bed and all that stuff. And it was like all like fresh too. And so.
What a fresh made bed here you have. Dude, that's scary.
Dude, I read that. I was just like, holy fuck. Like, how long has that guy been living there? Like, literally opening up, walking through your house while you're sleeping. It's like,
creepy.
But yeah. Sorry. It reminded me of that story.
So yeah, that's a really creepy story, Dan.
Yeah.
All right, so both these girls told their parents what was going on, and the next door neighbors were told to come over and witness what was happening. Over the course of the next few days, a code was developed where certain knocks could signify yes or no in response to the questions, or be used to indicate a letter in the alphabet. The girls called this spirit Mr. Splitfoot, which is also a name for the devil, just by the way.
Oh, shit.
That's scary.
That is pretty scary.
Especially if you didn't know that. And you just,
I did not know.
I mean, I didn't know it either, but it's like these girls. Yeah, Mr. Splitfoot just keeps coming to say hi. So later on, the entity that was creating the sounds claimed to be the spirit of a peddler named Charles B. Rosna, who had been murdered 5 years earlier and buried in the cellars of their cabin.
Woof.
Yeah. I mean, it's used as a communication tool, a Ouija board, so you don't have to have that to be able to talk to spirits. So it makes sense that if someone died traumatically in the house, that they're lingerer.
See, that's my thing. When I was like looking for houses for my girlfriend, I was just like, so this house was previously owned? Like, what happened to the owners? I always ask that.
Back in high school, when, of course, I lived with my mom at the time, she rented a duplex, and we were pretty broke back then. And I think it was a 2-bedroom duplex. My brother had moved out, so it was just me and my sister staying there. And I think my sister stayed with my mom in her room, and I had my own room. It was like the first time forever I had my own room. And I was seeing like weird shit on the walls and like going on around in the room. Eventually, after we moved out of there, we were told that the person who owned that duplex before us and rented it out had died from that autoerotic asphyxiation or whatever, where, they like hang themselves and like jerk off or whatever. And he ended up dying in that room. I'm like, geez, thanks. Anyways, had some jerking off ghosts in my room with me.
So I was going to say, like, did you like wake up and just see someone hanging in like front of you, just, I guess, going
fucking
at it?
Furiously masturbating? Yeah. No, luckily I didn't. That'd be traumatic.
Yeah. Ooh.
I'd get my dick out and join them. No, I'm just kidding.
You think you better than me, Ghost?
You think you're trying to scare me? Look at this. Look at this. Look at me. Look at me in my eyes. No, I'm just kidding. All right.
Look at
too
me
much,
now.
Aaron.
I'm the captain now. Throughout the next few years, the girls noticed that the spirit would go with them whenever they would travel to different places. Oh. Words of this started to spread, and that they would be invited to individuals' homes where they would display their ability to communicate with this spirit. The Fox sisters decided to hold public seances in New York in 1850, which attracted a lot of notable people. Catherine and Maggie became instant celebrities. This sparked a national obsession that spread all across the United States and Europe. This obsession pushed spiritualism to mainstream popularity. Now, why is this important? Well, spiritualist churches sprang up everywhere, and anyone who had the special gift of being able to communicate with spirits were in great demand. These unique individuals who could communicate with the spirits were then called mediums because they acted as intermediaries between spirits and humans. These mediums invented a variety of interesting ways to communicate with spirits. One of the ways was called table turning, which is tilting or tipping a table, kind of. I've seen an image of it. I'm still not sure how it works out.
Yeah, I dug into it and I'm like, what? I watched videos. I tried to fully understand it, and I'm right with you, Dan. I'm confused on how it works.
Yeah, I tried to understand it. I just don't get it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll go see a medium and have her do it if she does it the old-fashioned ways.
Yeah, the next paragraph kind of breaks it down, but it's still kind of hard to comprehend or visualize.
Let's see if we can visualize with this then. So table turning, it was where the medium and attending individuals would rest their fingers lightly on a table and wait for spiritual contact. Soon the table would tilt and move and knock on the floor to letters called from the alphabet. Entire messages from the spirits were spelled out in this way.
I was just as confused. Every single one that I read was saying something like this, and I don't fully understand it. And I was just as confused when I was trying to find out what the fuck it was.
Well, the way I hear it is, so you would say A, B, C. Okay, that's a C. Write that down. A, B, all the way through the alphabet. God forbid you have like the word street or something. You gotta go S.
Or zoo. Holy shit. No, that makes sense because...
You know what makes even more sense? You know when you go to a restaurant, Aaron, and the table is fucking lopsided?
Yeah.
That's probably what their tables were lopsided. So they were able to hit the floor easier because it's not balanced.
Oh, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, Dan. Oh, God. You think they're doing that at Chinese buffets now? Most of them are lopsided, right?
You want your fortune
yeah,
taken?
Pretty much.
Go to the buffet.
That's how you get your...
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, but it makes sense the way you explain it, Anna, because I was reading that like this method, people didn't like so long for them to do it. So, and the people that were attending would get bored, be like, oh, fucking come on, spirit, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense. It's just, how did they get the table to tilt? That's like my only thought. It's like...
Spirits, Dan.
Yeah,
Spirits, duh.
Yep.
But if a table has 4 legs, like... What?
They would kick it with their feet.
So you just got a spirit just like resting his arm on the opposite side of the table, just making it tilt. And every time you say a letter, he just like lifts his elbow a little bit, like, oh, yep, that's it. Yep. I don't know. I just don't get the tilting. I need to watch more videos on it.
My guess is the tilting comes as they move the table. You have a flat surface, everyone just has their hands on the table. The spirit comes in to communicate when the answer is received, and it moves the table, tilting and turning it as it's answering the letter. So it's not like constantly tipped and at an angle while it's just sitting there waiting.
Okay, that makes sense. So pretty much the ghost comes in and shakes the table.
Yes, and uses you as the medium for it.
See, they should have just said shaking. Table shaking. That makes sense.
Yeah, that'd be a better description of it.
See, I feel dumb, but that makes sense now. Because I'm thinking that they're actually like tilting the table. Because I saw an image. There was a fucking table that was like on 2 legs, while the other 2 legs were just up in the air. Like literally, it was like way up in the air.
I thought they fucking tilted the table completely over and they had letters on the ground and it would fall onto which letter that they had written on the ground. That's how stupid I was when I was researching this. Okay, don't judge.
Okay, so now I don't feel as bad.
Don't talk so negatively about yourself. You're not stupid.
I don't feel so bad now. Because I would have thought the same thing, honestly.
Giant chessboard, but a giant Ouija board. Just throw a desk at the letter.
So that's what poltergeists are really doing. They're trying to fucking spell out letters, but they're missing the fucking Ouija board.
Yeah.
That's okay. All right, moving on from my stupidity.
Y'all are some negative self-talkers today. Jeez Louise.
Hey, we got to be spooky. This is our Halloween episode for Patreon. Spooky. Okay, get fucking scared right now. All of our lights are off.
I'm apparently too ghost-colored. And when my lights go off, I disappear.
Do it real quick. Cut the light off.
She's a goddamn vampire.
You see?
She's
I
Edward
told you.
Cullen. She sparkles. When the lights go off, she gets super bright.
Baby, when the lights go out.
Oh my God.
I do tell you, though, your purple beanie, the color is very vibrant when you cut the light off.
It's
pretty
true.
awesome. Another method of communication that was less noisy was called spirit writing. In this method, there was a small basket with a pencil attached to one end. The medium simply had to touch the basket, establish contact with the spirit, and then the spirit would take over and write their message. This pencil basket eventually evolved into a method where the medium would use a planchette as a pointer, spelling out words instead of pencil writing method. Both of these methods were problematic though. The table turning took way too long, and the planchette method was hard to decipher at times. This caused some of the mediums to get rid of these methods altogether, and instead move to channeling the spirits in a trance. Other mediums built up complicated tables, dials, and tables painted with letters that required people to use a planchette as a pointer. This method became by far the most popular, and it was the one that paved the way for the Ouija board.
Now that is a little bit of prehistory.
Such an interesting story from the sisters.
Yeah. And it only gets more interesting as we go into the actual history of the Ouija board.
All right.
So, like we said, we're going to hop into the history of the Ouija board and how it came to light. You like that? Came to light? Never mind, that was bad. So, in 1886, the New York Daily Tribune newspaper published an article that stated there is a new talking board being used in Ohio. This board was 18 by 20 inches and featured the alphabet, numbers, and the words yes, no, good evening, and good night. The article stated that the only other necessary object needed was a little table 3 or 4 inches high with 4 legs that the spirits could use to identify the letters. The article went on to say that operating the board was easy. You take the board in your lap, another person sitting down with you. You each grasp the little table with a thumb and forefinger at each corner next to you. Then the question is asked, are there any communications? Pretty soon, you think the other person is pushing the table. He thinks you are doing the same, but the table moves around to yes or no. Then you go on asking questions, and the answers are spelled out by the legs on the table, resting on the letters one after the other. This article in the newspaper made these types of talking boards very popular, like extremely popular. And when they say like, well, you put your fingers and hands on the table, when they were talking about it on the article, it was a planchette pretty much, but they were calling it a little mini table. So that was in 1886. So only 4 years later, in 1890, friends Charles Kennard, who was in the fertilizer business, E.C. Reich, who was an undertaker and a coffin maker, as well as Elijah Bond, who was an attorney, all had an idea to turn the board into a toy. A little side note here. Not only were the 3 guys friends, but all 3 were also Freemasons. So that's just a little knowledge nugget for you.
Love those.
So Do what, Dan?
I said I love those knowledge nuggets.
Oh, yeah. So in April of 1890, Elijah Bond and his sister-in-law, Helen Peters, who called herself a medium, were trying to figure out what to call this board. Elijah asked Helen, in which she sat down with the board and asked it what it would like to be called, in which the board spelled out Ouija, Ouija. And that's how it got its name, supposedly. So I know, Dan, you had something that you found something about the locket of Helen or something.
So I did find on one site that supposedly Helen wore a locket that had like a picture of a woman inside of it, and above it, it's spelled Ouida. So they think it's a possibility that that's the actual name she was trying to go for, or that's where she got the name from. But I've only found it on like a couple sites, so I don't know if it's
Ouida.
Yeah, I don't know if it's true or not.
I saw that too.
But it was.
Yeah.
How would you say that? So that's Ouija.
Like, are we all saying it wrong by calling it Ouija when it's Ouija board?
This is true.
Or is this a Mandela effect?
Oh, fuck.
I feel like I remember it always having an A, but I've always said Ouija.
Yeah, I've always known it as Ouija board, and even with seeing it with the A, everyone always called it Ouija board.
Mm-hmm.
Ouija.
So that A,
Ouija board.
So that A should have like an accent or something above it, possibly. Honestly, if I didn't know what a Ouija board was and I saw that word, I'd be going around calling it a Ouija.
A Ouija board.
A Ouija board.
The pronunciation of Ouija varies from country to country. In Britain, it is most commonly pronounced Ouija or Ouija, while in America, it's pronounced Ouija.
Huh. Very interesting.
Like Luigi. Okay, anyways. All right, so who wants to pick up in the history part?
I will take lead.
Okay.
All right. So the three friends, Charles E.C. and Elijah, decided to file the first patent for the game in 1891, which they ended up calling the Ouija board. Now, there is a story that goes behind how they got this patent. And the story goes that when Elijah and Helen went to go get a patent on this, they had to prove that it actually worked in order for it to be approved. So the deal that they made was that if the Ouija board could spell out the patent shop owner's name, that he would approve it. So no one knows if Elijah or Helen knew the name of the owner before this, but the Ouija board did end up spelling out his name. And he was completely shocked, but he ended up approving it, and that's why it is considered a toy today.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, Charles Kennard and then Elijah Bond started doing business as Kennard Novelty Company in creating and selling the Ouija board. Later that year, Elijah sold his half of the patent and the company to his friend Kennard. 14 months later, Kennard left the company. William Fuld, an employee there, eventually took over production of the Ouija boards, and the Kennard Novelty Company was then renamed to the Ouija Board Novelty Company. So for 26 years, William Fuld ran the company through good times and bad. When interviewed about the Ouija board, he was amusingly frank. So he was a pescatarian, and he didn't believe that it was a medium of communication with departed spirits. But, at the same time, thought that the Ouija was a reliable advisor in matters of business and personal life. So it works for him when he needs it.
Yeah, interesting.
It's telling him how to play the stocks. I know they weren't around then, that's just for the record.
So he treated the Ouija board like a magic 8-ball.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Ask me later. Bitch, I want to know now. Yeah.
Spirit's like, come back later. I'm busy. I'm hanging over Aaron's bed masturbating.
Oh, shit, right?
Oh, my God. You're ruthless, Daniel. You're ruthless.
Ruthless. I synced it.
Ooh, does that make you weird for watching, Dan?
Oh, I didn't say I watched.
You said you seen it. That means... That...
Oh, I guess I did. Hey, I was watching Aaron and this fucking ghost just go at it. They were competing. You know, it's one of those things where you try to look away, but you can't.
Oh, God.
You got to know who wins.
Aaron never loses.
It's on pay-per-view.
Yeah, it's
$49.99.
Pay-per-view.
All right, so with him being so frank, his explanation was that the board, through a type of magnetism or some kind of psychological, rolled the hands and led to the right answers. In February of 1927, William climbed to the roof of his Hartford Street factory in Baltimore to supervise the replacement of a flagpole. A support post that was holding gave way and he fell backwards to his death. Following his death, William's children took over the business. And the funny thing is about that is that the board actually told him to build that building, and ultimately he died on it. That's another fun fact.
Damn.
Then in 1966, William's children retired and sold the business to Parker Brothers for $1 million. And now, so the Parker Brothers started producing and selling the Ouija board, which quickly outsold the former favorite, which was Monopoly. That's a huge game to beat.
Yes, it is.
So then in 1991, Parker Brothers is sold to Hasbro, which now holds all the Ouija rights and patents. I mean, it still blows my mind that a kid's toy company says it's 8 and older, you can play with Ouija boards. But it is also cool to see how accepted being spiritual was back in this time. The fact that the game sold more than Monopoly.
I thought they'd be burning people at the stakes around that time for playing with the Ouija board, but I was wrong.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people got into it. Like a lot. There's a ton of stories of individuals using this.
Notable people, too.
Yeah.
So that is the complete history of the Ouija board. Yeah, I know. Man, some people think it's just a board game. But what makes it so different and controversial is that it has some notoriety. Without this reputation, it would be just another board game like Monopoly or Chinese checkers. This notoriety comes from stories from individuals and what they have encountered, seen, or had happen to them or others while using the Ouija board. So that's what we're about to get into.
Ooh, story time.
Oh, Daniel, son, are you going to start us off with the good stories?
Yes, I am. All right. The first documented weird happening to an individual using a Ouija board occurred on November 21st of 1891. The Boston Daily Globe wrote an article in their newspaper titled, "Crazed Through Ouija." They could have thought of a better title.
Yeah, they could have.
The article said the following: Miss Eugenie Carpenter, a fine-looking woman. That's quoted.
That's sexual
assault, I was about to say,
mister.
that's quoted right there. I didn't see her personally. Don't come after me. And only 28 years of age, was found wandering almost naked in the streets. See, now, they shouldn't have said fine-looking woman when she's walking naked in the streets. That's
a little weird, but whatever, you know.
Her reason was unknown, and at intervals, she cried out, "A Ouija said so, and I knew it was true." Further investigation revealed that she was married quite young and that her husband had deserted her. For the previous year, she had been receiving the attention of a young man employed as a brakeman on the Consolidated Railroad, but that they had quarreled over a trifling thing and separated. Upon hearing of the marvelous powers of the Ouija board, she bought one and asked whether her husband would ever return to her. The board answered, no. She then asked if her lover would ever return, and the pointer spelled out, "He has ceased to love you. He will never return." And at this point, she became deathly pale, but after a time regained her composure. It was a couple of mornings later that a neighbor went out to find her wandering up and down the street, muttering to herself, "Ouija said so, and I knew it was so." A few weeks later, the Boston Globe published a few follow-up articles to this story. In the article, the writer warned readers about the evil Ouija witch board and wrote, "Insanity threatens those who consult fortune through her." The newspaper also stated that Catholic clergymen are waging a war upon Ouija boards as they are dangerous to the young.
It's an interesting story, huh?
That's a very interesting story.
The very first documented weird happening with the Ouija board. Whew.
And we were only just getting started.
So, yeah, like we said, that was the first account, but it wouldn't be the last. We're going to transition into some like stories that we put down kind of like as a timeline throughout the year. And the first one we're going to start off with is the one that happened in 1892. So this next story was reported by the Indiana newspaper in 1892. The article, and by the way, this one is by far my most favorite one. Okay. So the article in the newspaper stated that two local residents, a Mr. John Chapman and his wife, became overexcited while participating in a neighborhood Ouija demonstration. The fuck? They had like neighborhood Ouija get-togethers. Shit you not. Anyways, so John and his wife returned home after the Ouija session and locked their children in their rooms and proceeded to destroy nearly all of the furniture in their house. The neighbors heard what was going on and decided to call the police. When the police arrived, they found Miss Chapman cutting circles on the walls of her room. Mr. Chapman was doing the exact same thing